Eragon twisted beneath the blankets, fighting the pull of consciousness. His mind drifted in and out of sleep until a strange thought surfaced. How did I end up here? He tugged the covers tighter and noticed something heavy strapped to his right arm. When he tried to move his wrist, pain shot through him. The Urgles. His eyes flew open. He was in a small clearing with nothing but a crackling campfire and a pot of bubbling stew. A squirrel scolded him from a nearby branch. His bow and quiver lay next to the blankets. Getting up sent fresh aches through his sore muscles, and he spotted a thick splint around his bruised arm. Where is everyone? He asked himself, a knot forming in his stomach. He reached out mentally for Saphira and found only silence. That terrified him more than the pain. Hunger won out over worry, so he ate the stew straight from the pot. It was plain but warm. Still hungry, he searched for the saddlebags and some bread, but the horses and all their gear were gone. He told himself there had to be a good explanation, but it didn't settle his nerves. He paced the clearing, then rolled up his blankets and sat against a tree, staring at the drifting clouds. Hours went by. No Brom, no Saphira. "All right, I hope nothing's wrong," he muttered, but boredom crept in and he wandered into the forest. When his legs grew tired, he stopped at a fir tree, leaning over a boulder with a small hollow filled with rainwater. Eragon stared into the water and remembered Brom's lessons on scrying. "Why not try it?" Brom said. "It drains energy. But I'm stronger than he thinks." He shut his eyes, took a deep breath, and focused on forming a clear image of Saphira. It took more effort than expected. "Drom Copa," he whispered, and the water went still as glass. An image formed Saphira, soaring through endless white, Brom on her back, with his beard streaming behind him. They were safe. Eragon let the image fade, relieved. "Okay, so that's working. Let's see what Roran's up to." He pictured his cousin's face and spoke the words again. Roran appeared, sitting oddly, his surroundings white like Saphira's. He looked older somehow, with new lines etched into his face. He looked more like Garrow with every passing day. Eragon held on as long as he could before releasing the spell. A sheen of sweat dotted his forehead. Where is he? That certainly isn't Therinsford. He sat back, catching his breath, and then a wild idea hit him. What if I scry something from a dream, something that doesn't exist? The notion made him grin. Maybe I'd see inside my own head. Before he could second-guess himself, he knelt over the water again and settled on the woman from his dream, the one locked in a cell. The words left his lips, and he watched eagerly. Nothing. He was about to quit when blackness flooded the water. A single candle flickered to life, revealing a stone prison cell. The woman from his dream lay curled on a cot. She lifted her head, dark hair falling away from her face, and locked eyes with him across the distance of the scrying pool. His blood ran cold. She trembled, then crumpled. The water went clear. Eragon stumbled backward, gasping. This can't be happening. She was a dream. Just a dream. And yet she looked right at me. But how could he have scryed into a dungeon he had never even laid eyes on? He shook the thought free, wondering if any of his other dreams had been visions. Saphira's steady wingbeats pulled him back to the present, and he hurried to the clearing just as she touched down. Brom sat on her back, exactly as Eragon had seen in his sleep, except now his sword was streaked with blood. The old man's face was tight with fury, and the edges of his beard were stained dark red. "What happened?" Eragon asked, his heart lurching at the thought of an injury. "What happened?" Brom roared, swinging the blade through the air and flinging crimson droplets in a wide arc. "I've been cleaning up your mess for 2 days. Do you have any idea what that clever little trick of yours did?" "I stopped the Urgles from catching you," Eragon said, his stomach sinking. "Yes, you did," Brom growled. "And that piece of magic nearly killed you. You've been unconscious for 2 days. There were 12 Urgles. 12. But that didn't stop you from trying to hurl every last one of them all the way to Term, did it? What were you thinking? A rock through each of their skulls would have been the smart move. No, you had to knock them out and leave them breathing so they could scurry off. I spent 2 days tracking them with Saphira, and 3 still got away." "I didn't want to kill them," Eragon said, feeling small. It wasn't a problem in Yazuak. There was no choice then, and I couldn't control the magic. This time it just felt extreme. Extreme, Brome threw his hands up with a bitter laugh. It's extreme when they wouldn't have shown you the same mercy. And let's not forget the grand finale. You had to drop right in front of them like a gift from the sky. You even gave them a good look at your face. What was that, a personal introduction? You said they might have found Saphira's tracks, Eragon said defensively. I figured it didn't matter if they saw me. Brome yanked his sword from the dirt. I said they probably found her tracks. We didn't know for certain. They might have thought they were chasing some travelers. But now you landed in their laps, let them live, and sent them running across the countryside with wild stories. This could get back to the Empire. He stalked to the fire, pulled a rag from his robe, and scrubbed the blade with sharp, angry strokes. After this, you don't deserve to be called a rider boy. Eragon stood stunned. He reached out to Saphira for comfort, but all she offered was a single thought: speak to Brome. After a long breath, he walked over to the fire and asked, Would it help if I said I was sorry? Brome sighed and sheathed his sword. No. Your feelings won't undo what happened. He jabbed a finger toward Eragon's chest. You made terrible choices, and they could have dangerous consequences. The worst part is, you almost died. Died, Eragon. From now on you need to think. We were born with brains in our heads, not rocks. Eragon nodded, red with shame. It's not as bad as you think, though. The Urgals already knew about me. They had orders to capture me. Brome's eyes went wide. He stuck his unlit pipe between his teeth. No, it's not as bad as I thought. It's worse. Saphira told me you spoke with the Urgals, but she didn't mention that Eragon quickly described the encounter, the words tumbling out in a rush. So they've got some kind of leader now, do they? Brome asked. Eragon nodded. And you defied him? Insulted him and attacked his men? He shook his head slowly. I didn't think it could get any worse. If those Urgals were dead, your rudeness might have gone unnoticed, but now it's the opposite. Congratulations. You've made an enemy of one of the most powerful beings in Alagaesia. All right, I made a mistake, Eragon muttered. Yes, you did, Brome said, eyes flashing. What worries me is who this Urgal leader is, Eragon shivered. A cool breeze pushed through the pines, and the embers in the fire flickered as he whispered, What happens now? Brome paused, the silence heavy. Your arm is going to take at least a couple of weeks to heal. All that time would be better spent teaching you some judgment, Brome said, his tone sharp. I've shown you how to use magic, but never when it's appropriate. That takes discretion, something you're clearly short on. All the power in Alagaesia won't do you any good if you don't understand the right moment to call on it. Eragon asked, But we're still heading to Drasleona, right? Brome rolled his eyes and muttered, Yes, we're still after the Razak, but until you're healed, finding them would be pointless. He started removing Saphira's saddle. Are you fit to ride? Eragon nodded. Good. Then we can still cover a few miles today. Eragon scanned the camp. Where are Caddock and Snowfire? Brome gestured toward a patch of grass. Tethered over there where they can graze. As they walked, Saphira's voice cut into Eragon's mind, sharp and disapproving. If you'd told me your plan, I'd have said killing the Urgals was the better move. I only went along because I assumed you had some sense. Eragon sent back. I don't want to talk about it. She sniffed. As you wish. The ride was pure misery. Every bump and dip in the trail made Eragon's ribs scream, but he clamped his jaw and refused to complain. Brome, meanwhile, took the opportunity to grill him with relentless imaginary battles, Urgals, magic, and Saphira weaving into impossible combat scenarios, sometimes with a shade or rogue dragons thrown in. Eragon realized he could torment his body and mind at the same time. It wasn't a pleasant discovery. He flubbed most of the questions, frustration building with every mile. That night, Brome's only comment was a grumpy. It was a start. Translation, you still have a long way to go. Master of the blade. The next day was more forgiving. Eragon's wounds were healing, and his answers came quicker. After an exhausting drill, Eragon brought up the woman he'd seen in his scrying. Brome tugged his beard, curious. You think she's imprisoned? Eragon nodded. "Did you see her face?" Brom pressed. "Not clearly. The light was bad, but I could tell she was beautiful. Her eyes, though, I saw them perfectly, and she seemed to look right at me." Brom shook his head. "As far as I know, no one can tell if they're being watched through a scrying spell." Eragon persisted. "Any idea who she could be?" Brom allowed a hint of humor to crack his usual gruffness. "I could guess, but I'd be about as accurate as a blind dwarf throwing knives. This dream of yours is weird. You scried a stranger in your sleep, without any magic words. Dreams sometimes brush against the spirit world, but this is something else." Eragon grinned and said, "Maybe we should scour every prison in the land until we find her." It was half a joke, but half of him meant it. Brom laughed heartily and nudged his horse forward. The weeks blurred into a numbing routine of drills and riding. The splint forced Eragon to fight left-handed, and to his own amazement, he soon became nearly as deadly with his left as he had been with his right. A heron stood motionless in the shallows as they passed, watching the travellers with an unblinking eye. By the time they crossed the spine and hit the vast plains, spring had painted Alagasia in fresh green flowers, broke through the old dead grass, and the bare trees bristled with russet buds. Birds swooped in from the south, chattering as they claimed territories and built nests. The travellers followed the Tark River southeast along the mountain's edge, watching it swell as countless tributaries poured in. When the river grew to more than a league wide, Brom pointed toward the silt islands dotting the water. "Leona Lake is just ahead, about 2 leagues. Eragon asked, "Can we reach it by nightfall?" Brom shrugged. "We can try." The dusk made the trail uncertain, but the river's steady roar kept them on course. As the moon climbed above the ridge, its pale glow revealed the land ahead. Leona Lake stretched out like a long sheet of hammered silver, its surface so perfectly still that it hardly looked like water at all. Apart from the gleaming strip of moonlight across the middle, the lake blended into the dark plain around it. Saphira stood on the rocky shore, spreading her wings wide to dry them. Eragon walked over to greet her. "The water is lovely tonight," she said, "deep, cool, and clear. Maybe we should go for a swim tomorrow." He nodded, and they made camp beneath a cluster of trees. Crickets sang around them, and sleep came quickly. At first light, Eragon was already out of his blankets, eager to see the lake in full daylight. Its surface rippled in fanned patterns where the wind rolled across it, and the sheer width of the water took his breath away. He let out a loud whoop and sprinted to the shore. "Saphira," he called. "Come on, this looks amazing." She was already waiting. He climbed onto her back, and she launched herself into the air in one powerful bound. They circled high over the lake, but even from that height the far shore stayed invisible. With a sly grin, Eragon asked, "How would you like a bath?" Saphira gave a wolfish smile and said only, "Hold on." She folded her wings and dropped toward the water, dragging her claws through the waves as she skimmed over them. Sunlight shattered into spray around them, and Eragon howled with joy. But then she tucked her wings and dived. Her head and neck sliced into the lake like a spear, and the water crashed over Eragon like an icy wall, knocking the breath out of him and nearly yanking him off her back. He clung on as she swam upward, breaking free with 3 powerful strokes and hurling a fountain of glittering droplets into the sky. Eragon gasped, shaking water out of his hair. "Great idea," he muttered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Saphira turned her head, clearly amused. "Ready?" she asked. He tightened his arms and nodded. This time they slid under the surface in a smooth, swift glide. The water was so clear he could see for yards in every direction. Saphira twisted and looped in playful shapes, slipping through the depths like an eel, and Eragon felt like he was riding a sea serpent from an old legend. Just when his lungs began to burn, she arched her back, pointed her head upward, and burst into the air, wings snapping open in a halo of spray. "That was incredible," he said. Once he caught his breath. Saphira gave a happy hum. "A pity you cannot hold your breath longer." "Not my fault." Eragon shot back, pressing water out of his hair. His clothes clung to his skin, and the chill from Saphira's wing beats made him shiver. He scratched at his splint. where his wrist still itched after he had dried off and dressed, Eragon and Brom saddled the horses and rode around Leona Lake in high spirits. Saphira played in the shallows beside them, diving in and out of the water, while a pair of deer on a distant bank lifted their heads to watch. Brom even chuckled at the soaked sight of his young companion. Before dinner, Eragon wrapped Zarok's edge for their usual practice session. The two faced each other in the fading light, neither moving, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Eragon scanned the camp for anything that might help him. A stick lying beside the fire caught his eye. He darted in, grabbed it, and hurled it at Brom. But his splint threw off the toss, and Brom sidestepped with ease. The old man rushed forward, sword swinging. Eragon ducked just as the blade whistled past his head. He growled, lunged, and tackled Brom hard. They hit the ground, wrestling for position. Eragon rolled to his side and swept Zarok toward Brom's legs. Brom blocked the blow with the crossguard, then jumped back to his feet. Eragon rose in the same motion and pressed the attack, guiding Zarok through a sharp, twisting pattern. Sparks danced from their blades as they clashed over and over. Brom's face tightened, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Eragon could feel him slowing. The rhythm shifted blow by blow, and Brom began losing ground. When Eragon easily batted aside a tired thrust, he knew the match had turned. Veins pulsed in Brom's neck as he fought to keep his guard up, but his strength was fading fast. Suddenly confident, Eragon pressed the attack, Zarok cutting a gleaming web in the air around Brom's blade. With a quick pivot, he slapped the flat of his sword against Brom's guard and sent the older man's weapon skidding across the dusty yard. Before Brom could recover, Eragon brought the red tip to his throat. The two stood there, chests heaving, Zarok's point grazing Brom's collarbone. Slowly, Eragon lowered his arm and stepped back. This was the first time he'd beaten Brom without a single clever trick. Brom retrieved his sword, sheathed it, and still panting, said, "That's enough for today." "But we just started," Eragon protested. Brom shook his head. "There's nothing more I can teach you about the sword. In all my years I've met only 3 fighters who could have disarmed me like that, and I doubt any of them could have done it left-handed." He gave a rueful smile. "I may be slowing down, but I can tell you're one of those rare natural talents. So no more sparring every night?" asked Eragon. Brom laughed. "Oh, you're not getting out of it that easily. We'll just take it easier from now on. Missing a session here or there won't be a disaster." He wiped sweat from his forehead. "But keep this in mind. If you ever have the misfortune to face an elf, trained or not, male or female, plan on losing. Elves, dragons, and other magical beings are far stronger than nature intended. Even the scrawniest elf could pin you down without breaking a sweat. Same with the Razak. They're not human, and they tire much more slowly than we do." Eragon raised an eyebrow. "Well, that's not terrifying at all. I'll just go ahead and write my will." He sat cross-legged beside Saphira. Saphira's voice touched his mind, warm with approval. "You fought well." He smiled, grateful for the praise. Brom settled down with a shrug. "There are ways to level the field, but none you can use right now. Magic will defeat all but the most powerful foes. For those you'll need Saphira's help and a large dose of luck. And remember, when magical creatures actually use magic, they can achieve things that would kill a human simply because their bodies are enhanced." "How do you fight with magic, anyway?" Eragon asked. Brom looked at him. "What do you mean?" Eragon leaned on his elbow. "Say a shade attacks me. How do I block its spell? Most magic happens in an instant, no time to react. And even if I could react, how would I nullify something I don't understand? I'd have to know my enemy's intention before he even casts. So whoever strikes first wins, right?" Brom sighed. "What you're describing a true wizard's duel is incredibly dangerous. Haven't you ever wondered how Galbatorix managed to defeat all the riders with only a few traitors?" Eragon admitted he hadn't. "There are several methods," Brom continued. "You'll learn some later. The most important is that Galbatorix is a master at breaking into another person's mind. In a wizard's duel, there are strict rules that must be followed, or both opponents die." For starters, no one uses magic until one side gains access to the other's mind. Saphira curled her tail around Eragon and asked, "Why wait? By the time the enemy realizes you've attacked, it's too late." Eragon repeated her question out loud. Brom shook his head. "No, it's not. If I suddenly used my power against you, you'd die, sure. But in the instant before that happened, you'd have time for a counterattack. So unless one of you has a death wish, neither side attacks until one has breached the other's defenses." "Then what?" Eragon asked. Brom shrugged. "Once you're inside your enemy's mind, you can anticipate everything they'll do and stop it. Even then, you can still lose if you don't know how to counter spells." He filled his pipe and lit it. "And that requires startlingly fast thinking. Before you can defend yourself, you have to understand exactly what kind of force you're facing. If someone attacks you with heat, you need to know whether it's coming through the air, through fire, through light, or through some other path. Only then can you fight back, say by chilling whatever is being burned." "Sounds complicated," Eragon said. "Complicated is an understatement." Brom let a thick plume of pipe smoke drift upward. "Most people can't survive a duel like that for more than a few seconds. It takes enormous skill and effort, and anyone without serious training is done for in a heartbeat. Once you've improved, I'll show you the methods you'll need. But if you ever find yourself facing a wizard's duel before that, my advice is to run as fast as your legs can carry you." They stopped for lunch in Fasseloft, a busy lakeside village with a pleasant view of the water. Sitting in the common room of the hostel, Eragon listened closely to the conversations around him, and felt a relief he couldn't quite show. No one was talking about him or Saphira. The trail, which had become a proper road, had grown worse over the past 2 days. Wagon wheels and iron-shod hooves had torn the ground into deep, muddy ruts, and some sections were nearly impossible to cross. With more travelers on the move, Saphira had to stay hidden during the day and catch up with Brom and Eragon under cover of night. For days they pushed south along the huge shoreline of Leona Lake, and Eragon began to wonder if they'd ever get past it. Then they met a few men who said Draz Leona was just an easy day's ride ahead. That news lifted his mood. He rose early the next morning, his fingers twitching as he thought about finally finding the Razak. "You two need to be careful," Saphira said. "The Razak could have spies looking for travelers who match your description." "We'll do our best to stay unnoticed," he answered. She lowered her head until her eyes met his. "Maybe. But remember, I won't be able to protect you the way I did with the Urgles. I'll be too far off to help, and I wouldn't last long in those narrow streets your kind seems to prefer. Let Brom lead this hunt. He's sensible." "I know," Eragon said quietly. "Will you go with Brom to the Varden once this is over? After the Razak are killed, he'll want to take us there, and since Galbatorix will be furious about their deaths, that might be the safest thing for us." He rubbed his arms. "I don't want to spend my life fighting the Empire like the Varden do. There's more to life than endless war. We can worry about that later," Saphira said. "Don't be so sure," she warned, then disappeared to hide until nightfall. The road to Dras Leona was jammed with farmers hauling goods to market, so Brom and Eragon spent much of the morning slowing down and waiting for carts to move aside. A little before noon, they spotted smoke in the distance, but it took another league before the city itself came into view. Dras Leona was no tidy, well-planned place like Term. It sprawled awkwardly beside the lake, a tangled heap of crooked buildings and narrow lanes, all surrounded by a grimy, pale yellow wall of mud. A few miles east, a jagged mountain of bare rock shot into the sky with spires and columns, like something out of a bad dream. As they waited for a broken wagon to be hauled out of the way, a small girl pointed at Eragon's sword, and her mother quickly pulled her hand down without a word. Brom nodded toward the rock. "That's Helgrind. It's the reason Dras Leona was built in the first place. People are fascinated by it, even though it's a foul and unhealthy thing." He gestured toward the dense streets inside the wall. "Let's go to the center first." As they worked their way forward, Eragon spotted the tallest building in the city, a cathedral looming behind the walls. Its arches and spires caught the light in a way that made it look disturbingly like a smaller, more polished version of Helgrind. "Who do they worship there?" he asked. Brom grimaced like he'd bitten into something sour. They direct their prayers to Helgrin. It's a grim religion. They drink human blood and offer flesh on their altars. Real charming crowd. According to Brom, the priests of Helgrind routinely removed their own fingers and toes, convinced that every sacrificed bit of bone and sinew loosened their attachment to the mortal world. They spent endless hours arguing over which of the 3 sacred peaks deserved the most devotion and whether the low, stubby 4th one should be honored at all. Eragon shuddered. That's monstrous. Brom nodded grimly. Say that to one of their followers, and you might lose a hand as penance. Dras Leona's main gate was enormous, and the crowd around it was a churning river. A few bored soldiers stood nearby, barely watching, so Eragon and Brom guided their horses through the crush without trouble. Inside the wall, the houses were tall and skinny, packed so tightly together that the streets were dim canyons. The brown timber soaked up whatever light remained, and the stink of sewage hung everywhere. Ragged children scurried between buildings, fighting over crusts of bread, while deformed beggars called out in voices that sounded like a choir of ghosts. Even on the farm we wouldn't pen animals like this, Eragon muttered. I won't stay here, Brom said. It improves farther in. We need an inn and a plan. Dras Leona can be deadly even for the careful, so let's not linger. They pressed deeper, leaving the squalor behind, but the wealthier quarters somehow felt worse. Eragon wondered how ladies in silk and merchants with fat purses could stroll past so much misery. Maybe they had simply stopped seeing it. He hadn't. They found rooms at the Gilded Tankard, a tavern that was cheap but not completely rotten. The bedroom held a narrow mattress, a rickety table, and a basin. Eragon eyed the bed. I'm sleeping on the floor. That thing probably has enough bugs to carry me off in the middle of the night. Brom laughed. Wouldn't want to deny them a feast. He tossed his bags onto the quilt while Eragon dropped his own gear and leaned his bow against the wall. What now? Food and beer. Then sleep. Tomorrow we look for the Razak. Before they left, Brom warned, Watch your tongue. If anyone figures out who we are, we're gone in a heartbeat. The inn's dinner was barely edible, but the beer was excellent. By the time they staggered upstairs, Eragon's head was buzzing warmly. He spread his blanket on the floor and sent a thought to Saphira. We'll be here a few days, but this shouldn't drag on like Term did. Once we find the Razak, you might help us corner them. I'll talk to you when my head clears. You've been drinking, she said, disapproving. He couldn't argue. I won't envy you at dawn. Then pity Brom. He shot back. He drank twice as much. Morning hit like a battering ram. What had he been thinking last night? Eragon's head pounded and his tongue felt like dried leather. A rat skittered under the floorboards and he flinched. How are we feeling? Saphira asked. Smug. He ignored her. Brom rolled off the bed with a grumble, dunked his head into the cold basin water, and stalked out the door. Eragon followed him into the hallway. Where to so early? He asked. After Brom announced he needed to recover, Eragon insisted on coming along. At the bar, Brom's version of recovery turned out to be an odd routine. He drank copious amounts of hot tea, chased them with ice water, and topped it all off with brandy. Back in the room, Eragon's head felt clearer. Brom buckled on his sword, smoothed his robe, and mapped out their next move. They had to ask quiet questions, learn where the Scyther oil had been delivered in Dras Leona, and trace who had moved it from there. Likely soldiers or workmen had handled it, so they needed to find those men and get one to talk. They left the Golden Globe and explored the warehouse district. Near the center of Dras Leona, the streets slanted upward toward a granite palace that towered over all but the cathedral. Its courtyard was a mother-of-pearl mosaic, and gold inlay gleamed in the walls. Black statues stood in alcoves, incense smoke curling from their cold stone hands, while soldiers spaced every few yards watched the crowd sharply. Eragon asked who lived there. Brom said, Marcus Tabor, ruler of this city. He answers only to the king and his own conscience, which hasn't been very active lately. They walked around the palace and its gated, elaborate houses. By midday they had learned nothing, so they stopped for lunch. Brom declared, This city is too vast for us to search together. Go alone. Meet me at the Golden Globe by dusk." He fixed Eragon with a fierce look. "I'm trusting you not to do anything stupid," Eragon promised, took the coins Brom handed him, and watched the old man stride away. For the rest of the day, Eragon spoke with shopkeepers and workers, trying hard to be charming. His questions carried him from one end of the city to the other, and the cathedral's tall spires followed him like a nagging shadow. It was almost a relief when, near evening, a dock worker admitted he had helped move the Scyther oil to a specific warehouse. Eragon rushed to inspect the building, then hurried back to the Golden Globe. It was over an hour before Brom returned, slumped and exhausted. Eragon asked if he had found anything. Brom brushed back his white hair. "I heard a lot of interesting things today, not least that Galbatorix will visit Dras Leona within the week." Eragon blurted. "What?" Brom leaned against the wall, his face heavy. "It seems Tabor has overstepped his authority, so Galbatorix is coming to humble him. It's the first time the king has left Urubain in over 10 years. Eragon asked if the king knew about them. He knows of us, of course, but not our location. If he did, we'd already be in the Razak's grip. So whatever we plan against the Razak must happen before the king gets here. We can't be within 20 leagues of him. The good news is the Razak will surely be here, preparing for his visit." Eragon clenched his fists. "I want to get the Razak, but not if it means fighting the king. He could tear me apart." Brom looked amused. "Very good caution. And you're right. You wouldn't stand a chance against Galbatorix. Now tell me what you learned." Eragon shrugged. "Mostly drivel. But I talked to a man who knew where the oil was taken. It's an old warehouse. Nothing else." Brom's eyes glinted. "My day was a bit more fruitful. I heard the same. So I went to the warehouse and talked with the workers." A little coaxing was all it took before Brom admitted that the heavy cases of Seether oil always travel straight from the warehouse to the palace. Eragon started to interrupt, but Brom raised a finger. "No, not yet. I talked my way into the servants' quarters at the palace, posing as a bard. For hours I wandered around singing for the maids, trading poems for gossip and dropping careful questions whenever it felt natural." He packed his pipe slowly, a mischievous glint in his eye. "You'd be shocked what household staff notice. Did you know one of the local lords keeps 3 mistresses all under the same roof?" He laughed softly and touched a match to the bowl. "But the real prize came later. Someone let slip where the oil goes once it leaves the palace." Eragon leaned forward. "Which is?" Brom blew a lazy smoke ring at the ceiling. "Out of the city, naturally. Every full moon 2 slaves are sent to the base of Helgrind with a month's provisions. The oil is packed in with the supplies, and the men never come back. One person tried to follow once, and he vanished too." Eragon frowned. "I thought the riders wiped out the slave trade." "It's thrived under the king," Brom said dryly. "So the Razak are hiding in Helgrind," Eragon murmured, picturing the black spire of rock. "Probably," Brom agreed. "If they're smart, they'll be underground behind a thick stone door, or perched high where only their flying mounts or Saphira could reach. Either way, the entrance will be hidden. If Saphira and I fly over Helgrind, they'll spot us, and everyone in Dras Leona too." "That is a problem," Brom admitted. Eragon's jaw set. "What if we take the place of the 2 slaves? The full moon is almost here. It gets us inside the Razak's reach without a single guard noticing." Brom tugged at his beard. "Risky. If the slaves are killed from a distance, we're dead without seeing the enemy." "We don't actually know they're killed," Eragon countered. "Oh, I do," Brom said grimly. But then his expression shifted, and a sparkle came into his eyes. "Still, you've got a good head on your shoulders. If Saphira stays hidden nearby, and I prepare a few surprises." His voice trailed off. "It could work. But we need to move quickly, before the king arrives." "Should we scout Helgrind first, in daylight?" Eragon asked. "We should avoid ambushes." "Tomorrow," Brom said, setting his staff across his knees. "I'll go back to the palace and learn exactly how to swap the slaves. I must be careful. There are spies everywhere who are all too happy to betray a stranger asking questions." Eragon let out a breath. I can't believe it, we actually found them. In his mind, he saw his uncle lying dead in the wreckage of their farm, and his hands clenched. He caught his own reflection in the dark window and barely recognized the grim face staring back. The hardest part is still ahead, Brom said, but we've done well. If fortune is kind, you'll have your revenge, and the Varden will have one less enemy. Eragon opened his mind to Saphira, joy spilling through the connection. We've found the Razak's lair. Where? She answered instantly. He shared what he had learned. Helgrind? She mused. A fitting place for such creatures. Eragon agreed, then added, almost casually, maybe after this we could visit Carver Hall. Her mental voice turned sharp. Go back to your old life. You know that's not possible. Stop longing for it. At some point you have to decide what you truly want. Will you hide forever, or fight for the Varden? The only other path is Galbatorix, and I will never accept that. Softly, he replied. Then my choice is clear. My fate belongs with the Varden, just as you've always known. Yes, she said, but sometimes you have to hear yourself say it. She left him with that thought, and it stayed with him. When Eragon woke, he was alone in the room. A charcoal message on the wall read, Eragon, I will be gone until late tonight. Coins for food are under the mattress. Explore the city. Enjoy yourself, but stay unnoticed. Brom. P.S. Avoid the palace. Do not go anywhere without your bow, and keep it strung. He wiped the note clean, pulled the coins from under the mattress, and slipped the bow over his shoulder. Walking around, armed all the time, was starting to get old. A thin man with quick eyes sized him up near the door of the Golden Globe, thought better of it, and vanished into the crowd. Eragon ambled through the streets, stopping whenever something caught his eye. There were plenty of shops, but none of them had the odd charm of Angela's herb shop in Tam. The dark, cramped houses made his chest feel tight, and he found himself wishing he were already out of the city. When hunger hit, he bought a wedge of cheese and a loaf of bread, sat on the curb, and ate while watching people push past. A stray dog nosed around his boots until he tossed it a crust. Later, in a far corner of Dras Leona, an auctioneer's voice rang out over the noise. Curious, Eragon followed it to a wide gap between two buildings. 10 men stood on a waist-high platform, a loud, colourful crowd in rich clothing pressed in front of them. For a moment Eragon wondered where the goods were. Then the auctioneer beckoned to a young man behind the platform. The man climbed up with chains dragging at his hands and feet, and here we have our first item, the auctioneer called. A healthy male from the Haderach Desert, captured just last month in excellent condition. Look at those arms and legs, strong as a bull. He would be perfect as a shield-bearer, or, if you prefer, for hard labor. But let me say, ladies and gentlemen, that would be a wasted opportunity. He is bright as a nail, if you can get him to speak a civilized tongue. The crowd laughed. Eragon's jaw hardened. His lips began to shape a word that would have freed the slave, and his arm, finally out of the splint, lifted. The mark on his palm shimmered. Then reason slammed into him. He would never get away. The slave would be caught before he reached the city walls, and Eragon would only make things worse. He lowered his arm and cursed under his breath. Think, he told himself. This is how you got tangled up with the Urgles. He watched helplessly while the slave was sold to a tall, hawk-nosed man. The next slave brought onto the platform was a tiny girl, no more than 6 years old, wrenched from her mother's arms. As the bidding started, Eragon forced himself to turn away. He kept walking, block after block, until the sound of weeping was gone. Let a thief try to cut my purse right now, he thought grimly, and part of him almost hoped one would. He punched a nearby wall, splitting his knuckles. The pain cleared the fog. That was the kind of thing he could stop by fighting the Empire. With Saphira beside him, he could free those slaves. He had been given powers beyond what most people could imagine, and keeping them to himself felt like a betrayal. If he would not use them for the benefit of others, what was the point of being a rider at all? He did not realize where his feet had taken him until he was standing before the cathedral. Its twisted spires were heavy with statues and scrollwork. Gargoyles crouched along the eaves, and fantastic beasts writhed across the walls. In marble, heroes and kings marched along the lower edge. Ribbed arches and stained-glass windows, all different sizes, lined the sides. A lonely turret stood above the roof like a mast. In the shadow of the front entrance was an iron-bound door inlaid with a silver line of script. Eragon recognized it as the ancient language. As best he could tell, it read, "May thee who enter here understand thine impermanence and forget thine attachments to that which is beloved." Walking into that building gave Eragon the chills. Like a predator was hiding in the city, waiting to pounce. He climbed the wide steps with grim purpose, his boots scuffing the stone. At the massive door he paused, wondering if entering was even allowed. He gave in to curiosity and pushed. The door glided open with barely a sound, as if the hinges had been oiled for centuries. Inside, the cathedral felt like a forgotten tomb, silent and cold. The ceilings soared so high that he felt smaller than a speck of dust, and the bare stone walls loomed around him. Stained glass windows showed scenes of anger, hatred, and regret, splashing colored light onto the granite pews, leaving parts of them in shadow. The blue glow on his hands wasn't from magic, just the filter of those grim panels. Statues with pale, unblinking eyes stood between the windows, staring down at him. He matched their gaze for a moment, then walked slowly up the center aisle, careful not to disturb the heavy quiet. His leather boots made no noise on the polished floor, and the air tasted dry, almost dusty. The altar was a plain stone block, bare except for one shaft of sunlight that lit up floating flecks of gold. Behind it, the organ pipes rose into the ceiling, open to the sky. The instrument only sang when a storm slammed Dras Leona. Out of respect, Eragon knelt and bowed his head. He didn't pray. He just paid tribute to all the lives the cathedral had witnessed, the sorrows, the empty rituals, the cold pageantry. It was a forbidding place, but somehow that chill gave him a strange sense of eternity, a whisper of something bigger. At last he rose, murmured a few words in the ancient language, and turned to leave, and froze. His heart pounded like a war drum. The Razak were standing at the entrance, their swords drawn, edges gleaming with red light. The smaller one let out a sickening hiss. Neither moved. Great, Eragon thought, just what I needed. But beneath the sarcasm, rage boiled, weeks of chasing these monsters, weeks of numb grief over Brom, plus the memory of those slaves. It all erupted. He roared, the sound bouncing off the vaulted stone, and yanked his bow off his back. He nocked an arrow and fired, then two more in quick succession. The Razak dodged with unnatural speed, hissing as they sprinted between the pews, cloaks flapping like wings. Eragon reached for another arrow but hesitated. If they're here, Brom's in danger too. I have to warn him. Then his blood turned cold. A line of soldiers filed in, and through the doorway he could see a sea of uniforms. He wanted to stay and fight, but survival won. He spotted a vestibule near the altar and bolted through it, racing down a corridor toward the priory's belfry. The Razak's footsteps ticked behind him, driving him faster. The hall ended at a locked wooden door. He slammed into it, but the wood didn't budge. They were almost on him. Frantic, he sucked in air and yelled, "Giada!" The door burst into splinters with a flash, and he scrambled into the room beyond. He tore through more chambers, startling a group of priests who cursed and shouted after him. The priory bell started clanging an alarm. He dove through a kitchen, past two monks, and slipped out a side door. He found himself in a garden enclosed by a tall brick wall with no handholds. No other exits. He was trapped. He spun to go, but a soft hiss signaled the Razak, pushing the door open. With no other option, he bolted for the garden wall, legs pumping. Magic would only drain him. A burst to shatter the bricks would leave him too exhausted to flee. He sprang, arms outstretched. His fingers caught the ledge, just barely, while the rest of him slammed into the stone and knocked the wind out of him. Panting, he clung on, unable to catch his breath. The Razak moved through the garden like hunting hounds, heads swinging, tracking him. With a desperate yank, he pulled himself up, shoulders screaming, and rolled over the top. He hit the ground hard, staggered, then found his footing and sprinted into an alley. The Razak cleared the wall right behind him, and that sent a surge of adrenaline through his legs. He didn't stop running until he was a mile away, lungs burning. After a mile, he ducked into a busy market, dropped to his knees, and crawled under a supply wagon. He lay there, chest heaving, and asked himself the obvious question: how had they tracked him? It didn't make sense. Unless Brom had been caught. He reached out to Saphira with his mind. The Razak found me. We're all in trouble. Check on Brom. Tell him to meet me at the inn and get ready to fly here fast. We may need to get out of this city in a hurry. Her reply came back sharp and immediate. He'll meet you. Don't stop moving. You're being hunted. Eragon rolled his eyes and muttered, You think? As he slid out from under the wagon. He rushed to the Golden Globe, threw their gear together, saddled both horses, and led them out to the street. Brom appeared moments later, twirling his staff, with a face like thunder. He mounted Snowfire in one smooth motion. What happened? He demanded. I was kneeling in the cathedral, minding my own business, and then they were right behind me, Eragon said, swinging up onto Caddock. I broke every speed record getting back here, but they've got to be closing in. Saphira will meet us once we're clear of Dras Leona. We need to get past the city gates before they're shut, Brom said. If they close, we're trapped. Stay with me no matter what. Eragon's spine tensed as a column of soldiers marched into view at the far end of the street. Brom swore, snapped his reins, and took off at a gallop. Eragon leaned low over Caddock and chased after him. The ride was pure chaos. They carved through crowds, dodged carts, and nearly collided with a fruit stand before the city wall loomed ahead. When the gates came into sight, Eragon pulled Caddock up short. They were already half closed, and a double rank of pikemen blocked the road. We'll be cut down, he shouted. We're going through anyway, Brom said, his voice as hard as iron. I'll handle the soldiers. You keep those gates from closing. Eragon set his jaw, nodded, and drove his heels into Caddock's flanks. The horses plunged forward, nostrils flaring with terror, as the soldiers braced their pikes against the ground. Eragon blocked out their shouting and focused on the heavy doors inching together. As the pikes closed in, Brom raised a hand and spoke a single sharp word. Every soldier toppled sideways, as if someone had yanked their legs out from under them. The gates were almost shut now. Eragon gathered his magic, risking whatever exhaustion would follow, and shouted, Do grind Hulida! With a deep rumble, the massive doors ground to a halt. The soldiers and onlookers gaped. Brom and Eragon thundered through the gap in a blur of hooves. The instant they were clear, Eragon let go of the spell. The gates shuddered and slammed, closed with a booming crash. Fatigue hit him like a wave, making him sway in the saddle, but he stayed upright. Brom glanced back, a rare look of worry on his face. The brass horns on Dras Leona's walls split the dusk as Eragon and Brom slipped through the city's ragged fringe. Saphira was waiting in a clump of trees, her eyes throwing off a dangerous glow and her tail lashing like a whip. Go, ride her, Brom said, and this time stay airborne no matter what happens to me. I'll cut south. Keep close and let them see Saphira if they have to. Eragon swung onto her back, and as the ground fell away he watched Brom's horse tear down the road. Are you all right? Saphira asked. Only because we got lucky, Eragon said. Smoke curled from her nostrils. All that time hunting for the Razak wasted. I know, he said, letting his head rest on her scales. If it had just been those creatures, I'd have stayed and fought, but with the whole garrison backing them, that wasn't a fair fight. Saphira's voice carried an edge. You do realize there will be talk about us now. We didn't exactly sneak out of the city. Hiding from the Empire just got a lot harder. Fantastic, Eragon muttered. One more thing to add to the list. They flew low and fast along the road, leaving Leona Lake behind. The terrain turned harsh, dry rock, thorny bushes, cactuses reaching up like spiked fists. Clouds rolled in and distant lightning flickered. The wind picked up, and Saphira dropped steeply to where Brom had halted the horses. What's wrong? He called. The wind up there is brutal. It's not that bad, Brom said. Easy for you to say. You're not the one being tossed around like a leaf." Eragon pointed skyward. Brom cursed, took one look, and handed Cadoc's reins to Eragon. They set off at a trot, Saphira lumbering behind on foot, struggling to match the horse's pace. The gale turned vicious, flinging grit and twisting like a mad dervish. They tied scarves over their faces. Brom's robe snapped and his beard whipped around as if it were trying to escape. Eragon actually hoped for rain. Miserable as it would be, it might wipe away their tracks. Darkness forced them off the road. With only the stars showing, they made camp behind two big boulders. No fire, so dinner was cold. Saphira curled around them as a windbreak. Eragon asked, "How did they find us?" Brom started to light his pipe, then stopped and put it away. "A palace servant warned me there were spies among the staff. Somehow word of me and my questions reached Tabor, and through him, the Razak. So we can't go back to Drasleona." "Not for a few years," Brom said. Eragon rubbed his face. "Then why not bait the Razak? If we let Saphira be seen, they'll come straight to her. And when they do, 50 soldiers will be right behind them," Brom replied. "Right now we need to focus on staying alive. Tonight is the worst part. The Razak hunt in the dark. Where they're strongest, we'll take turns keeping watch till morning." Eragon stood, then hesitated. Something flickered at the edge of his vision, a patch of color that didn't belong. He stepped toward the darkness, squinting. "What is it?" Brom asked, unrolling his blankets. Eragon stared, then turned back. "Don't know. Thought I saw something. Probably a bird." A sharp pain exploded at the base of his skull. Saphira roared, and Eragon hit the ground unconscious. When he came to, his head throbbed with every heartbeat. He opened his eyes a crack, and winced as a lantern burned straight into them. He blinked, tried to sit, and found his hands bound behind his back. Turning sluggishly, he saw Brom's arms tied the same way. A flicker of relief passed through Eragon when he saw the ropes binding him, but it vanished as the truth hit. Captors don't waste rope on dead men. He twisted his head further, and his breath caught. A pair of black boots stood before him, and above them loomed the cowled face of a Razak. Fear shot through him like ice. He reached for the magic, grasping for a word to destroy the creature, but his mind was suddenly empty. The words slipped away no matter how hard he tried. The Razak laughed, a sound like rocks grinding together. "The drug is working, yes? I think you will not be bothering us again." The firelight cast twisting shadows across the camp as a clatter drew Eragon's eye. To his horror, the second Razak was fitting a leather muzzle over Saphira's snout. Black chains pinned her wings to her sides, and thick shackles bound her legs. Eragon reached out with his mind, begging for any sign of her, but felt only cold nothing. "She was most cooperative once we threatened to kill you," hissed the Razak. He squatted by the lantern, rummaging through Eragon's bags. Coins, a tinderbox, old maps, everything was tossed aside until he lifted Zarok. "What a pretty thing for one so insignificant. Maybe I will keep it." He leaned closer, his breath reeking of raw meat. "Or maybe, if you behave, our master will let you polish it." Then he turned the sword over and froze. A shriek tore from him as he saw the symbol on the scabbard. His companion rushed over, and the two stood over the blade, hissing and clicking. At last they turned to Eragon. "You will serve our master very well, yes." Despite the fog in his head, a cold defiance coiled in Eragon's chest. He would not let them see him break. He forced his thick tongue to shape words. "If I do, I will kill you." They chuckled, a dry, soulless sound. "Oh no, we are too valuable. But you are disposable." A deep snarl rumbled from Saphira, and smoke curled from her nostrils. The Razak paid her no mind. Then Brom groaned and rolled onto his side, pulling their attention like a magnet. One of the Razak grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him effortlessly. "It's wearing off. Give him more." "Let's just kill him," said the shorter Razak. "He has caused us much grief." The taller one drew a finger along his blade. "A good plan. But remember, the king's instructions were to keep them alive. We can say he was killed when we captured them. And what of this one?" the taller asked, pointing his sword at Eragon. "If he talks." His companion drew a wicked dagger and smiled. He would not dare. A long silence hung in the air, broken only by the crackle of the fire, then agreed. They dragged Brom to the center of the camp and forced him to his knees. He sagged sideways, barely conscious. Eragon's heart hammered. I have to get free. He strained against the ropes until they bit into his wrists, but they held fast. None of that now, said the tall Razak, poking him with a sword. He tilted his head, sniffing the air like a hound catching a strange scent. Something was wrong. The other Razak growled, seized Brom's hair, and yanked his head back, sweeping the dagger toward his exposed throat. At that very instant, a low buzz cut through the night. An arrow buried itself in the Razak's shoulder. The Razak nearest Eragon dropped flat, barely dodging a second shaft. He scrambled to his wounded companion, and together they glared into the darkness, hissing like cornered snakes. Brom swayed on his knees, blinking stupidly. "Get down!" Eragon shouted. Brom wavered, then stumbled toward Eragon instead. More arrows hissed into the camp, forcing the Razak to roll behind a cluster of boulders. A cold wind whispered through the pines. The arrows stopped for a breath, then came from the opposite direction. Caught off guard, the Razak moved too slowly. Their cloaks tore in several places, and a shattered arrow bit deep into one's arm. With a wild cry, the smaller Razak fled toward the road, kicking Eragon viciously in the side as he passed. His companion hesitated, grabbed the dagger from the ground, and chased after him. As he left the camp, he hurled the knife straight at Eragon. A strange fire ignited in Brom's eyes. He threw himself in front of Eragon, mouth stretched in a soundless snarl, arms spread wide. The dagger hit him with a dull thud, and he crashed onto his shoulder, head lolling. "No!" Eragon screamed through the agony burning in his side. But then his eyes closed and everything went dark. For a long time all Eragon knew was fire in his ribs. Every breath came ragged and short. It could have been days or minutes later when he finally opened his eyes and found a small campfire crackling a few feet away. A half-moon hung low in the tree line. His wrists were still bound, though his head felt clearer. "Saphira, are you hurt?" "No, but you and Brom are." She crouched over him, wings shielding him on both sides. Eragon frowned. "You didn't make that fire, and you couldn't have freed yourself from chains." Saphira rumbled. "No." "I thought not." He struggled onto his knees and saw a stranger sitting across the fire. The young man wore rough, trail-worn clothes, and carried a calm, confident air. A long hand and a half-sword hung at his hip, a bow rested in his hands, and a silver-banded horn sat in his lap. A dagger hilt poked from his boot. His face was serious, eyes fierce, framed by unkempt brown hair. He looked a few years older than Eragon, and maybe an inch taller. A dapple grey warhorse stood picketed behind him, and a quiver of arrows lay by his pack. The stranger watched Saphira with wary respect. "Who are you?" Eragon managed between shallow breaths. Murtag's hands tightened on the bow. "Murtag!" His voice was low, controlled, but had a strange emotion underneath. Eragon shifted his tied hands in front of him, wincing. "Why did you help us? The Razak have made plenty of enemies. I was tracking them. You know them." "Yes." Eragon focused on the ropes and reached for magic. With Murtag watching, he hesitated, then decided it didn't matter. "Giada!" The cords snapped. He rubbed his raw wrists. Murtag inhaled sharply. Eragon tried to stand, but his ribs screamed. He dropped back with a gasp. Murtag stepped forward to help, but Saphira blocked him with a growl. "I'd have come sooner, but your dragon wouldn't let me near." "Her name is Saphira," Eragon said tightly. "Now let him through. I can't handle this alone." He saved us. Saphira made a low sound, then folded her wings and backed away. Murtag gave her a flat look, then helped Eragon to his feet. Eragon yelped, and without support he'd have fallen. They got to the fire where Brom lay on his back. "How is he?" Eragon asked. "Bad," said Murtag, easing Eragon down. The knife slid between his ribs. "We'll see to him in a minute, but first let's check your damage." He helped Eragon peel off his shirt and let out a whistle. "Ouch! Ouch! Eragon agreed weakly. A bruise covered his left side, dark and swollen, with broken skin in a few places. Murtagh pressed gently on the bruise. Eragon yelled, and Saphira warned him with a growl. Murtagh glanced at the dragon, then grabbed a blanket. At least 2 broken ribs, maybe more. You're lucky you're not coughing up blood. He tore the blanket into strips and wrapped Eragon's chest. Eragon pulled his shirt back on. Yeah, lucky me. He took a shallow breath, moved to Brom's side, and saw that Murtagh had already cut open the old man's robe and bandaged the wound. With trembling fingers, Eragon reached for the bandage. I wouldn't, Murtagh warned. Without it, he'll bleed out. Eragon ignored him and pulled the cloth away. Brom's wound was small and narrow, belying its depth. Dark blood poured from the cut. For a moment, Eragon stared at his own shaking hands, and something hardened in his chest. He had to stay steady. Eragon remembered all too well what had happened when Garrow was hurt. The Razak's blade left wounds that clung to their poison like a stubborn secret. He yanked off his gloves, rifling through his memory for the healing words Brom had taught him. "Help me, Saphira," he pleaded. "I can't do this on my own." Saphira settled beside him, her huge eyes fixed on Brom. The instant her mind touched his, a fresh tide of strength surged through him. He held his trembling hand over the wound, channeling their combined power into the ancient phrase. Wais Hael. His palm flared with light, and Brom's torn flesh knitted itself together as if the blade had never touched him. Murtagh watched the whole thing without a sound. When the glow died, Eragon dropped to the ground, his stomach churning like a storm-tossed sea. They had never attempted a spell like that together before. Saphira nodded together. They could reach beyond their individual limits. Murtagh leaned over Brom's side, asking if the job was done. Eragon admitted he could only close the surface. The deep damage was beyond his knowledge. "It's up to him now," he murmured, closing his eyes as exhaustion pressed down on him. "My head feels like it's wrapped in fog." Murtagh suggested food and began making soup. While the stranger worked, Eragon studied him with half-lidded eyes. The sword, the bow, the horn, all made with craftsmanship that cost serious money. Either Murtagh had stolen them or he was used to wealth. And why would a wealthy man chase the Razak alone? Maybe he's with the Varden. Or maybe, Eragon thought sourly, fate just enjoys tossing random sword-wielders into my path. At least this one hasn't tried to kill me yet. That makes a nice change. Eragon accepted the bowl of broth and spooned it down. How long ago did the Razak leave? A few hours. Then we have to move before they come back with more. Murtagh pointed at Brom's motionless form. You might be able to ride, but he can't exactly sit up, let alone climb onto a horse. Eragon asked Saphira if she could carry Brom using a litter like she'd done for Garrow. Yes, but landing would be awkward unless it's the only option. Eragon told Murtagh to make a litter. I don't have the strength. Murtagh disappeared into the shadows with his sword drawn, returning with 2 slender saplings. He lashed a blanket between the poles, carefully tied Brom down, and Saphira took off with the makeshift stretcher, her wings laboring against the dark. I never imagined I'd see anything like that, Murtagh said, a strange edge in his voice. Eragon limped to his horse and dragged himself into the saddle. He thanked Murtagh and urged him to ride away. If the Empire found them together, Murtagh would share their fate. But Murtagh just stamped out the fire. A pretty speech, but where will you go? Is there any safe place nearby? Eragon admitted there wasn't. Murtagh's fingers curled around his sword hilt, a faint gleam in his eyes. Then I'll tag along until you're out of danger, no better place to be, and if I stay, I might get another shot at the Razak. Besides, interesting things always seem to happen around a rider. Eragon hesitated, unsure whether to trust a stranger. But he knew he was too weak to argue, and Saphira could always chase Murtagh away. Join us if you want, he said with a shrug. Murtagh mounted his grey war-horse, and Eragon took Snowfire's reins, riding out into the wilderness. A crescent moon hung overhead, casting just enough pale light to make them easy targets for the Razak. Though Eragon was burning with questions for Murtagh, he swallowed his curiosity and saved his strength for the road. As dawn edged over the horizon, Sapphira's voice cut through his weary thoughts. She was done flying. Her wings ached and Brom needed real attention. She'd found shelter a couple miles ahead, tucked into a strange cluster of sandstone mounds that bulged from the plains like sleeping giants. Their rough faces were riddled with cave mouths of every size, and Sapphira had already claimed the best one, hidden from any prying eye on the ground. The climb up, though, turned into a battle. The horses' metal shoes simply couldn't get a grip on the smooth rock, and Eragon and Murtagh spent the better part of an hour heaving, coaxing and shoving the terrified animals toward the opening. Inside, the cavern stretched a solid 100 feet long and 20 wide, with a small entrance that promised shelter from both storms and spies. The far end dissolved into deep blackness that seemed to cling to the walls like soft wool. Murtagh let out a low whistle. "Now that's a find. I'll grab some firewood." Eragon rushed past him to the ledge where Sapphira had laid Brom. The old man's hand hung limp, and his face looked like carved stone under the dim light. Eragon gripped his fingers, waiting for some sign, then sighed and joined Murtagh by the crackling fire. They ate in silence, and when they tried to get Brom to drink, he wouldn't even swallow. Frustrated, they rolled out their bedrolls and let exhaustion take them. "Wake up, Eragon," he groaned and rolled over. "I need your help. Something's wrong." He tried to will himself back into sleep. Arise came the sharp voice, followed by a bell-like cry that echoed through the cave. Eragon shot upright, grabbed his bow, and saw Sapphira crouched over Brom, who had rolled off the ledge and was thrashing on the cold stone. His face was twisted in a snarl, fists clenched, body arching with violent tremors. Eragon's heart slammed. He lunged forward and grabbed Brom's arms, crying to Murtagh for help. The old man's spasms wrenched at Eragon's injured ribs, sending white-hot pain shooting through his side. As they wrestled Brom still, a dark, wry thought cut through the panic. This was not the heroic adventure he'd imagined. No dragon-riding glory, no epic battles, just a feverish old man and a horse that needed a mountain guide. But then the convulsions stopped, and the humor died. They eased Brom back onto the ledge, and Eragon laid a palm on his forehead. The heat radiated off him like a forge. "Water and a cloth," he ordered, his voice steady now. Murtagh brought them, and Eragon gently bathed the old man's face, trying to pull the fever out. As the cave fell quiet, Eragon noticed the bright morning sun slanting through the entrance. He'd slept longer than he thought. Sapphira said she'd been watching Brom the whole time, and he'd been fine until a moment ago. Then a thin hand clawed at Eragon's shoulder. Brom's eyes snapped open, glassy and wild. "You," he gasped. "Bring me the wineskin." "Brom," Eragon's heart leapt. "You shouldn't drink wine. It'll only make you worse." "Bring it, boy, just bring it," the old man wheezed, his hand sliding off. Eragon tore through the saddlebags with frantic hands, scattering gear everywhere. "I can't find it," he shouted, searching wildly. Murtagh stepped in, holding out his own leather pouch. Eragon grabbed it, dropped to his knees beside Brom, and said, "I have the wine." Murtagh quietly slipped to the mouth of the cave, leaving them in privacy. Brom's voice came faint and raw. "Good! Now wash my right hand with it." Before Eragon could ask anything, Brom cut him off. "No questions. I haven't time." Mystified, Eragon pulled the stopper and poured the dark liquid over Brom's palm, rubbing it across his fingers and the back of his hand. "More!" Brom rasped. Eragon doused it again and scrubbed until a brown stain began to wash away from the old man's skin. Eragon stopped, mouth open, staring at the hand beneath, because the color was not a wound, and what it revealed was something he could not yet understand. When Eragon caught sight of the mark on Brom's palm, the Gedwi Ignatia, he couldn't hide his shock. "You were a rider?" Brom's smile flickered with old pain. "Once, long ago, but not any more. I was chosen as a boy, younger than you are now, and trained among the riders. I became friends with another apprentice named Morzan before he turned against us. He betrayed everything to Galbatorix, and in the fighting at Doru Ariaba, My dragon was killed. Her name was Saphira." Eragon drew a sharp breath that had been more than 100 years ago. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Brom let out a weak laugh. "Because there was no need." He paused, his breathing ragged, his knuckles white. "I'm old, Eragon. So old, my dragon died, but my life stretched on beyond reason. At my age, you glance back and see only faded scraps of memory, then look ahead and wonder how many empty years remain. I still grieve for my Saphira. I still hate Galbatorix for what he stole from me." His fevered eyes dug into Eragon's. "Don't let that happen to you. Guard Saphira with your very life, because without her, nothing else matters." Eragon shook his head, worry creeping into his voice. "You shouldn't talk like that. Nothing's going to happen to her." Brom turned his face away, then looked back. "Maybe I'm rambling." Then, with a sudden bitter chuckle, he added, "I've outlasted empires and outlived kings. Surely I can outwit a little wound." The bravado faded quickly. "Eragon, I don't have much time left. This wound is draining me. Will you accept my blessing?" Tears welled in Eragon's eyes. "You'll be okay. You don't have to do this." But Brom insisted, and Eragon bowed his head. Brom placed a trembling hand on his brow and spoke the blessing. Then he beckoned Eragon closer, and in a whisper barely audible he spoke 7 words in the ancient language, explaining their meaning even more softly. "That is all I have to give you. Use them only in greatest need." He turned his dimming eyes toward the ceiling, "And now," he murmured, "for the greatest adventure of all." Eragon wept as he held Brom's hand, refusing food and drink, keeping a vigil that stretched through the long hours. A grey pallor spread across Brom's skin, his eyes grew dull, and the air around him turned cold and heavy. Powerless, Eragon could only watch as the wound took its toll. When evening came and shadows stretched long, Brom suddenly stiffened. Eragon cried out for Murtagh, but there was nothing to be done. Then Brom's eyes found Eragon's one last time. A deep calm settled on his face, and he let out a soft breath. And so the storyteller died. With trembling fingers, Eragon closed Brom's eyes and rose. Saphira lifted her head and unleashed a mournful roar at the sky. Tears rolled down Eragon's cheeks as loss struck him like a blow. "We have to bury him." Murtagh warned they might be seen. "I don't care." Murtagh carried Brom's body out of the cave, along with his sword and staff, and Saphira followed. "To the top," Eragon said, his voice thick, nodding toward the crown of the sandstone hill. "We can't dig a grave out of stone," Murtagh objected. "I can." Eragon climbed the smooth slope, his ribs protesting with every step. Once Murtagh laid Brom on the stone, Eragon wiped his eyes, fixed his gaze on the sandstone, and gestured with his hand. "Moisten!" The rock rippled, flowing like liquid, and a body-length trough formed in the hilltop. He shaped the sandstone as though it were wet clay, raising low walls around the grave. The sandstone vault was unfinished when they carried Brom inside, but Eragon placed him there with the staff and sword that had defined his life. Stepping back, he raised his hand and reshaped the stone with a twist of magic, sealing it above Brom's still face and pulling it upward into a tall, gleaming spire that caught the fading light. As a last goodbye, he carved runes into the rock. "Here lies Brom, who was a dragon rider and like a father to me. May his name live on in glory." Then he lowered his head and let the grief pour out, standing motionless as the hours slipped past until the sun disappeared and night swallowed the desert. That night the dream returned, the imprisoned woman, her breathing uneven, her body trembling from something deeper than cold. He could barely make out the cell except for her hand hanging limp over the edge of the cot, and from her fingertips dark drops fell steadily. He knew it was blood. When Eragon finally woke, his eyes were raw and heavy, and every joint protested. The cave stood empty except for the horses, the litter was gone, and no trace of Brom remained. He dragged himself to the entrance and slumped onto the worn sandstone, staring out at the land. So the witch, Angela, had been right after all. Death had been waiting in his future. He almost laughed. Thanks for the warning, he thought bitterly. A single tear rolled down his lifeless face and vanished in the morning sun, leaving a dry, salty crust on his skin. He closed his eyes, trying to empty his mind, and scraped at the rock with his fingernail without thinking. When he looked down, he had written. Why me? Murtagh found him like that, climbing up to the cave with a pair of dead rabbits slung over his shoulder. He said nothing at first, just sat beside Eragon and waited. "How are you?" he finally asked. "Very ill," Eragon said. Murtagh studied him carefully. "Do you think you'll recover?" Eragon only shrugged. After a long pause, Murtagh spoke again, his voice low. "I hate to bring this up now, but I need to know. Is your Brom the same Brom? The one who helped steal a dragon egg from the king, chased it across the Empire, and killed Morzan in a duel? I heard you say his name. I read what you carved on that grave, but I have to be certain. Was that him?" "It was," Eragon said quietly. A shadow crossed Murtagh's face. "How do you know all this? You talk about things most people never hear, and you were trailing the Razak right when we needed help. Are you one of the Varden?" Murtagh's eyes turned unreadable. "I'm running away, just like you." There was a heavy, restrained sorrow underneath his words. "I don't belong to the Varden or the Empire. I owe no one allegiance but myself. As for rescuing you, I'd heard whispers of a new rider, and I figured that following the Razak might tell me whether the rumors were true." "I thought you wanted to kill the Razak," Eragon said. Murtagh gave a grim smile. "I do, but if I'd killed them, I never would have met you. And Brom would still be alive," Eragon thought. "I wish he were here. He'd know whether to trust this man." He remembered how Brom had read Trevor's intentions back in Dirrit, and he wondered if he could do the same with Murtagh. He reached out with his consciousness, searching for Murtagh's mind, but slammed into a wall of iron, hard and unyielding. He tried to find a way around it, but Murtagh's entire mind was fortified, sealed off like a castle under siege. How did he learn that? Brom had said almost no one could build such a barrier without training. So who was Murtagh to possess that kind of ability? Pensive and lonely, Eragon asked, "Where is Saphira?" "I don't know," Murtagh said. "She followed me for a while when I went hunting, then flew off on her own. I haven't seen her since before noon." Eragon pushed himself to his feet and walked back into the cave, Murtagh right behind him. "What are you going to do now?" "I'm not sure." And he didn't want to think about it. He rolled up his blankets and lashed them to Cadoc's saddlebags, wincing as his ribs protested. Murtagh moved off to prepare the rabbits. As Eragon shifted the contents of his pack, his fingers brushed against Zarok. The red sheath caught the dim light, gleaming like old blood. He drew the sword out, felt its familiar weight in his hands, and stood there, holding it, wondering what it would demand of him next. Eragon had never so much as buckled on Zarok outside of his private sparring sessions with Brom, always wary of prying eyes. But that caution evaporated the instant the Razak recoiled at the sight of the blade. Their fear was reason enough to wear it openly. He shivered as he slung his bow aside and fastened the sword belt around his waist. "This is who I am now. Let them all stare. I'm a rider, and I'll carry that truth like a weapon." He rummaged through Brom's belongings, just the usual clothing, a few odds and ends, and a small pouch of coins, but the map of Alagacia was the real prize. He tucked the pack away and settled near the fire. Murtagh looked up from the rabbit he was skinning, eyes narrowing. "That sword, mind if I take a look?" He wiped his hands and reached for it. Eragon hesitated, then nodded, though every instinct screamed at him to keep the blade close. Murtagh turned the weapon over, studying the strange symbol etched into the steel, his face clouded. "Where did you get this? Brom gave it to me. Why?" He thrust the sword back with more force than necessary, jaw tightening. "That sword's reputation was infamous long before it ever fell into your hands. Its last owner was Morzan, a butcher, if there ever was one. I took you for an enemy of the Empire, and here you are carrying one of the Forsworn's blood-soaked relics." Eragon stared at the blade, stunned. It clicked. Brom must have taken it from Morzan after their showdown in Gilead. "Brom never said where it came from," he admitted. "I had no idea it was Morzan's." Murtagh let out a disbelieving laugh. He hid that from you? Odd. I can't think why he'd bother. Join the club. He had plenty of secrets. Irrigan's stomach churned at the thought of wielding the weapon that had once betrayed the riders. This blade likely ended more than a few riders' lives. And dragons too, which made it even worse. But then the defiance kicked in. Still, I'm keeping it. I've got no sword of my own, and I'm not about to fight the Empire bare-handed. Zarok will do just fine until something better comes along. Murtagh flinched at the name, but didn't argue. Your call, he muttered, turning back to the rabbit. They ate in heavy silence. The hot food helped a bit, even if it couldn't fix the hollow ache in Errigan's chest. When their bowls were scraped clean, he spoke. I need to sell my horse. Why not Brom's? Murtagh asked, irritation giving way to curiosity. Snowfire? Brom promised to take care of him. I'm going to honor that. He paused, jaw set. It's the least I can do for the man who gave me everything. Murtagh considered this, setting his bowl down. We can probably find a buyer in one of the villages along the way. We? Errigan raised an eyebrow. Murtagh gave him a sideways look that felt too calculating for comfort. You're not planning to camp here much longer, are you? If the Razak are out there, Brom's grave is a beacon. And let's be honest, you're in rough shape. You can do magic, sure, but you need someone who can lift supplies and draw a sword. I'm offering to ride with you, at least for now. Fair warning, though, the Empire has a price on my head. Blood will follow. Irrigan let out a wheezy laugh, then winced as his ribs protested. A few tears slipped out, more from pain than anything else. The whole army could be hunting you, and I wouldn't care. You're right, I need the help. You're welcome to come, but I'll need to check with Saphira first, and don't think you're the only one with enemies. Galbatorix might just send his entire army after me. You won't be any safer with us. I know, Murtagh said with a grin. Doesn't change my mind. Good. Errigan smiled, a flicker of warmth breaking through the gloom. A soft rustling announced Saphira's return as she slipped into the cave and curled up near them. Her mind brushed against his, relieved he was on his feet, but heavy with sorrow. She rested her enormous blue head on the stone floor. Are you truly better? Mostly. I miss him. So do I. Saphira's voice faltered. I never imagined he was a rider. Brom had indeed been ancient, his years rivaling those of the Forsworn themselves. Every lesson he taught about magic must have come straight from the riders. Saphira shifted, her scales scraping against the dry rock. I knew what he was the moment he touched me at your farm. Errigan blinked. And you never told me. Why? He asked me not to, she said simply. Errigan decided not to make an issue of it. Saphira had never meant to hurt him, but Brom had kept other secrets too, and Errigan went on to tell her about Zarok and how Murtagh had reacted to seeing it. I understand now why Brom never explained the sword's origins when he gave it to me. If he had, I probably would have run from him at the first chance. You would do well to rid yourself of that blade, Saphira said with distaste. It's a peerless weapon, I know, but you'd be better off carrying a normal sword than Morzan's butchery tool. Errigan considered that. Maybe, Saphira. Where does our path go from here? Murtagh offered to come with us. I don't know his past, but he seems honest enough. Should we go to the Varden now? Only I don't know how to find them. Brom never told us. He told me, Saphira said. Errigan felt a flare of anger. Why would he trust you with this knowledge and not me? She stood above him, her scales rustling, her eyes deep and unreadable. After we left Term and were attacked by the Urgles, he told me many things, some of which I won't repeat unless necessary. He was worried about his own death and what would happen to you after it. One thing he gave me was the name of a man, Dormnad, who lives in Gilead. He can help us find the Varden. Brom also wanted you to know that of all the people in Alagaesia, he believed you were the best suited to inherit the rider's legacy. Tears welled in Errigan's eyes. That was the greatest praise Brom could ever have given him. A responsibility I will bear honorably. Good. Then we go to Gilead. Eragon said, strength and purpose returning to his voice. And what about Murtagh? Do you think he should come with us? We owe him our lives, Saphira said, but even if we didn't, he's seen both you and me. We should keep him close, so he doesn't furnish the Empire with our location and descriptions, willingly or not. Eragon agreed, then told her about his dream. What I saw disturbed me. I feel time is running out for her. Something dreadful is going to happen soon. She's in mortal danger, I'm sure of it, but I don't know how to find her. She could be anywhere. What does your heart say? Saphira asked. My heart died a while back, Eragon said with a hint of dark humor. However, I think we should go north to Gilead. With any luck, one of the towns or cities along the way might be where this woman is held. I'm afraid my next dream of her will show a grave. I couldn't stand that. Why? I'm not sure, he said, shrugging. It's just that when I see her, I feel as if she's precious and shouldn't be lost. It's very strange. Saphira opened her long mouth and laughed silently, her fangs gleaming. What is it? Eragon snapped. She merely shook her head and padded away, leaving him to grumble. Eragon then told Murtagh what they had decided. Murtagh said, If you find this Dormnad and then continue on to the Varden, I will leave you. Encountering the Varden would be as dangerous for me as walking unarmed into Uruben with a fanfare of trumpets to announce my arrival. We won't have to part any time soon, Eragon said. It's a long way to Gilead. His voice cracked slightly and he squinted at the sun to distract himself. We should leave before the day grows any older. Are you strong enough to travel? Murtagh asked, frowning. I have to do something or I'll go crazy, Eragon said brusquely. Sparring, practicing magic, or sitting around twiddling my thumbs aren't good options right now, so I choose to ride. They doused the fire, packed their gear, and led the horses out of the cave. A cold wind swept across the valley as Eragon handed Cadoc's and Snowfire's reins to Murtagh. Go on, I'll be right down. Murtagh began the slow descent from the cave. Eragon struggled up the sandstone, resting when his side made it impossible to breathe. At the summit, Saphira was already waiting. They stood side by side in front of Brom's resting place, letting the weight of their loss settle around them. He's really gone, Eragon thought, and the idea still felt impossible. Just before he turned to leave, Saphira stretched out her long neck and touched the tomb with the tip of her nose. A low hum vibrated from her chest, and the sandstone began to glow as if lit from within. Light spread across the surface like liquid gold, then shifted into intricate white patterns that twisted and curled like frozen flames. Sparkling reflections danced across the ground, throwing soft colors onto the grass. When Saphira stepped back, the rough stone had become a smooth, translucent vault, and beneath it, Brom's face was clearly visible. He looked peaceful, almost as if he might wake at any moment. Eragon stared, caught between awe and grief. "What did you do?" he asked softly. Saphira's answer came to him like a quiet echo. "I gave him the only gift I could. Now time will never touch him. He can rest undisturbed for all eternity." "Thank you," Eragon said, placing a hand on her warm side. Then the two of them turned and made their way down together. The next morning every breath was a punishment. His cracked ribs screamed with even the slightest movement, and he could not take a deep breath without a burst of pain. Still, he refused to stop. Saphira flew close overhead, her mind brushing against his like a silent anchor whenever the ache became too much. Murtagh rode beside Cadoc with the easy confidence of a man who had spent his life in the saddle. Eragon found himself watching the grey horse move. "You have a beautiful animal. What's his name?" "Tornak," Murtagh said, patting the stallion's neck. "After the man who taught me to fight. I got him when he was just a foal. There's no braver or smarter horse in all of Alagasia except maybe your dragon." "He's magnificent," Eragon said, and meant it. Murtagh laughed. "He'd have to be. Snowfire is the only mount I've ever seen that even comes close, though they covered only a few miles that day. Being on the move again helped Eragon more than he expected. It kept his thoughts from drifting back to graves and goodbyes. Their path took them through unsettled country, with the road to Dras Leona lying several leagues to the west. They gave the city a wide berth and angled north toward Gilead, which sat nearly as far up as Carvajal. At a small village, Eragon handed Caddoc over to a new owner. Watching the horse walk away stirred a quiet ache in his chest, but he pocketed the coins and forced himself not to look back. One afternoon a lone hawk circled above them for nearly an hour, and Eragon chose to take it as a good sign. In the days that followed he discovered that he and Murta could argue happily for hours about bowstrings, fletching, and the best way to track a wounded deer. They never talked about their pasts, and that was fine. Eragon did not explain how he had found Saphira or what had happened to Brom, and Murtagh offered no reason why the Empire had sent soldiers after him. It was a simple agreement, and it worked. Yet being so close to someone for so long made it impossible not to learn things. Eragon noticed how easily Murtagh spoke of noble houses, courtly schemes, and the shifting loyalties of the powerful. He knew things most ordinary travellers would never know, and that made Eragon uneasy. He listened carefully and kept his suspicions to himself. The first week passed without any sign of the Razak, which eased some of the tension in Eragon's shoulders. They still kept watches at night, but the empty landscape remained quiet. He had expected to find Urgles lurking on the road to Gilead, but there was no trace of them. I thought these wild places would be swarming with monsters, he mused. Then again, I won't complain about an uneventful road. The woman no longer haunted his dreams, and when he tried to scry her, he saw only an empty cell. Every time they passed a town, he made a point of checking whether it had a jail. Whenever rumour put her in a nearby town, Eragon thought about slipping in with a false face and a different gait, but every visit turned up nothing. The wanted posters grew thicker as they travelled, his name, his description, and a reward hefty enough to make any farmer drag him to the local garrison. By the time they neared the capital, Uruben, his disguises had become small performances, complete with altered walks and invented accents. The city itself was a maze of crowded streets, and soldiers held every bridge and toll gate. A single wrong word could have ended them, so they spent several sullen, exhausting days creeping around the outskirts. Once past Uruben, they came to the edge of the Great Plain, the same one Eragon had crossed after leaving Palancar Valley, though now he saw it from the opposite side. Keeping to the grassland's perimeter, they headed north along the Ramra River. Eragon's 16th birthday arrived in the middle of nowhere. Back in Carvajal, there would have been a feast, a toast, maybe his name cheered by the whole village. Out here, the only tribute was a dying fire and a dull ache in his ribs. A grand celebration it was, Murtagh whittling in silence, Saphira's steady breathing, and the sky turning grey overhead. He didn't mention it. Saphira was nearly 6 months old, and she made a better marker of time anyway. Her wings had become vast, every inch strained to lift her heavy muscles and dense bones. The fangs jutting from her jaw were as thick as Eragon's fist, with points as sharp as the blade he now carried. The last bandage came off one bright morning. The Razak's boot had left only a thin scar over his ribs. Saphira watched him from a few yards away, her eyes half-lidded. Eragon stretched cautiously, then with more confidence when the pain stayed away. He flexed and twisted, pleased. In another life he might have laughed. But Brom's death had closed something inside him, and joy didn't come as easily now. He pulled on his tunic and walked to the small fire. Murtagh sat there, shaving a piece of wood. Eragon drew Zarok. Murtagh's shoulders went tight, though his expression didn't change. "Now that I can move without wincing, want to spar?" Eragon asked. Murtagh tossed the stick away. "With live blades, we'd kill each other. Give me your sword." Murtagh hesitated, then handed over his long hand and a half-sword. Eragon blunted both edges with a whisper of magic, the trick Brom had taught him. "I'll undo it when we're done." Murtagh weighed the blade, tested its balance, and nodded. "It'll do." Eragon dulled Zarok as well, settled into his fighting crouch, and swung at Murtagh's shoulder. Steel rang against steel. Eragon broke off with a flourish, lunged, then had to riposte as Murtagh danced away. "He's fast." They pounded at each other, neither gaining an inch. Then, after a furious exchange, Murtagh burst out laughing. It was absurd, two fighters so evenly matched that they grew tired at exactly the same rate. Grinning despite themselves, they kept at it until their arms felt like lead and sweat rolled off their backs. "Enough, Helt!" Eragon shouted. Murtagh stopped mid-swing and dropped to the ground with a gasp. Eragon staggered over and collapsed beside him, chest heaving. None of his bouts with Brom had been this brutal. "You're incredible," Murtagh panted. "I've studied swordplay my whole life, but I've never met anyone like you. You could be the king's weapon master." "You're just as good," Eragon said. "Tornak could open a fencing school and make a fortune. People would travel from all over Alagasia to learn from him. He's dead." Murtagh's voice went flat. Eragon said nothing. That evening's duel became their custom, keeping both of them sharp and lean like a pair of matched blades. Once he was healthy, Eragon turned back to magic, and Murtagh proved surprisingly curious. He knew a great deal about how the art worked, more than most outsiders, though he lacked the finer points and could not use it himself. It almost seemed he had been waiting for Eragon to start, as if talking about it was the closest he could come to wielding it. All through the ride north, whenever Eragon practiced the ancient language under his breath, Murtagh would listen without comment, breaking in only to ask what a particular word meant. Once, with a grin, Murtagh asked whether there was an ancient word for stubborn, and Eragon refused to answer. They reined in side by side on a low ridge overlooking Gilead. The journey had taken nearly a month, and spring had finally pushed winter aside. Eragon felt changed by the road, less jumpy and more settled, like a blade that had been sharpened. Brom was still in his thoughts, and he sometimes spoke of him with Saphira, but he tried not to dwell on the loss. From a distance, Gilead looked crude and unwelcoming. Log houses crowded together in crooked rows while dogs yapped in the lanes. A heavy stone fortress dominated the center, and blue wood smoke hung over everything. The town had the feel of a temporary trading post, not a place meant to last. 5 miles past it, the hazy shore of Isonstar Lake stretched along the horizon. They pitched camp 2 miles out, deliberately, far from any listening ears. As their stew simmered, Murtagh said, "I don't think you should be the one to go into Gilead." Eragon frowned. "Why not? I can disguise myself well enough, and Dormnad will want to see the Gedway Ignasia before he believes I'm a rider." "Maybe," Murtagh said, "but the Empire wants you far more than it wants me. If I'm caught, I can break free eventually. If you're caught, they'll drag you to the king and let him decide how long you suffer before you either join him or die. And Gilead isn't just a town, it's an army staging ground. Those aren't houses out there, they're barracks. Walk in there, and you'd be handing yourself over without a fight." Eragon wanted to argue, but he knew Murtagh wasn't wrong. He asked Saphira for her opinion. She wrapped her tail around his legs and lay down beside him. "You shouldn't have to ask," she said. "He speaks sense. I can give him certain words that will convince Dormnad he's telling the truth on your behalf. And if anyone has to risk being captured, let it be him. He would live through it. You might not." Eragon grimaced, hating the idea of sending Murtagh into danger for their sake. But he nodded. "All right," he said, forcing the words out. "You can go. If anything goes wrong, I'm coming after you." Murtagh laughed. Now that would be a legend. The lone rider charging the king's entire army single-handedly. He shook his head, still smiling, and stood. "Is there anything I should know before I go?" Eragon hesitated. "Shouldn't we wait until tomorrow? Why, the longer we stay, the more likely we'll be discovered. If this Dormnad can take you to the Varden, we need him now. Neither of us should be near Gilead any longer than a few days." Saphira's dry voice slipped into Eragon's mind. Again, wisdom flies out of his mouth without any effort. She told him exactly what needed to be said to Dormnad, and Eragon relayed it to Murtagh. "Very well," Murtagh said, adjusting his sword. "Unless there's trouble, I'll be back within a couple of hours. Save some of that stew for me." He waved, swung onto Tornak, and rode off toward the city. Eragon sat by the fire, tapping Zarok's pommel. The flames sank lower, and a cold wind stirred the grass. Hours passed. Murtagh didn't return. Eragon got up and paced the camp, sword in hand. Saphira lay motionless, her eyes fixed on Gilead. Only her gaze moved. Neither of them said what they were afraid of, but Irrigan quietly got his saddle ready in case he had to leave in a hurry. Then Saphira snapped, "Look." Irrigan spun toward Gilead and saw a horseman burst out of the city, riding at full speed. "I don't like this," he said, swinging onto Saphira's back. "Be ready to fly." "I'm ready for more than that." As the rider tore toward them, Irrigan recognized Murtagh, bent low over Tornak. No one was chasing him, but he didn't slow down. He galloped straight into camp, threw himself off the horse, and drew his sword in one motion. "What's wrong?" Irrigan asked. Murtagh scanned the darkness. "Did anyone follow me from Gilead?" "We didn't see anyone." "Good. Then let me eat before I explain. I'm ravenous." He grabbed a bowl and started eating like he hadn't seen food in days. After wolfing down a few mouthfuls, Murtagh spoke with food still in his cheek. "Dormnad agreed to meet us outside Gilead at sunrise tomorrow. If he buys that you're a real rider and that this isn't a trap, he'll take you to the Varden." Irrigan glanced at the dark horizon. "Where exactly?" Murtagh pointed west toward a low hill on the far side of the road. "There." Irrigan set down his plate. "So what happened in town?" Murtagh scooped another helping of stew and shrugged. "The problem is almost stupidly simple. Somebody who knows my face spotted me in a street. I turned and ran, but he'd already gotten a good look." Irrigan frowned. "Will he tell anyone?" Murtagh gave a dry laugh. "If you had ever met this man, you wouldn't ask. His jaw is permanently unhinged, and whatever drifts through his head falls straight out of his mouth. The real question is who gets to hear it before the night ends. If word lands with the wrong people, we are in deep trouble." Irrigan tried to sound hopeful. "I doubt soldiers are going to come hunting us in the dark. At least we're safe until sunrise, and after that we'll be leaving with Dormnad." Murtagh shook his head. "Not we, you. I told you before I'm not going to the Varden." Irrigan's stomach tightened. He had come to see Murtagh as more than a travelling companion. The thought of splitting up felt like losing a brother. He started to argue, but Saphira's calm voice slid into his mind. "Not now. Wait till tomorrow." Irrigan shut his mouth and nodded glumly. They talked until the night deepened and the sky filled with cold stars. Then they slept, with Saphira keeping the first watch. 2 hours before dawn, Irrigan woke to a tingling in his palm. The camp was silent, too silent, and something pressed on his awareness like an invisible splinter. He buckled on Zarok, rose without a sound, and scanned the trees. Saphira lifted her head, bright eyes catching the pale light. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Not sure," Irrigan whispered. He saw nothing amiss, but the feeling would not fade. Saphira tested the air and let out a thin hiss. "Horses are near, but they are not moving, and they carry a smell I do not like." Irrigan slipped over to Murtagh and shook his shoulder. Murtagh woke instantly, a dagger already in his fist, then relaxed when he saw Irrigan. Irrigan put a finger to his lips and breathed, "Horses are nearby." Murtagh answered by drawing his sword. They positioned themselves on either side of Saphira and waited, muscles coiled. The morning star climbed into the east, and a squirrel scolded from a branch. Then a rough snarl broke out behind them. Irrigan spun. A huge urgle stood at the camp's edge, hefting a mattock with a long spike at the end. How did he get so close? Irrigan thought, his heart slamming. "We never saw tracks." The urgle roared and swung the weapon, but didn't charge. Irrigan thrust his hand forward and shouted, "Brysinger!" The creature's face twisted in terror as he burst in a flash of blue fire. Blood slapped Irrigan, and something dark and heavy flew past. To his left, Saphira bugled and reared, and Irrigan understood too late that this had been a distraction. A group of urgles was pouring in from the side. "Really? I fell for that?" he snapped at himself as steel rang out. Murtagh had already crashed into the nearest attackers. Irrigan tried to join him, but 4 urgles blocked the way. The first swung a sword at his shoulder. He ducked and burned the brute down with magic. The next caught Zarok in the throat, and Eragon spun, ripping the blade through a third's chest. The fourth rushed him with a heavy club. Eragon saw it coming and tried to raise his sword in time, but he was a heartbeat late. The club slammed into his skull, and in that white-hot instant he screamed, "Fly, Saphira!" An explosion of light swallowed the world, and he went limp in the dark. The first thing Eragon registered through his foggy brain was the absurd truth that he was warm and dry. His cheek pressed against rough homespun fabric, and when he finally managed to pry his eyes open, he found himself staring up at a stone ceiling with no memory of how he'd gotten there. His hands were free, which unsettled him in a way he couldn't quite name. He lay still for a long moment, gathering strength, then pushed himself upright and took in his surroundings: a narrow cot with a lumpy mattress, bare stone walls, a barred window set high overhead, and a heavy iron door with a small grated opening at eye level. Dried blood flaked off his cheek when he moved, and for a heartbeat he panicked, certain it was his own, until he realized there was no fresh wound beneath it. His skull throbbed with a deep, punishing ache from the blow he'd taken, and his thoughts swam in a strange, stubborn fog. He reached for magic, tried to summon the ancient words for light or fire, but they slipped away like water through a sieve. "They've drugged me," he realized, the thought arriving through sludge. He groaned, pushed himself upright, missing the familiar weight of Zarok at his hip, and lurched to the wall. Standing on his toes, he gripped the bars and peered out. The window sat level with the ground outside, which explained the steady stream of boots clattering past. A busy street ran alongside his cell, thronged with people moving between rows of identical timber houses. He watched them for a moment, and something about the scene gnawed at him, a splinter of unease he couldn't locate. His mind was too sluggish to hold the thread. He sank to the floor, sat with his back against the cold wall, and stared at nothing, trying to breathe through the thudding in his skull. The door rattled open, and a man stepped in, not an Urgle, but a plain, bored-looking fellow in rough clothes. He set a wooden tray carrying a bowl of watery cabbage soup and a pitcher of water on the cot, then left without a single word. Eragon stared at the offering. How thoughtful! Maybe room service would arrive with a mint on the pillow next. He forced down a couple of bites of the thin soup and a chunk of stale bread, but his stomach turned and he dropped the spoon. It was only then, staring at the uneaten meal, that the glaring contradiction finally punched through the fog. He'd been captured by Urgles. So why was a human serving his dinner? He grappled with the paradox, but his brain refused to cooperate, and with a mental shrug he filed the mystery away for later hours crawled by. Light through the high window shifted from pale white to amber. Another tray arrived, same soup, same bread, same silent messenger. This time he managed to eat without feeling sick, forcing down every bite with the determination of someone who needed his strength. When he finished, he decided there was nothing better to do, stretched out on the cot and let sleep pull at him. Then a gate clanged open somewhere beyond the door, and the thunder of steel-shod boots filled the corridor, growing louder and louder until it felt like someone was beating a pot inside his skull. He grumbled into the mattress. Couldn't they let him rest in peace? Exhaustion warred with curiosity, and curiosity won. He dragged himself to the door, blinking like an owl disturbed from its roost, and pressed his eye to the grate. The hallway beyond was nearly 10 yards across, lined with cells that mirrored his own. A column of soldiers marched through the center, swords drawn, every man clad in matching armor with the same hard expression stamped on his face. Their boots struck the stone in perfect mechanical rhythm, never missing a beat, the sound swelling to an almost hypnotic drum roll beneath the flickering torchlight. It was a display of force designed to crush opposition before a single blow was struck. Eragon watched until boredom crept in. Then he noticed a break in the column, and his breath caught. Between two burly soldiers hung the limp figure of an unconscious woman. Her long, midnight black hair obscured her face, despite the leather strip bound around her head to hold back the tresses. She wore dark leather pants and a fitted shirt with a shiny belt cinched around her slim waist. An empty sheath hung from her right hip, and knee-high boots covered her calves and small feet. Her head lolled to one side, and Eragon gasped as if he'd been struck in the stomach. The world tilted. She was the woman from his dreams, the one who had haunted his sleep for weeks. Her sculpted face was as perfect as a painting, round chin, high cheekbones, long lashes that brushed against her skin. A scrape ran along her jaw, the only flaw in her beauty, and even that couldn't diminish her. She was the fairest woman he had ever seen. Eragon's blood burned as they carried her past, and the fog in his mind finally lifted, burned away by a surge of fierce, protective heat he hadn't known he was capable of feeling. Something stirred awake inside him, a foreign, burning drive he'd never encountered before. It was like obsession, but sharper, almost a feverish hunger. Then the woman's hair shifted, and he spotted pointed ears beneath the strands. A cold shiver raced down his spine. An elf. The soldiers kept marching, pulling her out of sight. Next came a tall figure, proud and imposing, with a black cape flowing behind him. His face was bone white, his hair was red like fresh spilled blood. As he passed Eragon's cell, the man turned, locking eyes with him. Maroon irises that seemed to swallow light. His lips curled into a predatory grin, revealing teeth filed to razor points. Eragon recoiled. He knew exactly what this creature was. A shade. Of all the horrors in the world, a shade. The procession moved on, leaving Eragon alone on the cold floor, arms wrapped around himself. Even with his mind fogged, he understood what a shade's presence meant. Wherever those monsters walked, blood followed like a faithful dog. What in the blazes is a shade doing here? The guards should have cut him down the moment they saw him, but the thought of the elf woman surfaced again, and that strange magnetic pull seized him. I have to get out of here. But the haze in his head swallowed his resolve, and he collapsed onto the cot. By the time the corridor quieted, he was out cold. When Eragon woke, his mind felt clearer, sharper. He knew instantly. Gilead. They'd messed up. The drug was losing its grip. He tried to reach out to Saphira, tried to summon magic, but both stayed stubbornly out of reach. A knot of anxiety twisted in his gut as he wondered whether she and Murtagh had escaped. He stretched, moving to the window. The city was just waking up, streets nearly empty except for a pair of ragged beggars. He reached for the water pitcher, his thoughts still churning about the elf and the shade. The water smelled wrong, faint, but unmistakable, like stale perfume gone sour. He grimaced and set it down. Of course, the drug's in here, and probably in the food too. He remembered how long it had taken to shake off the Razak's dose. If I can just avoid eating and drinking long enough, that poison will wear off. Then I can free the elf. A smile crept across his face at the thought. He settled into a corner, letting his imagination build rescue scenarios. An hour later, the portly jailer shuffled in with a tray. Eragon waited until the door clanked shut, then carried the food to the window. Bread, cheese, and onion, simple fare, but the smell made his stomach growl like a trapped animal. He shoved it all out onto the street, hoping nobody below would notice the strange rain of breakfast. He spent the rest of the day trying to push through the drug's fog. Focus came hard, but slowly his mind sharpened. He dredged up bits of the ancient language, muttered them under his breath. Nothing happened. The frustration was nearly enough to make him scream. Lunch went out the window too. Hunger gnawed at him, but thirst was the real enemy. Every breath scraped his mouth dry, and his thoughts kept drifting to cool, clean water. Still, he forced himself to leave the pitcher alone. A commotion broke the silence in the hallway. A man was shouting, "You can't go in there. Orders were clear. No one sees him." "Really?" A smooth voice sliced through. "And will you be the one to die stopping me, Captain?" A pause, then a subdued reply, "No." "But the king—" "I'll handle the king." The voice was ice. "Now unlock the door." Keys rattled outside Eragon's cell. He forced his face into a lazy, confused mask. "I can't react. Whatever I see, I can't react." The door swung open, and his breath caught in his throat as he stared into the shade's face. The face before him had the hollow, brittle quality of something that had been dead a long time, with skin stretched thin over bone, as if death had merely paused instead of finishing its work. A cold smile cracked across those features, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. The figure spoke in a voice like silk over rust. "Greetings. I have waited a long while for this meeting." Eragon's tongue felt thick and useless. "Who are you?" "No one of consequence," the shade answered, settling onto a stool with a theatrical sweep of his dark cloak. His eyes, deep maroon, glowed with a quiet menace that made the damp air feel colder. "My name would mean nothing to someone in your condition. It is you who interests me, so tell me, who are you?" The question sounded harmless, but Eragon knew better. There was a hook buried somewhere in it, a snare he could not see. His head ached from the foul water they had brought him, but he forced his thoughts into a clumsy shuffle. He let his face go slack, pretended to wrestle with the words, then gave a slow, muddled answer. "I am not sure. My name is Eragon, but that is not all I am, is it?" The shade laughed, a sharp sound like snapped ice. "No, it is not. You have an interesting mind, young rider." He leaned forward, and the skin across his forehead was so delicate Eragon could see tiny veins moving beneath it. "Let me be more direct. What is your name?" Eragon started to answer, but the shade cut him off with a flick of a long, pale hand. "Not that one. You have another one you rarely use." The realization hit Eragon like a splash of cold river water. This creature wanted his true name, the secret thing that would give him power over his soul. But Eragon did not know it himself. Brom had said as much once, that a true name was hidden deep and only revealed in moments of perfect truth. So he did the only thing he could. He built a lie. He scrambled his thoughts, rearranged letters in his mind like a man juggling broken glass, and finally offered a stupid bobbing nod. "Brom told it to me once. It was, Du Sundavar Frio, death of the shadows." The words landed like a dropped stone in a silent well. For a long moment the shade did not move, his hooded eyes veiled behind half-closed lids. The air in the cell grew heavy and still, as if the room itself were holding its breath. Eragon felt a spark of wild, reckless satisfaction. Maybe he had overplayed his hand. Maybe he had just signed his own death warrant. But watching the shade's composed mask flicker with something like unease, he decided it was worth it. When the silence stretched too long, Eragon tilted his head and played the fool again. "Why are you here?" The shade's red eyes snapped back to him, contempt curling his lip. "To gloat, of course. What good is victory if no one is around to appreciate it?" His voice carried confidence, but the rhythm was off. Like a clock knocked slightly askew, his plans had clearly been rattled. He rose abruptly, cloak swirling. "I must attend to other matters. While I am gone, consider who you would rather serve. A rider who abandoned your order, or a fellow man like me, one who commands powers far beyond your understanding. When the time comes, there will be no comfortable middle path." He turned toward the door, then stopped dead at the sight of Eragon's water pitcher. His face went hard as granite. "Captain!" A stocky man rushed in, sword half drawn, eyes wide. "My lord? Put that toy away," the shade said with a dismissive wave. Then his voice dropped to something quieter, deadlier. "The boy has not been drinking his water. Explain." The captain swallowed. "I checked with the jailer earlier. Every bowl and plate was scraped clean." The shade's expression softened, but only slightly. "See that he drinks again?" He bent close to the captain and whispered a few words. Eragon caught only the tail end, extra dose just in case. The captain nodded and hurried out. The shade turned back one last time, a thin smile stretching his narrow lips. "We will speak again tomorrow when I am not so pressed. I find names endlessly fascinating, and I look forward to learning all the little secrets locked inside yours." The way he lingered on the word secrets made Eragon's stomach drop. When the door slammed shut, he collapsed onto the cot and pressed his palms against his eyes. Brom's lessons were the only thing holding him together now, a quiet voice in the back of his skull. "Everything has been provided for me. I only have to reach out and take it." He clung to that thought, repeating it until his pulse slowed. Then he heard boots coming down the corridor. He forced himself upright, heart hammering, and saw two soldiers dragging an elf between them, her head lolling, her feet leaving streaks in the dust. When the last trace of her vanished from his sight, Eragon sank down onto the cold stone floor and reached for the magic again. Curse after curse slipped through his teeth as the power slipped through his fingers. Beyond the barred window, the rooftops of Gilead baked under the afternoon sun. He ground his molars, squeezed his eyes shut, and forced himself to breathe. Patience. Just patience. Darkness had pooled in his cell when he jolted upright. Every nerve on fire, that strange fold in the magic had shifted. He could sense it hovering at the edge of his mind like a half-remembered name. For hours he had tried to grab hold of it, only to come up empty. Now, with his heart pounding, he clenched his fists and whispered the words that meant rise. The rough blanket flew off the cot, folded itself into a tight ball, and dropped to the floor with a soft thud. The thrill of success pushed him to his feet, overpowering the gnawing emptiness in his belly. The real test came next. Reaching out with his mind, Eragon found the lock on the door. He didn't hammer at it with brute force. Instead, he nudged the tumblers into place. There was a click, and the door creaked open. Years ago, the spell that had slain the Urgals in Yazuak had nearly sucked the life out of him. Now that same kind of effort left him only breathless. He crept into the corridor. Zarok and the elf. The elf had to be in one of these cells, but he didn't have time to search them all. The shade probably kept the sword on him. Eragon's thoughts churned. A quiet voice reminded him that he could still turn back, crawl through a window, and fly free on Saphira's back. But then the elf would rot here. Not an option. "Saphira," he called silently, "I need you." He cursed himself for not thinking of her sooner. Her reply cut through his guilt with humiliating ease. "Eragon, I'm above Gilead. Don't move. Murtagh will be therein." His mind snapped away at the clatter of boots. A squad of 6 soldiers rounded the corner and froze in shock at the sight of him and the open cell door. Their faces went pale. Well, at least they recognized him. Maybe they'd run? No such luck. "Charge!" someone yelled, and they drew steel, 6 armed men against a famished boy with no weapon. The situation was so absurd he almost laughed. Wasn't it flattering to rate an entire squad? But the image of the elf kept him rooted to the spot. He raised his hand. The mark on his palm blazed silver. The soldiers saw it and swallowed, but their training won out, and they kept coming. Eragon opened his mouth to speak the killing word, but before the syllable left his lips, the air whistled. The lead soldier pitched forward with an arrow buried in his back. 2 more collapsed in quick succession before anyone even saw the shooter. At the far end of the corridor, where the soldiers had entered, stood a ragged, bearded man with a bow. A wooden crutch lay on the floor beside him, but he wasn't using it. He stood tall and steady. The 3 remaining soldiers spun to face this new threat. Eragon seized the opening. He shouted the word that meant stop, and one of the men clutched his chest and fell. The magic's cost hit Eragon like a wave, and he swayed on his feet. A second arrow took another man through the neck. As the bowman aimed at the last soldier, Eragon yelled, "Don't kill him." The bow tilted downward. The lone survivor was gasping, his eyes so wide the whites showed. He clearly understood that mercy was being offered. Eragon stepped closer, letting his glowing palm speak for itself. "You saw what I can do," he said, his voice cold as the cell walls. "Answer me, or you'll pray for death before I'm done. Where is my sword, red sheath, red blade, and which cell holds the elf?" The soldier clamped his mouth shut. Eragon let the light in his palm grow brighter. "Wrong answer," he said, almost pleasantly. "Do you realize what a single grain of sand does when it's white hot and buried in your gut? Imagine carrying that for 20 years, feeling it slowly eat its way through you, inch by inch, down to your feet. By the time it finally burns its way out, your hair's gone grey and your back aches." He let the silence hang. "Unless you start talking." The soldier's eyes went wide, but his mouth stayed shut. Eragon scraped a few pebbles from the stone floor and gave them a mild, amused look. "This is a little bigger than a grain of sand," he said, his voice flat and calm. "But don't worry, it'll burn through you faster and leave a much messier exit." On cue, the dirt glowed cherry red without even warming his hand. That broke the soldier. Okay, don't put that in me," he yelled. "The elf's in the last cell on the left. Your sword? Probably in the guardroom upstairs. That's where they stash all the weapons." Eragon nodded, then whispered, "Slither." The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled to the floor like a sack of grain. The stranger behind him, still lurking in the shadows with that tangled beard, asked, "Did you kill him?" Eragon turned, narrowing his eyes. Something about that voice tugged at him. "Murtagh, is that really you?" The man lifted the beard away from his clean-shaven chin, letting the dim torchlight catch his familiar face. "Keep it down," Murtagh muttered. "I don't want anyone recognizing me. Answer the question." "No, he's just asleep." "How did you get in here?" Eragon asked. "No time to explain. We need to reach the next floor before somebody spots us. There's an escape window opening in a few minutes, and we're not going to wait for it." Eragon's eyes narrowed stubbornly. "Did you not hear what that guard just said? There's an elf in this prison." "I saw her." "We're not abandoning her. I need your help, Murtagh." An elf. Murtagh's jaw tightened. He stormed down the corridor, muttering under his breath about bad ideas and lost chances, but stopped in front of the cell the soldier had pointed out. From under his ragged coat he produced a heavy ring of keys. "Snagged these off one of the unconscious guards," he said, holding them out. Eragon grabbed them, sorted through the rusted metal, and finally found the right one. The door groaned open. A single ray of moonlight cut through the small window, turning the elf's face into silver. She stood tense, braced for anything, her head held like royalty even with chains nearby. Her eyes were dark green, almost black, and tilted slightly like a cat's. When they met Eragon's, an electric chill went down his spine. For a moment the world seemed to stop. Then the elf wobbled and collapsed without a sound. Eragon dove forward and caught her just before she hit the ground. She was lighter than he expected, and the scent of crushed pine needles wrapped around them. Murtagh stepped close and let out a low whistle. "She's beautiful." "But hurt," Eragon said, worry cutting through the ore. "We'll deal with that later. Can you carry her?" Eragon tried, but his legs nearly buckled. Murtagh shook his head and lifted the elf onto his own shoulders. "Fine, I'll do it. Now stop gawking and get moving." He handed Eragon a dagger and hurried back into the hallway, stepping over the scattered bodies. Together they climbed a rough stone staircase at the far end of the hall, Murtagh's boots heavy on the steps. As they reached the top, Eragon whispered, "How exactly do we slip out without getting caught?" "We don't," Murtagh grunted. That did not make Eragon feel any better. Every shadow felt like danger, every distant noise a group of guards about to corner them. Worst of all, he dreaded running into the shade. At the top of the stairs lay a banquet hall, long wooden tables, shields nailed to the walls and curved beams arching across the high ceiling. Murtagh laid the elf down on one of the tables and glanced up nervously. "Can you contact Saphira?" "Yes," Eragon said. "Tell her to hold off for another 5 minutes." "Exactly." Before Eragon could ask why, shouts rang out in the distance. A patrol of soldiers marched past the banquet room's entrance. Eragon's mouth felt dry as sandpaper. "Whatever you're planning, we don't have 5 minutes." "Just do it, and stay low," Murtagh hissed, and then disappeared into the shadows. Eragon relayed the message to Saphira, but his heart slammed when he heard boots thumping up the stairs. Exhausted and starving, he yanked the elf off the table and shoved her beneath it, squeezing in beside her and praying the darkness would hide them long enough. Eragon pressed himself flat against the floor, his knuckles white around the dagger's hilt as he held his breath. A dozen soldiers burst into the banquet room, their boots pounding like hammers. They gave only a cursory scan, a quick glance under a few tables, and then moved on. He let out a sigh, only to feel his stomach clench with a raw burn and his throat turn to sandpaper. Across the room, a half-eaten plate and a tankard caught his eye like a mirage. He sprinted from cover, snatched the food, and dove back under the table. The tankard held amber beer. He drained it in 2 huge gulps, the cool liquid soothing his parched throat like rain after a drought. He suppressed a belch and tore into a chunk of bread with savage hunger. Just then Murtagh slipped in, carrying Zarok, a curved bow, and a sword so elegant it looked like a dancer's blade. He handed the dragon rider's sword to Eragon. "Found these in the guard-room. They're strange weapons. I've never seen their like. Must belong to the elf." Eragon talked around a mouthful of bread. "Let's see if they fit." The slim blade, its crossguard curving to sharp points, slid into the elf's sheath as if made for it. He couldn't be sure about the bow, but its graceful curve left little doubt that it was hers. What now? He crammed another bite in. "We can't hide forever. The soldiers will sniff us out sooner or later." "Now we wait," Murtagh said, fitting an arrow to his own bowstring. "Like I told you, our escape is arranged." "You don't get it. There's a shade in this city. If he finds us, we're dead." Murtagh's eyes widened. "A shade, then call Saphira? Now. We were going to wait for the watch to change, but that's too late." Eragon sent the message without wasting a word, ignoring the questions burning in his mind. Murtagh's voice was tight. "You messed up my plan by escaping on your own." Eragon grinned. "Guess I should have stayed in that cell then. But your timing was perfect. I couldn't have crawled a step if I'd tried to fight those soldiers with magic." "Glad to be of some use," Murtagh said dryly. A clatter of footsteps made them both freeze. "Let's just hope the shade's not among them," Murtagh whispered. A cold laugh filled the room. "Too late for that, I'm afraid." They spun. The shade stood alone at the far end, a pale sword in his hand, the blade marked with a thin scratch. He unclasped his cape and let it fall, revealing a lean, compact body like a runner's. But Eragon knew better. Brom had warned him that the shade's appearance was a lie. That thin frame held more strength than a dozen men. "So, my young rider," the shade sneered, "do you fancy a test of skill? I should have known better than to trust the captain when he swore you ate all your food. A mistake I won't repeat." Murtagh set down his bow, hand moving to his sword. "I'll take him." "No," Eragon said quietly. "He wants me alive. I can stall him, but you'd better get us a way out." "Fine. Go. Don't take too long." Eragon drew Zarok and stepped forward, the red blade catching torchlight. The shade's maroon eyes burned like embers in a dying fire. He laughed softly, mockingly. "Do you truly think to defeat me? Du Sundavar Frior, a pitiful name. I expected something more clever from a rider. But perhaps that's all you're worth." Eragon refused to bite. He kept his gaze locked on the shade's face, waiting for any twitch that would reveal the next move. He couldn't risk magic if he tried. The shade might do the same, and then they'd both be throwing spells instead of blades. He needed the shade to believe he could win without resorting to sorcery, which, unfortunately, was probably true. But then Eragon noticed something, a small crack in the shade's confident stance, a hesitation when he'd said, "Rider." Just a flicker. Maybe it was doubt. Maybe it was something else. Eragon's lips curved into a thin smile. "Keep talking," he thought. "You're easier to read than you think." The ceiling erupted before either of them could react, a deafening crack that rattled the walls and sent dust swirling through the air like grey snow. Splintered beams rained down, clattering across the floor, while overhead came the unmistakable clash of steel and panicked screams. Eragon's gaze flicked upward just long enough to regret it. The shade seized the moment, lunging with a speed that defied reason. Eragon twisted, bringing Zarok up in a desperate arc that caught the blow meant for his ribs. The impact jarred his teeth and left his entire arm tingling. The guy hits like a runaway wagon. He gripped the sword with both hands and threw every ounce of strength into a wild swing at the shade's head. The shade parried as if swatting a fly, his blade whipping through the air with an ease that seemed unnatural. Above them the screeching grew louder, like iron claws dragging across a giant slab of slate. 3 long fissures split the ceiling, and chunks of shingle tumbled through the gaps. Eragon sidestepped one that shattered inches from his boot, but he never let his focus drift from the shade. He had trained under Brom, a true master of the blade, and had sparred with Murtagh, a deadly swordsman in his own right. None of that mattered now. The shade wasn't fighting him, he was toying with him, the way a cat plays with a mouse that refuses to learn its place. Eragon backpedaled toward Murtagh, his arms shaking with every deflected blow, each strike heavier than the last, pushing him closer to collapse. Even if he had magic left to call upon, he doubted he could muster a single spark. Then, with a flick so casual it felt almost insulting, the shade knocked Zarok clean out of Eragon's grasp. The force sent Eragon sprawling to his knees, gasping for air. The screeching above was nearly deafening now, and whatever was clawing its way down was getting close. The shade loomed over him, a look of cold amusement curling across his face. "You might be a piece on the board, but this is disappointingly weak. If the other riders fought like you, they must have held the Empire through sheer numbers alone." Eragon shook his head, a strange calm settling over him. He had figured out what Murtagh was planning. "Saphira, any time now. You're forgetting something." The shade's smirk widened. And what might that be? A thunderous crack split the air as a massive chunk of the ceiling was torn away, revealing the cold night sky beyond. Eragon shouted over the roar of debris. The dragons! The shade snarled and lunged, but his blade found only empty air. Murtagh's arrow buried itself deep in the shade's shoulder. He laughed and snapped the shaft off with 2 fingers. "You'll have to do better than—" Another arrow caught him square between the eyes, cutting him off mid-sentence. His laugh turned into a howl of agony as he writhed, clawing at his face. His skin went pale as ash, and thick mist curled around his body, swallowing him in a shroud of vapor. A piercing cry rang out, and then the cloud vanished. All that remained was his cape and a heap of clothes on the floor. Eragon stared. "You actually killed him." He knew of only 2 heroes in all of legend who had survived killing a shade. Murtagh's voice was flat. "I wouldn't be so sure about that." A shout echoed through the hall. "That's it, he failed. Go in and get them." Soldiers poured in from both doors, nets and spears ready, their boots thundering across the floor. Eragon and Murtagh pressed back against the wall, dragging the elf with them. The soldiers closed into a tight half-circle, weapons gleaming in the torchlight. That was the moment Saphira's massive head punched through the ruined ceiling, and she unleashed a roar that shook the very stones. She gripped the edge of the opening with her talons and tore away another huge section of roof as if it were parchment. 3 soldiers broke rank and fled. The rest held their ground until the center beam cracked with a resounding report, sending heavy shingles crashing down in a deadly barrage. Chaos scattered the formation as men desperately dodged the falling debris. Eragon and Murtagh pressed flat against the wall, shielding themselves from the onslaught. Saphira roared again, and whatever discipline remained evaporated. Soldiers fled in every direction, some crushed beneath the collapsing ceiling. With one final titanic effort, Saphira ripped away the last of the roof and dropped into the banquet hall with her wings folded tight, landing with a sharp crunch that splintered a table beneath her weight. Eragon let out a ragged breath of pure relief and wrapped his arms around Saphira's neck. She rumbled a warm, humming note. "I've missed you, little one." "Me too." "We've got company now. Can you manage 3? "Of course," she answered, shoving aside broken tables and scattered shingles to clear a space. Together, Eragon and Murtagh pulled the elf from her hiding spot. A surprised hiss escaped Saphira. "An elf?" "Yes, the same one from my visions," Eragon said, grabbing Zarok. With the unconscious woman settled into the saddle, both riders climbed up. "I heard fighting above us. Are there still enemies on the roof?" There were, but not any more. "Ready? Let's go." Saphira burst through the banquet hall's ruined opening and landed on the fortress roof, where fallen sentries lay scattered. "Look!" Murtagh pointed as archers poured from a tower across the roofless hall. "Saphira, take off now!" Already moving, Saphira spread her wings, dashed toward the edge, and launched herself into the night with tremendous force. The extra load dragged her downward, dangerously low. Then came the sickening twang of bows and arrows flew through the darkness. One struck Saphira's wing, and she roared, banking sharply to dodge another wave. The black sky swallowed them, saving them from further hits. Eragon bent close, heart pounding. "Where are you hurt?" "My wing membrane is pierced, and one arrow is still stuck inside. Her breath came in heavy, laboured bursts. "How far can you go?" "Far enough." Eragon's stomach twisted at that. Far enough was exactly what you said when you weren't sure you'd survive, but he forced himself to hold the elf tighter as Saphira skimmed over Gil-Ead, then angled east and climbed. She set them down on a hilltop clearing and rested her wings, trembling. Eragon's legs nearly buckled. They were barely a half-league from the city. Nearby, Snowfire and Tornak shifted nervously at the dragon's sudden arrival. Murtagh quickly gathered the reins while Eragon rushed to inspect the damage. In the blackness he felt along each wing, finding 3 punctures in the fragile membrane and a ragged tear on the left edge. Each wound was thick as his thumb. She shivered under his fingers. Using the ancient language, he whispered healing words, closing 2 small holes and the tear. The 3rd arrow was deeper, embedded in the thick muscle of her flying arm, its tip jutting through the underside and dripping warm blood. He called Murtagh over. "Hold her wing down, I need to pull this out." "This will be painful, Saphira, but it'll be over quickly. Don't fight it or you'll hurt us." She stretched her neck, caught a sapling between her teeth, tore it from the earth and clamped it in her jaws. "Ready. Good." Eragon snapped off the arrowhead, whispered, "Hold on," and yanked the shaft free. Saphira screamed through the tree, her wing jerking and clipping Murtagh across the chin, sending him to the ground. Then she shook the tree with a low snarl, spraying dirt over both of them before hurling it away. Eragon sealed the muscle with ancient words, then helped Murtagh to his feet. "She caught me by surprise." "She didn't mean to hit you," Eragon said. Saphira gave a low rumble of regret. Eragon checked the elf's faint breath. "You'll need to carry her a bit longer. We can't move fast enough with her on horseback, and flying should be easier now." Saphira dipped her head. "I will do it, thank you." He hugged her tightly, his voice thick with emotion. "What you did was incredible. I'll never forget it." Her eyes were soft when she answered, "I must go now." Then she rose, a bloom of wind swirling around her as the elf's hair streamed out like a banner. In seconds she was lost to the sky. Eragon ran to Snowfire, mounted in one motion, and tore off alongside Murtagh as they galloped. Eragon tried to piece together everything he knew about elves. They were famously long-lived, though he had no idea how long, and they spoke the ancient language, many with natural talent for magic. After the riders fell, the elves had pulled themselves away from the world, hiding somewhere unknown. No elf had been seen in the Empire for ages. So why had one appeared now, and how had she ended up captive? If she could use magic, the king's men must have drugged her, exactly as they'd done to him. They rode all night, refusing to slow even as fatigue turned their limbs clumsy and their eyes burned. At one point Eragon could have sworn he saw torches moving through the forest far behind them, a near miss that made his heart hammer. When dawn finally broke, both of them silently reined in their horses. "We have to camp," Eragon said, his voice ragged. "I need sleep, whether they catch us or not." Murtagh rubbed his eyes and nodded. "Have Saphira land, we'll meet up with her." They followed Saphira's signal to a small stream at the bottom of a cliff, where she stood with the elf still slumped across her back. The dragon gave a quiet bugle as they arrived. Murtagh helped Eragon lift the unconscious elf down and lay her on the grass. Then the 2 of them dropped against the rock wall, too spent to speak. Saphira sniffed at the elf with curiosity. "Why hasn't she woken?" Eragon asked grimly. "It's been hours. Who knows what they did to her?" Murtagh stared at the elf and shrugged. "Far as I know, she's the first elf the king ever captured. He's been searching for their hiding place for years. Nothing. So either he got lucky with this one, or she walked into a trap. My guess is the second. If Galbatorix knew where they lived, he'd have already launched an army. Since he hasn't, the real question is whether his interrogators got the location out of her before we showed up." Eragon frowned. "We won't find out until she's awake. Now tell me what happened after I was taken. How did I end up in Gil-Ead?" Murtagh pushed his hair back, a cynical smile crossing his face. "Oh, you'd love this. The Urgles are in the king's pocket. And so is that shade, apparently." Saphira and I watched them hand you over to him, though I had no idea who he was at the time, along with a squad of soldiers. They're the ones who dragged you to Gilead." Saphira curled up beside them, sending a low true into Eragon's mind. Suddenly he remembered the Urgles he'd met at Term and the master they'd spoken of. They meant the king. He'd insulted the most powerful man in all of Alagasia. The dread curdled into rage as the image of Yazuak's slaughtered villagers surfaced. A bitter taste filled his mouth. Those Urgles had been acting on Galbatorix's orders. Why would he murder his own people like that? Eragon demanded. "Because he's evil," Saphira answered flatly. Eragon's eyes flared. "Then this means war. When the Empire hears about this, people will rise up and join the Varden." Murtagh leaned his chin on his fist, looking almost amused. "Oh, sure, and how many of them will actually reach the Varden before the king's pet Urgles shut every border? He can crush any uprising by sheer numbers. Terror keeps the people in line, and with that kind of power, he can reshape the Empire into whatever he wants. People might hate him, but give them a good scare, a common enemy, and they'll flock to his side." Eragon blinked. "Who would that be?" Murtagh answered quietly. "The elves and the Varden. A few well-spread rumors, and they become the worst monsters in Alagasia, waiting to steal everyone's land and gold." Murtagh mused that the Empire might spin a tale of Urgles as misunderstood allies, a common enemy to rally everyone around. He wondered what Galbatorix had promised them in return. Eragon shook his head. Nobody would swallow that story, not after the Urgles had burned villages and slaughtered families for years. And why would Galbatorix even need it? He already held the throne. But Murtagh argued that the Varden had eroded his authority, and Serda had openly defied him since breaking away. Inside the Empire, his word was law. Outside, his reach was painfully thin. As for people seeing through his lies, Murtagh said they would believe whatever he fed them. They always had. He fell quiet, staring into the dark trees. Eragon felt a chill run down his spine. Saphira's voice touched his mind, asking why Urgles were moving southeast toward the Haderach desert. In Carvahol and Tirm they'd heard the same rumor, clans leaving their old grounds, as if daring the wasteland. Maybe Galbatorix was raising a private army, or perhaps an Urgle city was taking shape. Eragon shuddered. "I'm too exhausted to make sense of it. Whatever he's planning, it means more trouble for us. If only we knew where the Varden were. We could be there by now if Dormnad hadn't disappeared, but the Empire will hunt us down no matter what," Saphira answered with a dry warmth. "Don't give up, though you're probably right about the hunting." He almost laughed. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Yet her words sparked a stubborn flame in his chest. He wouldn't let hopelessness win, not while he still had breath. Eragon turned to Murtagh. "You risked everything to get me out. I owe you my life." It went deeper than that, though. A bond had formed between them, born in battle and tempered by Murtagh's unwavering loyalty. Murtagh rubbed his face, looking tired. "I'm just glad I could help. My bigger worry is how we'll travel with every soldier in the Empire looking for us. Gilead's men will find the horse tracks by dawn and know you didn't fly off with Saphira." Eragon asked how Murtagh had managed to sneak into the castle. Murtagh chuckled. "A heavy bribe, a filthy scullery shoot, and one guard who decided to take a nap at the worst possible moment. But the real escape plan was Saphira. Without her we'd both be dead." Eragon placed a hand on her warm, scaly neck, and she hummed contentedly. He looked at the unconscious elf and felt an inexplicable pull. Reluctantly he stood. "We should make her a bed." They spread out a blanket and carefully lifted the elf off the ground. As they settled her, the cuff of her sleeve tore on a branch. Eragon reached to pinch the fabric back together, then froze. Her arm was a patchwork of bruises and cuts, some half-healed, others fresh and oozing. He pulled the sleeve higher, and his stomach tightened. The damage ran all the way to her shoulder. With trembling fingers, he unlaced the back of her shirt. Murtagh cursed under his breath when the leather slid aside. The elf's back was strong, but it was covered in scabs that made her skin look like a dried-up riverbed. Whip marks crossed her flesh, and claw-shaped burns from hot irons had seared into her. In the few places where her skin was still smooth, it was bruised black and purple. On her left shoulder an indigo tattoo glimmered in the dim light, the exact same symbol that had been on Brom's ring. Eragon silently swore an oath to find whoever had tortured her and make them pay. "Can you heal this?" Murtagh asked. Eragon felt a wave of nausea. I don't know, there's so much damage." Saphira's voice cut through his doubt like a blade. "Eragon, this is an elf. She cannot be allowed to die. Tired or not, hungry or not, you must save her. I'll meld my strength with yours, but you are the one who has to work the magic." He took a shaky breath and nodded. "Yes, you're right," he murmured, unable to pull his gaze away from the elf. With a sharp breath he stripped off his gloves and turned to Murtagh. "This is going to take a while. Get me food, please, and boil rags for bandages. I can't heal every wound she has." Murtagh shook his head. "A fire would give us away. You'll have to use unwashed cloth, and the food won't be hot." Eragon winced, but he didn't argue. He pressed one hand gently to the elf's spine, and Saphira crept closer, her jeweled eyes fixed on the unconscious figure. Drawing a long breath, he reached into the flow of magic and whispered the ancient words. "Ways heal." A warm shimmer appeared beneath his palm, and the burned skin knitted together, fresh and smooth, leaving no scar. He skipped the bruises and lesser cuts deliberately. He needed his strength for wounds that actually threatened her life. As he worked, he kept expecting her to die under his hands. Someone had tortured her with terrible precision, bringing her to the edge of death and pulling back, over and over. The discipline behind that kind of cruelty made his stomach turn. He tried to keep the elf covered, but he couldn't help noticing that beneath the scars and welts her form was graceful, almost perfect. His ears flushed. He hoped Saphira couldn't read his thoughts. Then a grim thought surfaced. He was a farm boy who still stumbled over sword forms, and now he was trying to knit an elf back together with words that felt like stones in his mouth. If he weren't so exhausted, he might have laughed at the absurdity. He labored through the night. At odd intervals he stopped just long enough to force down food and water, replenishing what the escape and the healing had drained from him. Saphira stayed close, a living warmth at his side, lending him strength when his own flagged. By the time the sun climbed past the treetops, his hands were grey, his eyes were gritty, and every muscle in his back screamed as he straightened. He staggered to the saddlebags and drank deeply from the wineskin. "Is it done?" Murtagh asked. Eragon nodded, not trusting his voice. The camp tilted around him. He nearly pitched forward. "You did well," Saphira said, her voice soothing in his mind. "Will she live?" Murtagh pressed. I don't know," Eragon managed, his voice raw. "Elves are strong, but even they have limits. If I understood healing better, maybe I could wake her. But the best I could do was keep death away from her door." His hand shook so badly that wine sloshed over his fingers. He took another swallow to steady himself, then said, "We need to ride." "You need to sleep," Murtagh said firmly. "I can sleep in the saddle. We can't sit here waiting for the soldiers to find us." Murtagh gave in. "Then I'll lead Snowfire, you just try to stay on." They resaddled, strapped the elf securely to Saphira, and left the trampled camp behind. Eragon ate mechanically in the saddle, chewing dried meat he barely tasted, then leaned forward against Snowfire's warm neck and let his eyes close. The next stretch of country was dry and rough. The locals called it water from sand, and Eragon understood why when he saw the cracked earth and brittle scrub. They spent most of the day riding in long, weary detours, listening for the baying of hounds. When they finally stopped for the evening, Eragon was no better. His temper had frayed to threads. He slid off Snowfire and asked Saphira, "How is she?" "No worse than before." She stirred a few times, but nothing more. Saphira lowered herself so Eragon could lift the elf from the saddle. For a moment the elf's soft weight pressed against him, and he felt the faint warmth of her breath. Then he set her down quickly, his face hot, and turned to help Murtagh with dinner. They ate a scant meal in silence, both of them fighting to stay awake. The wind rattled the dry grass, and somewhere far off a hound bayed, close enough to put an edge on every movement. Murtagh broke the quiet. "We can't keep this pace. We're not gaining ground, and in another day or two they'll overtake us." "Then what?" Eragon snapped. "If it were just the two of us and you didn't have to leave Tornak behind, Sapphira could fly us out of here. But with the elf, that's impossible." Murtagh studied him. "If you want to go your own way, I won't stop you. I can't expect you and Sapphira to risk imprisonment for me." "Don't insult me," Eragon muttered. "I'm only free because of you. The least I can do is not hand you back to the Empire." "Poor thanks that would be." Murtagh bowed his head. "Your words hearten me." He paused, as if weighing something, but said no more. "None of this gets us any closer to an answer," Murtagh muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Eragon glanced at the unconscious elf, wishing she could open her eyes and point them toward her hidden kin. But even if she did, would the elves welcome 2 fugitives and a dragon? Murtagh doubted it. The last riders those elves had dealt with were Galbatorix and the treacherous Forsworn, which had to have left bitter memories, and Murtagh couldn't claim even the dubious title of rider. Sapphira, though, was unshakably confident they'd be accepted. She shifted her wings, humming a low note of certainty. Eragon shrugged. Either way, she couldn't tell them where the elves were while she was out cold, and they didn't have time to stand around hoping. Murtagh laced his fingers and pressed his thumbs against his temples. Every option seemed to lead to death. North meant Do Weldenvarden, but that meant backtracking past Gil Ead, and he didn't like that idea. West was simply more empire and then the sea. South led to Surda, where a traveller might find a guide to the Varden, but to get there they'd have to slip through countless villages and dodge every patrol. East. The Haderach Desert stood like a sun-baked wall between them and whatever lands lay beyond. Sapphira noted they'd be safe enough as long as no Urgals showed up. Eragon massaged his aching head. Surda is too dangerous. Too many people, too many chances to be recognized. Murtagh gave a dry smile. "So you'd rather cross a desert full of scorpions, snakes, plants that can poison you, and a sun that seems personally offended by your existence?" Eragon didn't laugh. "I'd rather not wait here for the Razak to arrive with their flying mounts. We have maybe 2 days before they reach Gil Ead." Murtagh admitted the 3 of them could handle a pair of Razak if it came to a fight, as long as they didn't end up ambushed like Brom and Eragon had been. Eragon pulled the map of Allegisia from his saddlebags and unrolled it on the ground. The parchment smelled musty, and the vast empty space east of the desert made his gut tighten. No wonder the Empire ends here. There's nothing out there worth conquering, or at least nothing Galbatorix can reach. Murtagh swept his hand across the right side of the map. "Or," he said with a weary smile, "the map maker simply gave up and drew a lot of sand. Either way, if we're doing this, we'd better pack light." Murtagh traced the blank parchment beyond the desert's edge. When the riders still existed, every one of those unmapped lands answered to one king. If Galbatorix ever gets his own riders, he'll expand the empire to a size no one has seen before. He frowned. "But that isn't what I'm driving at. The Haderach is too vast, too dangerous. Crossing it without losing someone is a long shot. It's a desperate play." "We are desperate," Eragon said, his tone flat. He studied the map, tracing a line with his fingertip. "If we ride straight through the middle, we'd need a month, maybe 2. But if we angle southeast, toward the Bior Mountains, we can cut that down dramatically. After that, we either push east into the wild or turn west towards Surda. According to this map, the distance from here to the Biors is about the same as we covered getting to Gil Ead." "That ride took us almost a month," Murtagh objected. Eragon shook his head. "That was because I was wounded. We crawled to Gil Ead. Now I can push Sapphira harder. We can reach the Biors in a fraction of the time." "All right, you've made your point," Murtagh admitted. "But before I agree, we need to settle one thing. I bought food for us and the horses in Gilead, but what about water? The nomad tribes in the Haderach hide their wells and oases so no one can steal from them. Carrying more than a day's supply is impossible. Think about Sapphira. She and the horses drink more in one gulp than we do in a week. Unless you can summon rain on command, I don't see how this plan works." That last bit was sarcastic, but Eragon didn't take the bait. He rocked back on his heels and stared at the ground. Calling up a storm was beyond any rider he had ever heard of. Moving that much air would be like lifting a mountain. It would drain him dry in seconds. He needed something simpler. What if I turn sand into water? If it doesn't take too much energy, it could solve everything. He stood abruptly. "Let me try something before I answer." Eragon walked outside the camp, Saphira padding behind him. "What do you intend to do?" she asked. "I don't know yet," he admitted. "Could you carry enough water for all of us?" Saphira snorted. "Not even close. I couldn't lift that much weight, let alone fly with it. I was afraid of that." He knelt and found a stone with a shallow depression, just big enough for a mouthful. He pressed a clump of dry dirt into the hollow, then sat back and thought. The old words were tricky. Combine them carelessly, and you could kill yourself. But he had to try. He focused, crossed the familiar barrier in his mind, and whispered, "Deloy-moi." The magic answered instantly, and the dirt began to drink his strength at a terrifying rate. Brom's warning echoed in his head. Some tasks will take every last drop of your life. Panic hit him, but he couldn't break the connection. The spell would hold until it was finished, or he was dead. Motionless, he felt himself fading. He was certain he would die kneeling in the dirt when, at the last second, the clump shimmered and shrank into a thimbleful of water. Eragon collapsed backward, gasping. His heart hammered, and hunger chewed at his stomach. "What happened?" Saphira asked. He shook his head, too drained to explain. If he had tried anything bigger, he would be a corpse. "This won't work," he said. "I don't even have enough strength left for a drink." Saphira's tail flicked. "You should have been more cautious. Magic can surprise you when you start combining ancient words." He shot her a glare. "I know. But it was the only way to test it. Eragon refused to wait until they reached the desert to test his power. True, Saphira was just looking out for him, but the thought of another unanswered riddle gnawed at him. "How did you turn Brom's grave into diamond without killing yourself?" he asked. "I can barely manage a handful of dirt, let alone all that sandstone." Saphira replied calmly, "I honestly don't know." "It just happened," he pressed. "Could she do it again, make water?" She met his gaze steadily. "I have no more control over my abilities than a spider." "Brom told you strange things happen around dragons?" He spoke the truth. "Sometimes I can shape changes almost without thinking. The rest of the time, like now, I'm as helpless as a foal." "You're never helpless," he said softly, placing a hand on her neck. For a long while they sat in silence. Eragon's mind drifted to the grave he'd carved from raw stone, and the way the sandstone had flowed over Brom's face. "At least we gave him a proper send-off," he whispered. He circled a finger through the dirt, making little ridges. Soon those ridges became a miniature valley with mountains, and he scored a river through it with his nail. Before he knew it, he'd shaped a passable map of Palancar Valley. Homesickness hit him hard, and he knocked the whole thing flat with one swipe. "I don't want to talk about it," he muttered, crossing his arms. But his eyes kept returning to the furrow. "Wait." The ground there looked darker. He scraped it open and found a damp layer just beneath the surface. "Look at this!" he called out, suddenly excited. Saphira lowered her muzzle to inspect it. "Interesting, but in the desert, water might be buried so deep we'd have to dig for weeks." "That's the point," Eragon said, grinning. "As long as it exists, I can bring it up." He focused, and instead of transforming dirt, he simply pulled the moisture out of the earth. A thin trickle became a steady flow, pooling at his feet. He cupped his hands and drank, cool and clean. "See? We'll have all we need," Saphira was doubtful. "Here, yes, but in the desert there may not be enough underground." Eragon looked determined. "I'm only lifting water. As long as I go slowly, my strength will hold. Even from 50 paces down it'll work, especially with your help." She stared at him hard. "Are you certain? Think before you answer, because our lives depend on it." He paused, feeling the weight of her question, then nodded. "I'm sure." Then go tell Murtagh I'll keep watch while you sleep. You need rest too, he protested. You've been up all night. She hummed gently. I'm stronger than you know. Her scales shimmered as she curled up, gaze fixed north toward their pursuers. Eragon hugged her, and she hummed deep and low. Go. He lingered, then walked back to Murtagh, who raised an eyebrow. Well, is the desert open to us? It is, Eragon said, dropping onto his blankets and laying out the plan. As he finished, he glanced at the elf. Her face was the last thing he saw before unconsciousness pulled him under. The next morning, grey and cold, they forced themselves up. Eragon shivered and rubbed his arms. We've got a problem, he said, eyeing the elf. She can't keep riding bareback on Saphira. Those scales will tear her up. And Saphira can't carry her in her claws. It's exhausting and makes landing dangerous. A sled wouldn't hold together on this ground. It would be pounded to splinters before we'd gone 10 miles, and I'm not going to slow the horses by carrying an extra rider. Murtagh thought that over while tightening Tornak's girth. If you rode Saphira, we could lash the elf to Snowfire, but then we're back to the same raw-saw problem. Saphira spoke up before either of them could argue. Tie her to my belly. I can move just fine. She'll be safer than any other place, and if soldiers shoot, I'll simply fly higher than their arrows. Since neither rider could improve on that plan, they adopted it at once. Eragon folded a blanket into a long pad, wrapped it around the elf's slim frame, and carried her to Saphira. Then he and Murtagh sacrificed spare blankets and clothing, tearing the fabric into strips and braiding the strips into ropes long enough to circle the dragon's chest. They secured the elf back first beneath Saphira, her head resting between the dragon's forelegs. Eragon stepped back to examine the straps. Your scales are going to cut through these. Murtagh studied the ropes. Then we check them often and replace them if we need to. That's the best we can do. Saphira asked if they were ready, and Eragon relayed the question. Murtagh's eyes gleamed, and a tight smile crossed his face. He glanced back at the smoke rising from the soldiers' camp. I've always liked races. Let's hope you like ones where the prize is survival, Eragon said. Murtagh mounted Tornak, trotted out of camp, and Eragon followed on Snowfire. Saphira launched herself into the air, carrying the elf, and flew low along the ground to keep from being spotted. They held their course southeast for the immense Haderach desert. Eragon kept scanning the horizon for pursuit, but his mind kept drifting to the elf. A real elf. She was strapped to a dragon's belly, wrapped in his blanket. If he ever made it back to Carverhall, Roran would laugh in his face. Eragon wasn't sure he'd blame him. First a dragon, now an elf. What next? A few years ago he'd had to worry about sheep and weather, and now he was running from soldiers across the countryside. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. For the rest of the day they pushed hard, ignoring the burn in their legs and the growing heaviness of exhaustion. They drove the horses at a pace that was punishing but not deadly, and when Tornak and Snowfire started to labor, they dismounted and ran beside them. Only twice did they halt, each time just long enough for the horses to eat and drink. Although the soldiers from Gilead were well behind them, fresh patrols seemed to appear at every town and village. The alarm had run ahead of them somehow. Twice they nearly galloped straight into hidden ambushes, and both times Saphira picked up the scent of waiting men before they were seen. After that, they abandoned the trail completely. Night came down softly, turning the fields grey and black, as dusk gave way to a dark cloak. They travelled through the hours without pause, pacing off mile after mile. Near the deepest part of the night, the ground lifted into rolling cactus-studded hills. Murtagh pointed forward. There's a town, Bullridge, maybe 10 miles ahead. We need to circle around it. If soldiers are watching, we'll be spotted in daylight. This is our chance to slip past in the dark. After 3 hours of walking, they saw the straw-yellow lanterns of Bullridge, with watchfires scattered around its edges and men moving in a loose web between them. Eragon and Murtagh carefully dismounted, muffled their sword sheaths and stirrups with cloth, and led the horses on a wide detour, keeping their steps soft and their ears open. No sentry challenged them. Once the town was behind, Eragon's tension eased. Dawn finally spread a delicate blush across the sky and chased away the chill. They stopped on the crest of a hill to look around. The Rammer River ran along their left, and another arm of the same river gleamed 5 miles to their right. It flowed south for a dozen miles, bent back on itself in a narrow loop, then curved west. They had covered nearly 50 miles in a single day. Eragon slumped against Snowfire's neck, letting out a long breath. They'd covered good ground, and he was pleased. "Let's find a gully or hollow where we can get some real rest." They came to a small stand of junipers, and the ground beneath them was hard but workable. After they spread their blankets, Saphira stayed patient while Murtagh and Eragon untied the elf from her belly. Murtagh sat down with his bare sword across his knees. "I'll take the first watch. I'll wake you at mid-morning." Eragon muttered something and burrowed into his blankets. By nightfall they were worn to the bone but still determined to move on. As they got ready to leave, Saphira spoke to Eragon with unease. "This is the 3rd night since we took you out of Gilead, and the elf hasn't stirred. She also hasn't eaten or drunk anything in all that time. I don't know much about elves, but she's thin, and I don't think she can last much longer without food and water." Murtagh called over from Tornak's back. "What's wrong?" Eragon glanced down at the elf. "Saphira is worried because she won't wake up or take nourishment. I healed her wounds, at least the surface ones, but it doesn't seem to have helped," Murtagh said. "Maybe the shade did something to her mind." Eragon let out a short laugh. "Great, because we needed one more reason to hate that bastard." Then, growing serious again, he added, "Either way, we have to help her." Murtagh knelt by the elf and went over her carefully. After a long silence, he stood and shook his head. "As far as I can tell, she's only sleeping. It feels like a word or a touch should wake her, but she stays under. It could be that elves slip into this coma on purpose to escape pain, but if that's true, why keep it going? She's out of danger now." Eragon's voice was low. "But does she know that?" Murtagh put a hand on his shoulder. "We have to deal with this later. If we don't leave now, we'll lose the lead we earned. You can tend to her at the next stop." Eragon nodded, but he did one thing first. He soaked a rag, then squeezed it so water trickled between the elf's sculpted lips, repeating the motion several times. He even dabbed at her straight, angled eyebrows. It was a small, strange act, but it made him feel protective. A flicker of warmth cut through the cold worry in his chest. They pushed on through the hills, keeping to the low paths rather than the ridgelines, afraid that sentries would spot them. Saphira stayed on foot with them for the same reason. For all her size, she moved with surprising stealth. The only noise she made was the slow scrape of her tail dragging across the ground like a thick blue snake. Eventually the sky started to lighten in the east, and the morning star Adale hung bright above them as they reached a steep bank overgrown with brush. Below them, water thundered over boulders and rushed through branches. The Rammer Eragon yelled over the roar. Murtagh nodded. "We have to find a safe ford." "No, we don't," Saphira said. "I can carry everyone across, no matter how wide the river is." Eragon looked up at her blue-grey form. "What about the horses? We can't leave them, and they're too heavy for you. As long as you're not on them and they don't freak out, I can lift them. I've dodged arrows with 3 people on my back. A horse in a straight line over a river shouldn't be a problem." "I believe you," Eragon said, "but I don't want to try it unless we have to. Too dangerous." Saphira slid down the embankment. "We can't waste time here." Eragon followed, leading Snowfire. The bank ended abruptly at the Rammer, where the water ran dark and swift. White mist rose off the surface like blood steaming in winter, and the far side was invisible. Murtagh tossed a branch into the current and watched it get swept away, bouncing over the rough water. "How deep do you think it is?" Eragon asked. "I can't tell," Murtagh said, his voice tense. "Can you use magic to see how far it is across?" "Not without lighting up the whole area like a signal fire." With a sudden gust of air, Saphira launched herself over the Rammer. A short while later she reported, "I'm on the other bank. The river is over a half-mile wide here, and you couldn't have picked a worse crossing. The ram bends at this exact point, making it wider than anywhere else. Erigon let out a whistle. 1/2 a mile. He told Murtagh what Sephira had said about carrying them across. Erigon shook his head. I don't want to risk it, not with the horses. Tornak hasn't flown with Sephira the way Snowfire has. If he panics, he could hurt them both. Ask her to scout for a shallow place where we can wade across. If there's nothing within a mile in either direction, then she can carry us over. Sephira agreed and took off to search for a ford. While she was gone, Eragon and Murtagh crouched by the horses, chewing on dry bread in the grey dawn. Before long, Sephira returned, her soft wings whispering through the half-light. The water was deep and fast, she reported, both upstream and downstream. Then I'll go first, Murtagh said, so I can keep an eye on the horses. He climbed into her saddle. Be careful with Tornak. He's been mine for years, and I'd hate to lose him. Sephira lifted off, and when she came back, the unconscious elf was no longer tied to her belly. Erigon led the nervous stallion to Sephira, ignoring his low whinnies. She crouched and wrapped her forelegs around Tornak's barrel, her claws gleaming. Wait, Erigon called, fixing the saddle blanket so it shielded the horse's soft underside. He gave a nod, and Sephira tightened her grip. Tornak snorted and tried to bolt, but she held him. His eyes rolled wild, white showing around the edges. Erigon reached out with his mind to calm him, but the horse's panic was too thick to break through. Then Sephira lunged upward, her hind legs digging into the rock, wings straining with the massive weight. For a moment it seemed she might crash back down. Then she surged skyward. Tornak screamed, a terrible scraping shriek like metal tearing. Erigon swore under his breath. Well, so much for quiet. He scanned the dark landscape for torches, and sure enough, a line of riders was sliding down a bluff nearly a league away. "Hurry, Sephira," he muttered. When she landed, Eragon brought Snowfire forward. "That horse of Murtagh's is a lunatic," Sephira grumbled. "He had to be tied down so he wouldn't run off." She gripped Snowfire and carried him across, ignoring his trumpeting protests. Eragon watched them go, feeling suddenly alone in the night. The riders had closed to within a mile. At last, Sephira returned for him, and they reached solid ground with the rammer behind them. They calmed the horses, fixed the saddles, and pushed on toward the Beor Mountains. Birdsong filled the air as the sun crept higher. Eragon dozed in the saddle, and Murtagh was barely awake. At times neither of them held the reins, and only Sephira kept them from drifting off course. Then the ground turned soft and sandy, forcing them to stop. The sun hung high overhead, and the rammer was only a faint line behind them. They had entered the Haderach Desert. A vast expanse of dunes rolled to the horizon like frozen ocean waves. Wind whipped the reddish-gold sand into spirals. Sparse, twisted trees clawed at scattered patches of hard ground, land no farmer would bother with. In the distance, purple crags jutted upward against the emptiness. Nothing moved except a lone bird circling on a thermal. "You sure there's fodder for the horses out there?" Eragon asked, his words slurred with exhaustion. The dry heat stung his throat. Murtagh pointed at the crags. "See that? Grass grows around those rocks, short and tough, but it'll do." "I hope you're right," Eragon said, squinting into the sun. His mouth tasted like dust. "Let's rest a while before we push on." Eragon's thoughts crawled along like a desert beetle, and his legs felt heavy as stones. After freeing the elf from Sephira's back, they shared a quick meal and slumped into the shade of a dune. Sephira curled nearby, spreading her wing over both riders like a sheltering canopy. "What a magnificent land," she murmured. "I could wander these sands for years and never grow tired of them." Eragon's eyelids were already drooping. "It would be a fine place to fly," he agreed drowsily. "The desert gives me room to breathe, rocky ledges to roost on, and prey that blends right into the dunes. And the warmth, it makes me feel more alive than I have in days." She lifted her head toward the sun, stretching with pure pleasure. "You really like it that much?" he managed. "Yes. Maybe when all this is finished we can return here. He drifted off mid-sentence, and Sapphira hummed a low, contented song while Murtagh slept beside her. They woke on the morning of the 4th day since leaving Gilead, with 35 leagues behind them. It was just enough rest to sharpen their minds and steady the horses. No soldiers appeared on the horizon, but that didn't ease their pace. They knew the Empire would keep hunting until they were far beyond the king's reach. "Couriers must have carried news of my escape to Galbatorix by now," Eragon said, rubbing his sun-cracked lips. "The Razak will be coming after us. Even flying it will take them a while, but we need to stay alert." "Let them come," Sapphira said. "This time they'll find I am not so easy to bind in chains." Murtagh scratched his stubbled jaw. "With any luck we lost them beyond Bullridge. The rammer should have wiped out our tracks." "Luck?" Eragon let out a dry laugh. "I'd have better luck trusting a hungry cliff cat to guard our dinner. I'm not counting on anything right now. The Razak could be on our trail this very moment." A scorpion skittered across a nearby rock, as if punctuating his words. By sunset they reached the rocky bluffs they had spotted that morning. The stone towers rose dark and weathered, throwing long, thin shadows over a stretch of bare ground free of dunes for half a mile. The heat struck Eragon like a furnace door when he dismounted Snowfire, and his face and neck were already burned and feverish after picketing the horses where they could nibble at sparse grass. Murtagh kicked at the cracked earth and started a small fire. "How far do you think we've come?" Eragon asked, easing the elf down from Sapphira's side. "I don't know," Murtagh snapped, his skin raw and his eyes bloodshot. He grabbed a pot and muttered a curse. "We're almost out of water, and the horses still need to drink." Eragon felt the same dryness clawing at his throat, but he kept his temper in check. "Bring them over." Sapphira dug a shallow basin with her claws, and Eragon closed his eyes, letting the old spell flow. The ground was parched, but far below it held life. He pulled up enough moisture to fill the basin over and over. Murtagh refilled the waterskins, then stepped back as the thirsty horses buried their muzzles in the pool and drank gallons. Eragon drew the water from deeper and deeper earth, straining to keep up with their need, until his head throbbed and his hands trembled. When the animals were satisfied, he said to Sapphira, "If you need a drink, take it now." She dipped her head, drank twice, and stopped. Before releasing the water back into the sand, Eragon cupped his hands and swallowed what he could, watching the last drops sink into the dirt. Holding the water on the surface had proven harder than he expected, but a wry smile crossed his face. Not long ago he had struggled to move a single pebble with his mind, and now he was pulling a well from the desert floor. The night turned bitter cold, however, a sharp reminder that this land gave no mercy. When they woke the next day, the sand had a pink glow in the pale light, and the horizon was hidden behind a thin veil of mist, as if the desert itself was keeping their route secret. They packed quickly, refusing to lose another hour to doubt or weariness. Murtagh woke in no better spirits, and Eragon could feel his own patience fraying fast. Over breakfast he asked whether they would be stuck in the desert much longer. Murtagh shot him a sour look. "We're only cutting across the edge of it," he said. "Shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days. But look how far we've already come." "Fine, maybe less. All I want is to be out of the Haderach. This job is hard enough without eating sand with every breath." They ate in silence, and then Eragon went to check the elf. She lay utterly still, alive only because of the slow rise and fall of her chest. He brushed a strand of hair from her face and whispered, "Where is the injury? How can you be so deep in sleep and still live?" The memory of her standing fierce in that prison cell made the contrast almost unbearable. With a heavy heart he got her ready for the road, then saddled Snowfire and mounted up. As they rode away, a row of dark smudges formed on the horizon, barely visible through the dusty air. Murtagh guessed they were low hills. Eragon was not so sure, but he could not make out anything more. The elf's condition weighed on him all morning, and Sapphira felt it just as keenly. They talked it over for hours, yet neither knew enough about healing to offer any real hope. If they did not do something soon, she might simply slip away. At midday they halted briefly. When they started again, the haze had lifted, and the smudges had sharpened into broad, forest-covered bulges. Eragon stared, puzzled by the pale white band hanging over them like a second sky. It looked like a trick of the desert light, but no matter how he blinked, it would not vanish. He was about to point it out to Murtagh and Saphira when the truth hit him. Those were not hills at all. They were the bases of colossal mountains, dozens of miles wide, their lower slopes forested and their upper ridges blanketed in snow and ice. The pale strip of sky was nothing more than their endless frozen faces reflecting the sun. He craned his neck, but the peaks simply disappeared into the blue. Deep, jagged valleys split the range like wounds, their walls so steep they nearly touched each other. It was a ragged, toothy wall stitching the horizon to heaven. "There's no end to them," he breathed. He had grown up hearing stories about the Beor Mountains, but he had always dismissed them as exaggerated fairy tales. Now he had to accept that the stories barely did them justice. Saphira caught his wonder and lifted her eyes as well. "I feel like a hatchling again," Eragon said with a grin. "Even I feel small next to them." "We must be near the edge of the desert, 2 days, and we are already looking at the other side." Saphira spiraled above the dunes. Yes, but with peaks that huge, they could still be 100 miles away. Distance is impossible to judge against something so vast. Wouldn't they make the perfect hiding place for the elves or the Varden? Eragon nodded. You could hide entire nations in there, and the Empire would never find them. Imagine waking up every morning with those giants looming over you. He steered Snowfire over to Murtagh and pointed toward the mountains beyond, grinning. For the first time that day, the worry about the elf loosened its grip, replaced by the kind of awe that makes even impossible problems feel small. "What?" Murtagh grunted, sweeping the landscape with his eyes. "Look closer," Eragon pressed. Murtagh squinted at the distant line where the sky met the earth. He shrugged, about to say something dismissive, then the words died in his throat. His jaw went slack, and he shook his head in disbelief. "That's not possible." He narrowed his eyes until they were practically slits, then shook his head again. "I always knew the Beor Mountains were massive, but this is something else entirely." Eragon let out a dry laugh. "Let's just hope the creatures living over there aren't built to match those peaks." Murtagh smiled, despite his exhaustion. "A little shade and a few weeks of rest would be a welcome change. I've had more than enough of this forced march." "I'm tired too," Eragon admitted, "but I can't let myself stop until the elf is healed, or she isn't." Murtagh's expression turned grim. "I don't see how pushing forward helps her. A proper bed would do her more good than dangling beneath Saphira all day." Eragon shrugged. "Maybe. Once we reach the mountains, I could take her to Serda. It's not that far. They're bound to have a healer with more skill than we do." Murtagh shaded his eyes and studied the peaks. "We can decide later. For now, let's just get to the Beers there. At least, the Razak won't be able to track us, and we'll be beyond the Empire's reach." The rest of the day felt like a strange trick of the eye. The mountains loomed ever larger, yet never seemed to get closer, even as the land around them shifted. The reddish sand gradually became compacted, pale cream dirt. Sparse shrubs and deep gullies carved by old floods replaced the dunes. Then a cool breeze arrived, carrying the scent of water and fresh grass, a relief after the desert's relentless heat. The horses caught the change and hurried forward on their own. By the time the sun sank low, the foothills of the Beors stood only a league away, and herds of gazelle bounded through tall, waving grass. Saphira eyed them with unmistakable hunger, and Eragon smirked. They made camp beside a stream savoring their first night out of the punishing Haderach desert. Great. So their destination was a colossal wall of rock that looked like it had been carved by a deity in a foul mood. Eragon half expected to run into a 300-foot rabbit when they got there. But at least the air wasn't trying to bake them alive anymore. That had to count for something fatigued and haggard but wearing proud smiles. They sat around the fire congratulating one another. Saphira let out a loud, jubilant cry that spooked the horses. Eragon stared into the flames, feeling a quiet swell of pride. They had covered nearly 60 leagues in 5 days, a remarkable pace, even for someone who could switch mounts whenever he pleased. "I'm outside the Empire." The thought felt strange, foreign. He had been born inside those borders, raised under Galbatorix's shadow, lost his closest family and friends to the king's servants, and nearly died multiple times within his own homeland. Now he was free. No more dodging soldiers, no more skirting towns, no more hiding who he was. The relief was bitter-sweet, because freedom had cost him the only world he had ever known. He looked up at the stars punctuating the deepening sky. The idea of building an isolated refuge far from the Empire's long reach was tempting, but he had witnessed too many wrongs committed in Galbatorix's name, murder, slavery, needless cruelty, to turn his back now. It wasn't just revenge for Brom and Garrow anymore. As a rider, he had a responsibility to stand for those who had no strength to resist. With a heavy sigh, he let the thought go and instead studied the elf lying beside Saphira. The firelight painted her face in warm tones, shadows shifting softly beneath her cheekbones. Slowly, an idea began to take shape in his mind. He could sense the thoughts of people and animals, and he could reach into them if he chose. But except for Saphira, he rarely used that ability. Brom had warned him never to invade another's mind unless absolutely necessary. He had tried it once with Murtagh, and then kept his distance ever since. Now he wondered if he could somehow make contact with the elf in her coma. Perhaps her own memories would reveal the reason she remained trapped in this silent state. But if she ever recovered, would she ever forgive him for such an intrusion? Eragon wasn't sure he'd succeed, but he had to try. For nearly a week the elf had lain motionless, and he hadn't told Murtagh or Saphira what he intended to do. He just knelt beside her in the firelight, pressed his palm to her cool forehead, and let a single thread of thought drift toward her mind. To his surprise, he found her consciousness not clouded with pain, but clear, sharp, almost musical. Then a cold spike slammed into his awareness, and light burst behind his eyes. He tried to pull back, but something held him fast, as if an iron claw had closed around his thoughts. He threw up every defense he knew, but her strike bored through again. The second blow hurt less, yet it rattled him, and in that moment her will came down like a collapsing roof. A suffocating weight pressed in from all sides, squeezing his mind so tightly that his thoughts barely moved. He refused to give up, but the pressure kept building, and she clearly meant to snuff him out. In desperation he cried out in the ancient language, "Eka ai frikai un shurtugal." I am a rider and friend. The crushing force stopped, and a wave of surprise rippled through him. Suspicion followed, but he knew she had to believe him, because the ancient language did not permit lies. Still, that only proved he thought of himself as her friend, not that he actually meant her no harm. Great, he thought, nothing like a loophole to save your life. She must have been curious enough to take the risk, because the pressure eased and her barriers reluctantly parted. Their thoughts touched with the caution of wild animals meeting for the first time. A shiver ran down his side. Her mind was unlike anything he had ever known, huge, old, and layered with centuries of memory. Dark currents drifted through it, shadows of an elven life that made him flinch, and yet beneath all of that ran a strange, haunting melody, as wild and beautiful as she was. "What is your name?" she asked, in the ancient language, her voice tired and edged with quiet despair. "Eragon, and yours." Her consciousness drew him closer, tempting him to lose himself in that song. He fought the pull, though his heart ached to surrender, and for the first time he understood why elves were so fey and dangerous. They were creatures of magic, as far from humans as dragons were from beasts. "Arya? Why have you contacted me this way? Am I still a captive of the Empire?" "No, you're free," he said. With the few words he knew, he explained that he had been imprisoned in Gilead too, had escaped, and had brought her with him. For 5 days they had crossed the edge of the Haderach desert, and were now camped near the Beor Mountains, while she had not stirred or spoken. "Ah, so it was Gilead," she paused. "I knew my wounds had been healed. At the time I thought it was preparation for some new torture. Now I see it was you," softly, she added. "Even so, I have not risen, and you are puzzled." He admitted it. She told him about a rare poison called Skilna Brag, along with a drug meant to suppress her power. Every morning her captors forced her to take the antidote for the previous day's dose. Without it, She would die in hours. That was why she stayed in the trance, because it slowed the poison's progress, though it could not stop it. For a long moment, Eragon entertained the thought of letting go, slipping into a final sleep that would rob Galbatorix of any satisfaction, but he held back, clinging to the fragile hope that this elf might prove an ally. Her voice faded to a whisper. "How long can you stay like this?" he asked. "Weeks," she answered. "But I don't have weeks. The poison is already coiling through my veins. Unless I get the antidote, I'll be dead in 3 or 4 days. Where can we find it? Outside the Empire, only the elves and the Varden possess it. My homeland is too far for Dragonback. Then the Varden, we would have taken you to them, but we don't know where they hide." "I'll tell you," Arya replied. "If you swear in the ancient language never to reveal their location to Galbatorix or anyone who serves him. You must also swear you intend no harm to the elves, the dwarves, the Varden, or the dragons." Eragon knew exactly what those words would cost. Once spoken in that tongue, an oath could never be broken. He swallowed hard and gave his solemn vow. A dizzying rush of images flooded his mind. He was soaring along the jagged spine of the Beor Mountains, traveling east for countless leagues. Cliffs and rocky passes blurred past. Then the route bent south. A narrow valley wound through the peaks, twisting back on itself until it ended at the foot of a roaring waterfall that thundered into a deep, cold lake. He tried to memorize every turn, every stone. The vision stopped. "It is far," Arya said, "but do not let that stop you. At the lake Costha-Myrna, where the Bartooth River ends, strike a stone against the cliff beside the falls and call out Ai Varden, Abredu Shurtugals Gata Vanta. They will challenge you. Do not waver, no matter how perilous it seems. What should I ask for? Tuniva's nectar. Now go. I have used too much strength. Do not contact me again unless the Varden are truly beyond reach. If that happens, I have other knowledge that must pass on. Farewell, Eragon, rider of dragons. My life rests in your hands." Then she was gone, and the strange music that had filled their link fell silent. Eragon's eyes snapped open, and he let out a shaky breath. Murtagh and Saphira were watching him, faces tight with worry. "You all right? You've been kneeling here almost 15 minutes. 15? Eragon blinked, his knees screaming as he rose, and grimacing like a gargoyle with a bellyache. Saphira added dryly, her tail twitching in amusement. "I talked to Arya." Murtagh gave him a look that suggested he had lost his mind. "The elf? That's her name." Eragon quickly relayed the plan, and Murtagh's face darkened. "How far are the Varden?" "Not sure," Eragon admitted. "From the images, maybe farther than Gilead." "Oh, wonderful," Murtagh snapped. "We crawled here in 5 days on horses that are half dead, and now you want to sprint across half the map in 3. What's next? Want me to grow wings too?" Eragon frowned. "If the horses can't make it, Saphira can take Arya and me ahead. You could catch up later." Murtagh gave a bitter laugh. "Right, Murtagh the pack mule, Murtagh the stable boy. I should have known that's all I'm good for now." Murtagh's voice dripped with acid. "And let's not forget, the whole Empire is hunting me now because you couldn't handle the situation yourself. I had to swoop in and save your skin, didn't I? Sure, I'll just trot along and fetch the horses from the rear like your loyal stable boy." Eragon stared back, genuinely puzzled by the venom. "What's gotten into you? I thanked you for what you did. There's no reason to snap at me. I never asked you to come along or to pull me out of that prison in Gilead. That was your choice, not mine. I haven't made you do a single thing." "Oh, not in so many words. No, but what was I supposed to do? Let the Razak tear you apart? And later, at Gilead, walk away with a clear conscience? That's your problem, farm boy." Murtagh jabbed a finger against Eragon's chest. "You're so hopelessly incompetent that you leave everyone with no option but to babysit you." The accusation stung more than the finger, because some part of Eragon knew there was truth in it. "Get your hand off me," he growled. Murtagh laughed, a bitter, hollow sound. "Or what? You'll throw a punch. You couldn't land a hit on a stone wall." He reached to shove Eragon again, but Eragon caught his wrist and drove his fist into Murtagh's gut. I said, "Don't touch me." Murtagh doubled over with a curse, then came up roaring, throwing himself full at Eragon. They crashed to the ground in a tangle of limbs, trading wild blows. Eragon swung at Murtagh's hip, missed, and skidded his knuckles across the dying campfire, sending sparks swirling into the cold night air. They wrestled in the dirt, each scrambling for purchase. Eragon managed to plant his feet against Murtagh's chest, and shoved hard, sending him flipping backward to land with a hefty thump against the hard-packed earth. Murtagh lay there a moment, knocked breathless, then rolled up stiffly, his face a mask of fury. They both lunged again, and then a massive blue tail slammed down between them, followed by a roar that rattled their bones. Eragon tried to leap over the tail anyway, but a taloned paw caught him mid-air and pinned him flat. He blinked, realizing Saphira held Murtagh down too. Enough, her voice echoed in his mind, sharp as a cracked whip. You two should know better, fighting like hungry dogs over a bone. What would Brom say? Eragon's cheeks burned, and he looked away, remembering Brom's dry, disapproving tone all too well. Saphira let them squirm for a long moment, then fixed her gaze on Eragon. Now, if you'd rather not spend the night as my doormat, you will politely ask Murtagh what's actually bothering him. Then a firm mental note added, and tell him that I won't tolerate insults from either of you. Can you maybe let us up first? Eragon muttered, tasting blood. No. Eragon reluctantly turned to Murtagh, who was wisely studying the stars as if they were the most fascinating thing in the world. So is she going to let us go? Murtagh asked sourly. Not unless we talk. She wants me to ask you what your real problem is, Eragon admitted, feeling every bit as awkward as that sounded. Saphira growled in agreement, a piercing blue eye boring into Murtagh. He struggled against her paw for a moment, then gave a heavy sigh and muttered something that could have been a curse. Her claws pressed just a little tighter, and her tail whistled through the air. He shot her a glare, then, louder, said, I already told you, I don't want to go to the Varden. Eragon frowned, turning the words over. Don't want to or can't. Murtagh tried once more to shove Saphira off, then sagged in defeat. Don't want to. They'll expect things from me that I can't deliver. What, did you steal something from them? Eragon pressed. I wish it was that simple. Growing exasperated, Eragon rolled his eyes. Then what is it? Did you murder some noble or sleep with the wrong lady? No, I was born, Murtagh said coolly, as if that explained everything. Surprisingly, Saphira chose that moment to release them both, and they scrambled to their feet under her watchful gaze, brushing the dirt off their clothes. Eragon caught his breath, suddenly aware that his anger had drained away, replaced by something much stranger, a quiet, unsettling curiosity about the man standing across from him, a man who seemed more wounded by his own existence than by any sword or fist. Eragon wiped the blood from his split lip and pressed again. You're dodging my question. Murtagh stalked to the edge of the camp and kicked at a loose stone. So what if I am? After a long silence, he let out a ragged breath. It doesn't matter why I'm tangled up in this mess. Even if I showed up at the Varden with the king's head in a sack, they'd never welcome me. They might be polite to my face, let me sit in on their councils, but trust me, never. And if I came empty-handed the way we are now, they'd throw me in irons before I could explain. Eragon softened his voice. Tell me what this is about. I've done things I regret too. I'm not going to judge you. Murtagh shook his head slowly, his eyes glistening. It's not like that. I haven't done anything to deserve this. If I had, I could at least try to make it right. But my only crime is existing in the first place. He stopped, breathing hard. You see, my father... A sharp hiss from Saphira cut him off. Look. They turned to follow her gaze westward, and Murtagh's face went pale. Demons above and below, about a league away, running parallel to the mountain range, a column of figures was marching east, the line stretched for nearly a mile, hundreds of soldiers kicking up clouds of dust. Their weapons flashed in the dying light. At the head, a standard-bearer stood in a black chariot, lifting a crimson banner high. It's the Empire, Eragon said wearily. They found us somehow. Saphira stretched her neck over his shoulder, her eyes narrowing. Those aren't men. They're Urgals. Murtagh pointed at the flag. That's the personal symbol of an Urgal chieftain. A ruthless brute who flies into violent rages. Eragon asked. You've met him? Murtagh's jaw tightened. Once, briefly. I still have scars from it. These Urgals might not be here for us, but they've definitely seen us by now. And they'll follow. That chieftain won't let a dragon slip through his fingers, especially if he's heard about Gil Ead. Great timing, Eragon muttered, stomping out the campfire with his boots. So much for a quiet night. He threw dirt over the embers and looked up. We have to move. I still have to get Arya to the Varden alive. Here's the deal. Come with me to Lake Costhamerna. After that, you're free to go. Murtagh hesitated, and Eragon pressed on. If you leave now in plain sight of that column, the Urgals will hunt you down. Then what? You against an entire warband all alone. Murtagh cursed under his breath, then slung his saddlebags over Tornak's back. Fine. But the moment we get near the Varden, I'm riding away. Eragon wanted to press him further, but with Urgals that close, there was no time. He gathered his gear and saddled Snowfire. Saphira launched herself into the air, circling above as a silent guard. Which way? She asked. East, along the Biers. She hovered on a warm updraft, watching the horses below. I wonder why the Urgals are here, she said. Maybe they're marching to attack the Varden. If so, we have to warn them. As the last light faded, the column dissolved into the darkness behind them. By morning, Eragon's cheek was raw from rubbing against Snowfire's neck, and his whole body ached from the fight with Murtagh. They had taken turns sleeping in their saddles all night, managing to outpace the Urgal troops. But neither knew if the lead would hold. The horses were foam-flecked and staggering, yet they kept pushing forward. Whether they escaped depended on how fresh the Urgals were, and whether their mounts survived the next stretch. The Bior Mountains threw long shadows over the land, stealing warmth from the air. To the north, the Haderach Desert glowed like a thin white ribbon under the sun. Saphira's voice broke the silence. I need to hunt. Days have passed since I last ate. Hunger claws at my belly. If I go now, I might actually catch one of those bounding deer before we starve, Saphira said. Eragon smiled at her dramatic streak. Go if you must, but leave Arya with me. I'll be quick. He unbuckled the elf from Saphira's underbelly and lifted her into Snowfire's saddle. Saphira launched into the sky, a bright streak shrinking against the mountain's shoulder. Eragon jogged alongside the horses, one hand steadying Arya's limp form, careful not to let her slip. The silence between him and Murtagh felt heavier than before. Yesterday's argument seemed absurd after the Urgal ambush, but the memory of it still stung. When Saphira sent word of her kills, Eragon's chest loosened with relief. Her absence had left him restless and jumpy. They stopped at a pond skirted by reeds, and the horses lowered their heads to drink. Eragon plucked a blade of grass and twirled it, his gaze fixed on Arya's pale face, when the sharp rasp of a sword, clearing its sheath, shattered the quiet. He spun, fingers already closing around Zarok, but it was only Murtagh. Murtagh nodded toward a low rise where a tall stranger in a muddy brown cloak sat on a sorrel horse, a spiked mace resting across his saddle. 20 riders waited behind him in a loose cluster. Could they be Varden? Murtagh asked. Arya said they're still leagues away, Eragon replied, stringing his bow, but this could be a patrol or a raiding band. Murtagh swung onto Tornak and nocked an arrow. Should we try to outrun them? Eragon asked, draping a blanket over Arya. Murtagh gave a dry snort. Run? With 2 tired war horses and an elf who can't sit a saddle on her own. Those horses below are bred for speed. We'd be dragged down inside a half-mile. Besides, they might have something worth hearing. Call Saphira back. Eragon was already sending the thought. Stay hidden unless you have to show yourself. We're outside the Empire, but I don't want anyone to know about you. "Never mind that," she answered. "Remember, magic can shield you where speed and luck fail." He felt her wing beat shift as she wheeled and raced toward them, skimming low over the grassland. The riders on the hill kept watching. Eragon tightened his grip on Zarok, the wire-wrapped hilt pressing into his palm. "If they threaten us," he murmured, "I could scare them with magic or with Sephira. A real rider out of the old stories might be enough to end this without blood." Murtagh's face stayed unreadable. "Don't count on it. If it comes to a fight, we just need to kill enough of them to make the rest decide we're not worth the cost." Just then the leader raised his mace, and the horsemen kicked their mounts into a canter. They shook javelins over their heads and whooped as they closed in, rusty blades hanging from battered scabbards, 4 arrows already trained on Eragon and Murtagh. The riders encircled them, shouting, while their leader swirled the mace overhead. Eragon's lips twitched. He nearly unleashed a burst of magic into the middle of them, but he forced himself still. "We don't know what they want yet," he thought as his pulse hammered. Once the ring was complete, the leader reined in, folded his arms, and looked them over with an arched brow. "Well, these are better than the usual rabble we catch. At least we got healthy ones this time, and we didn't even have to shoot them. Grieg will be pleased." The men chuckled. Eragon's stomach dropped, and a cold suspicion coiled around his mind. Sephira. The leader of the slavers reined in his horse and gave Eragon and Murtagh a mock-friendly smile, inviting them to put down their swords unless they wanted to become overstuffed pincushions for his archers. The bowman behind him knocked arrows and snickered. Murtagh didn't even flinch, he just shifted his grip on his blade. "Who are you, and what gives you the right to block our path?" he demanded. "We're free men passing through this land." The leader's smile curdled into a sneer. "I've got every right that matters, and as for you, a slave doesn't address his owner that way unless he wants a beating." Eragon's stomach twisted. Slavers. He could still see the hollow-cheeked prisoners on the auction platform in Dras Leona, and that memory turned his fear into something harder, a white-hot disgust that made his palm tingle. "Throw down your weapons," the leader barked. The slavers tensed cold eyes, watching for any sign of surrender. Neither rider moved. A sudden scuffle broke out behind Eragon, and he spun to see one of the slavers tearing the blanket off Arya, exposing her unmistakable features. "Torkenbrand!" the man shouted. "This one's an elf!" The riders erupted in murmurs. Torkenbrand spurred his horse over to Snowfire, leaned down, and let out a low whistle. "What's she worth?" someone asked. Torkenbrand spread his hands, a hungry grin splitting his face. "Fortunes, and then some. The Empire will hand over a mountain of gold for her." Eragon's skin crawled as the slavers whooped and pounded one another on the back. Then Sephira's voice crashed into his head like a thunderclap. "Attack now. Let the cowards flee if they break." She folded her wings and dropped from the sky. Eragon caught Murtagh's eye and flicked his chin, a tiny signal that was all the warning Murtagh needed. Murtagh smashed his elbow into a slaver's face, dumping the man out of his saddle, and dug his heels into Tornak. The war horse lunged, spun, and drove both forehooves into the fallen slaver's chest with a sickening crack. In the chaos, Eragon scrambled aside, raised his hands, and spat a few words in the ancient language. A sphere of indigo flame struck the ground at the heart of the slavers, bursting into sparkling droplets that vanished like morning mist. The next second, Sephira slammed down beside him, gigantic jaws open, and bellowed a roar that shook the dirt beneath their feet. Eragon lifted Zarok overhead, letting the red blade catch the afternoon light, and shouted with a burst of dark amusement, "Behold, I am a rider! Flee if you wish to live!" To his satisfaction, the slavers didn't need a second invitation. They routed like scattered wolves, shoving one another, leaving horses and gear behind. In the confusion, a strayed javelin smacked Torkenbrand in the temple, and he pitched off his mount. The runaways ignored him completely. Blood snaked down Torkenbrand's face as he staggered to his knees. Murtagh dismounted and walked over, sword in hand. The wounded slaver raised a trembling arm, but Murtagh's blade sliced through his neck with brutal efficiency. "No," Eragon shouted, but it was too late. The body crumpled and the head rolled to a stop. Erigon stormed up to Murtagh, jaw tight. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you kill him?" Murtagh wiped his blade on Torkinbrand's jacket and shrugged. "I don't see why you're so worked up. Erigon snapped, his voice cracking with fury. "I'm way past worked up. Did it ever enter your head that we could just leave him here and ride on? No, you had to play executioner on an unarmed man." Murtagh looked genuinely puzzled, as if Erigon were speaking a language he didn't understand. "We couldn't just leave him breathing, you know. He was too dangerous to keep around. The others scattered, and without a horse he'd never have made it far. I didn't want the Urgles to find him and squeeze him for information about Arya. So I figured the simplest solution was to Erigon cut him off. The simplest solution was to kill him." Saphira gave the severed head a curious sniff, jaws opening slightly as if she might snap it up. Then she thought better of it and padded back to Erigon's side. "I'm only trying to stay alive," Murtagh stated. "No stranger's life is worth more than my own." Erigon jabbed a finger at him. "You can't just throw your weight around like that. Where's your empathy?" "Empathy?" Murtagh laughed, a dry, bitter sound. "Empathy? What empathy can I afford to people who want me dead? Should I pause and wonder if my self-defense is going to hurt someone's feelings? If I'd done that, I'd have been dead years ago. You have to protect yourself and the people you care about, and you have to be willing to pay any price to do it." Erigon slammed Zarok back into its sheath, shaking his head savagely. "You can justify any atrocity with that kind of reasoning. You think this is fun for me?" Murtagh shouted. "My life has been on the line since the day I was born. Every waking hour I've spent dodging one threat or another. Sleep doesn't come easy. I'm always listening for the danger that might steal my life before dawn. The only time I might have felt safe was in my mother's womb, and I doubt I was even safe there." "You wouldn't understand. If you'd lived with this fear, you'd have learned the same lesson I did. Never take a chance." He gestured at Torkinbrand's body. "He was a risk I decided to eliminate. I'm not going to ask forgiveness, and I won't torture myself over what's done." Erigon shoved his face into Murtagh's inches away. It was still the wrong thing to do. Without another word, he lashed Arya to Saphira and swung up onto Snowfire. "Let's go." Murtagh guided Tornak around the fallen slaver, whose body lay in the blood-stained dust. They rode at a pace Erigon would have thought impossible a week earlier. Leagues seemed to melt beneath them as if they had wings on their heels. They turned south, passing between two massive arms of the Bear Mountains that curved like pincers about to close, their tips nearly a day's journey apart. Yet the size of those mountains made the gap feel much tighter, a valley carved for giants. The camp they made that evening was quiet. Neither man looked up from his plate as they ate. At last Erigon said, "I'll take the first watch." Murtagh nodded and lay down, turning his back. Saphira asked, inside his mind, "Do you want to talk?" "Not right now," he murmured. "Give me some time to think. I'm confused." She withdrew with a gentle nudge of warmth and whispered, "I love you, little one, and I love you," he answered. She curled into a ball beside him, and he sat motionless in the dark, wrestling with his unease. The fire popped and sent sparks into the night, but he didn't notice. In the morning Saphira took off with Erigon and Arya aboard, and he was eager to leave Murtagh behind for a while. He shivered and pulled his clothes tighter as the air turned crisp with the promise of snow. Saphira rose lazily on an updraft, her wings barely stirring the air, and asked, "What are you thinking?" Erigon looked down at the Beor Mountains, which towered over them, even though Saphira flew high above the ground. "That was murder yesterday. I have no other word for it." Saphira banked to the left. A lone hawk circled far above them. It was a hasty, ill-considered act, but Murtagh was trying to do what he thought was right. The men who buy and sell other human beings deserve every misfortune that comes their way. If we weren't committed to getting Arya to safety, I would hunt down every last slaver and tear them apart. Erigon's voice was heavy. Yes, but Torkinbrand was helpless. He couldn't defend himself or run. Give him another moment, and he might have surrendered. Murtagh never gave him the chance. If Torkenbrand had at least fought back, it wouldn't have felt so much like murder. Saphira replied, Eragon, even if he had fought, the result would have been the same. You know as well as I do that very few can match you or Murtagh with a blade. Saphira insisted that Torkenbrand would have died anyway, even if the fight had been a fair duel. Eragon, still shaken, admitted he had no idea what counted as just any more. Sometimes there are no answers, she said softly. Take the lesson from Murtagh. Forgive him if you can, or at least let it go. He didn't mean you harm, no matter how reckless it seemed. Your head's still attached, isn't it? Eragon frowned in the saddle, shaking himself like a horse pestered by a fly. He checked Murtagh's position over Saphira's shoulder, then caught a flash of colour near the creek they'd crossed the day before. The Urgles had camped there. His heart slammed against his ribs. How were those brutes on foot still gaining on a dragon in flight? Saphira saw them too, folded her wings, and dropped into a steep dive. I don't think they noticed us, she said. If their chieftain keeps pushing them like this, maybe they'll just drop dead from exhaustion. Eragon squinted into the roaring wind as she angled their descent even steeper. Once they landed, Murtagh cut right to it. What now? Eragon pointed toward the distant camp. They're catching up. At this pace, we might reach the Varden in 3 days, maybe 5 if we rode like normal people. But if we don't make it by tomorrow, they'll overtake us, and Arya won't survive. Murtagh shaded his eyes and checked the sun. She could last another day. I'm not betting on it, Eragon said. Our only chance is to ride without stopping, no sleep, no breaks. That's the whole plan. Murtagh laughed bitterly. Right, because we're all bursting with energy. I haven't slept properly in days, the horses are about to collapse, and you're talking about a death march. What are you, half-elf? Eragon just shrugged. If that's what it takes. Murtagh stared at the peaks in the distance, then offered something unexpected. I could split off, leave you to fly ahead with Saphira, force the Urgles to divide their forces. That might give you a clearer shot at the Varden. Eragon crossed his arms. That's suicide. Some miracle has them outpacing horses on foot. They'd run you down like a deer. The only place we're safe is behind the Varden's defences. As he said it, he realized how torn he felt. He had grown to like Murtagh, and that unsettled him more than any pack of monsters. Murtagh broke the silence. I'll slip away later. Once we get there, I can duck into a side valley and reach Surda, blend in, stay under the radar. So you're really staying? Eragon asked. Sleep or no sleep, I'll see you to the Varden, Murtagh promised. With a grim, stubborn resolve they pushed on. The Urgles kept creeping closer, and by nightfall the gap had shrunk by 1/3. Fatigue numbed their limbs, so they took turns dozing in the saddle while the other steered the horses. Saphira soared ahead to scout, but even she couldn't find the valley leading to their destination. Eragon sifted through Arya's fragmented alien memories, sometimes mistaking a crooked hunting trail for the correct path and costing them precious minutes. A hawk wheeled overhead, utterly indifferent to their desperate race. Midnight came and went without a sign of a break in the mountains. When dawn finally broke, they were amazed to see the Urgles far behind. This is the last day, Eragon said, fighting a yawn. If we're not reasonably close to the Varden by noon, I'm taking Arya and flying on ahead. Once we get you clear, you can ride anywhere you want, but you'll have to take Snowfire with you. I won't be able to come back for him. Murtagh ran a hand across his sword's pommel and said, that might not be necessary. We could still reach them in time. Eragon gave a half shrug and walked over to Arya. He pressed his palm to her forehead. It was clammy and dangerously hot. Her eyes moved restlessly beneath her closed lids, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. He soaked a rag in cool water and pressed it to her brow, wishing he knew how to do more. By late morning, after they rounded a particularly massive mountain, Eragon spotted a narrow valley tucked against its far side. It was so tightly folded into the rock that it would have been easy to overlook. The Beartooth River poured out of that opening and wandered lazily across the land. He smiled with relief, knowing that was where they needed to go. But when he glanced back, his smile faded. The Urgles had closed to little more than a league behind them. He pointed at the valley and told Murtagh, "If we slip in there without being spotted, it might confuse them." Murtagh didn't look convinced. "It's worth trying, but they followed us easily enough so far." As they pushed toward the valley, the Beor Mountains forest closed in around them. The trees were towering, with rough, blackened bark, dull needles and knobby roots that pushed out of the soil like bare knees. Cones the size of a horse's head littered the ground. Sable squirrels chattered from the branches, eyes gleamed from holes in the trunks, and tangled green beards of wolfsbane hung from the gnarled limbs. Eragon's neck prickled. The woods felt resentful, as if every tree disapproved of their intrusion. "These trees are very old," Saphira said, brushing a trunk with her nose. "Yeah," Eragon muttered, "and very judgy." The forest grew thicker as they went on, forcing Saphira to take off with Arya. Without a clear trail, the tough brush slowed Eragon and Murtagh. The Beartooth River ran beside them, gurgling over stones, while a nearby peak blocked the sun and plunged them into an early dusk. At the valley's mouth, Eragon realized the opening was far wider than it had appeared from a distance. The surrounding ridges were so immense that they made the valley look like a slim crack. Waterfalls dotted the sheer cliffs, and the sky above was only a thin strip, mostly hidden by grey clouds. Cold fog rose from the damp ground, making every breath visible. Wild strawberries crawled through ferns and moss, and red and yellow toadstools sprouted from rotting logs. The air seemed to swallow all sound. Even Saphira's wing beats were strangely muted when she landed in a clearing beside them. She swung her head, studying the valley. "I just passed a flock of birds, black and green, with red markings on their wings. I have never seen birds like that before. Everything in these mountains seems unusual," Eragon replied. "Mind if I ride you for a while? I want to keep an eye on the Urgles, of course." He turned to Murtagh. "The Varden are hidden at the end of this valley. If we hurry, we might make it before nightfall." Murtagh planted his hands on his hips. "And how do I get out of here? I don't see any side canyons, and the Urgles are going to hem us in soon. I need an escape route." Eragon waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. This valley is long. There has to be an exit further in." He lifted Arya off Saphira's back and placed her gently on Snowfire. "Watch, Arya. I'm going to fly with Saphira, and we'll meet you up ahead." He climbed onto Saphira, strapped himself into the saddle, and with one powerful push of her wings they rose into the fog. Leaving Murtagh and the horses below in the quiet valley, Murtagh shot Eragon a wary look, his forehead creased with worry. "Be careful up there," he cautioned, then clicked his tongue at the horses and vanished back into the tree line. Saphira launched herself skyward with a powerful beat of her wings, and Eragon leaned close to her neck. "Think you can make it to one of those peaks? We need to spot our destination and maybe find Murtagh a way through. I'd rather not hear him complain all the way across this valley." "We can try," Saphira replied, her voice calm, "but it's going to get considerably colder." "I'm dressed warmly enough. Hold on." She pulled up sharply, rocketing straight into the sky. The valley flattened into a thin green ribbon far below, and the Beartooth River glinted like a strand of hammered silver wherever sunlight struck the water. They punched through the cloud deck, and suddenly the world turned into a damp, grey void. Moisture clung to Eragon's face and seeped through his clothes. He stretched out a hand, watching droplets race down his sleeve. Something fluttered past, a blur of grey feathers. A dove, wings pumping wildly, with a thin white band wrapped around one leg. Saphira snapped at it, her tongue whipping through the air, her teeth closing a hair's breadth from its tail. The bird shrieked and vanished into the mist, its frantic wing beats fading into nothing. Then they burst above the clouds. Saphira's scales glittered with thousands of tiny water beads, each one catching the sun and throwing off miniature rainbows. Eragon shook himself like a wet dog, sending spray in every direction. Below them lay an ocean of clouds, rolling and coiling between dark mountain ridges. The peaks above them were streaked with ancient glaciers, gleaming blue-white in the harsh sunlight. The glare hit him like a slap. He squeezed his eyes shut, but even through his lids, the brightness burned. "How can you stand this?" he muttered, burying his face in the crook of his arm. "My eyes are stronger than yours," Sapphira said, not without a hint of amusement. "Right, of course, because why would a dragon ever need sunglasses?" The cold hit next. His wet hair froze solid, turning into a brittle helmet of ice. His shirt and pants stiffened around his limbs like a suit of armor carved from frost. Sapphira's scales slicked over with rime, and ice crusted along the edges of her wings. Worse, the air itself seemed to thin out. Every breath came shorter than the last. Eragon's chest heaved, his lungs burned, red specks swirled in front of his eyes. "We have to go down," he gasped, gripping her neck spikes. "I can't breathe." Sapphira didn't answer. He tried again, louder, still nothing. "She can't hear me," he realized with a jolt of panic. His thoughts were sluggish, syrupy. He pounded on her side, forcing the words out. "Take us down!" Then the darkness swallowed him. He came to with his head throbbing and cold air rushing past his face. They were below the clouds again. The valley spread out beneath them, green and welcoming. "What happened?" he asked, pushing himself upright. "You blacked out," Sapphira replied calmly. "I figured that much. Why didn't you answer me up there?" "Your words made no sense. Your mind was confused. When you lost consciousness, I realized something was wrong and descended. It did not take long to understand what had occurred." Eragon let out a shaky laugh. "Good thing you didn't pass out too." Sapphira swished her tail in what might have been amusement, or might have been judgment. Hard to tell with dragons. He glanced back at the peaks, now hidden behind a screen of clouds. "Too bad we couldn't stand on one of those summits." "Well, now we know. We can only fly out of this valley the way we came in." "Yes. But why did we run out of air? We have plenty down here. Why not up there?" "I do not know," Sapphira said, "but I will never fly so close to the sun again." Eragon nodded, tucking his frozen hands into his cloak. "We should remember this. The sky looks beautiful from below, but it's not as friendly when you're in it. The knowledge might prove valuable should we ever face another rider." Eragon hoped that day never came. "Let's stay low for now. I've had enough excitement for one day." They rode the warm updrafts, gliding between peaks, until Eragon noticed the Urgle column had reached the valley's opening. "What drives them at such a pace, and how do they maintain it?" Sapphira answered. "Now that we're closer, I can tell these Urgles are far larger than any we've met before. They'd tower over a tall man, reaching chest and shoulders above him. Whatever land they come from must be a brutal place to breed such creatures." Eragon squinted below, unable to match her sharp vision. "At this speed, they'll intercept Murtagh before we locate the Varden." "Have hope. The trees may slow them down. Could magic stop them?" Eragon shook his head. "Stop them? No, there are far too many." But then he spotted the thin mist drifting across the valley floor and smirked. "But I might buy us some time." He closed his eyes, chose his words carefully, and commanded Gath Unresa Duraka. Below, the ground seemed to churn like thick molasses. A dense band of fog congealed before the Urgles, swelling into a towering wall as dark as a storm cloud. The creatures paused for a moment, then pressed onward like an unstoppable battering ram. The barrier swirled around them, swallowing the front ranks from sight. The strain hit Eragon like a fist to the chest. His heart stuttered, his vision blurred, and for a terrifying second he thought he might pass out. He gasped and fought to break the spell's hold, wrenching his mind free with a savage snarl. The magical threads snapped away like severed ropes, clinging to whatever strength remained before retreating. The mist wall dissolved, collapsing into a wet smear across the ground. The Urgles hadn't slowed a single step. Eragon slumped against Sapphira, panting, the lesson crashing back into his memory. Brom had warned him, "Distance weakens magic, just like a thrown spear. Trying to move something a mile away costs far more than doing it up close." He thought grimly. "I'll never forget that again." Sapphira cut in dry as old leather. You shouldn't have forgotten it in the first place. First the dirt at Gilead, and now this. Were you even listening to Brom? You'll burn yourself out if you keep this up." "I was listening," he insisted, rubbing his chin. "It's just been a while, and I haven't had a chance to reflect. I've never cast at distance before. How was I supposed to know it would be this exhausting?" She snorted. "Next thing I know, you'll be trying to raise the dead. Remember what Brom said about that too." "I won't," he said, annoyed. Saphira tilted downward, scanning for Murtagh and the horses. Eragon lacked the strength to help. Barely able to stay upright in the saddle, she touched down with a jolt in a small clearing, and Eragon saw Murtagh kneeling on the ground while the horses stood restlessly nearby. When Eragon didn't dismount, Murtagh rushed over, his voice a tangle of worry and frustration. "What happened?" Eragon admitted, "I made a mistake. The Urgals have entered the valley. I tried to slow them with fog, but I forgot a fundamental rule of magic, and it cost me dearly." Murtagh scowled and jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "I just found something worse. Wolf tracks, but the prints are as wide as both my hands and an inch deep. There are creatures in these woods that could threaten even you, Saphira." He turned to her. "I know you can't enter the forest, but could you circle overhead and watch me and the horses? That should keep those beasts at bay." Eragon forced a weak grin. "Humour, Murtagh? Only on the gallows, I guess." Murtagh rubbed his stinging eyes, still scanning the ridgeline. "I still can't believe those Urgals have kept pace with us this whole time. They'd need wings to match speed with Saphira." Eragon shifted in the saddle, wincing. "Saphira says they're larger than any we've seen." Murtagh's hand clenched the pommel of his sword. "That settles it. Those are Cull, the elite of their kind. The chieftain must be leading them personally. Horses can't carry their weight, not one standing under 8 feet tall. They can run for days without sleep, and still swing a blade hard enough to split a shield. It takes 5 trained men to take down a single Cull, and they never leave their caves except for war, so if they're out in force, they're planning a slaughter." "Can we stay ahead of them?" Eragon asked, his voice thin. Murtagh gave a grim shrug. "Maybe they're strong, stubborn, and there are a lot of them. We might have to stand and fight. If we do, I hope the Varden have scouts posted somewhere nearby, because even with Saphira and our skill, we can't hold off Cull alone." Eragon swayed, gripping the saddle's pommel. "Could you get me some bread? I need to eat." Murtagh tore off a hunk from a loaf. The crust was cracked and dry, but Eragon chewed like it was a feast. A gust rattled the dead leaves around them, and a hawk's screech cut through the sky. Murtagh's eyes darted across the valley walls, searching for an escape route. "There'll be one farther in," Eragon murmured. "Of course," Murtagh answered, forcing a smile, then slapped his thigh. "We've got to move. How's Arya?" Eragon asked. Murtagh shrugged, a flicker of worry crossing his face. "Fever's worse. She's thrashing, muttering. Her strength is fading fast. You should fly her to the Varden before the poison finishes the job." Eragon straightened, swallowing another bite of bread. "I won't leave you behind, not with the Urgals this close." Murtagh shrugged again. "Suit yourself, but I'm telling you, she won't last if you stay with me." Eragon pushed himself upright in Saphira's saddle. "Don't say that. Help me save her. We can still do it. Consider it a life for a life atonement for Torkenbrand's death." Murtagh's face turned cold. "It's not a debt owed you." A horn blast echoed through the dark trees, cutting him off. "We'll talk later," he snapped, stomping to the horses, grabbing the reins, and trotting off with an angry glare. Eragon closed his eyes as Saphira launched into the air. A cold wind bit at his ears, and for a moment he wished he were lying on a soft bed, far away from all of this. Then he let out a dry laugh. Sure, and maybe the Cull would turn into squirrels and run off. He tugged his cloak tighter. "Saphira, what if we took Arya to the Varden? Once she's safe, we could fly back and pull Murtagh out of this mess." "The Varden would never allow it," she said. "They know nothing about us. For all they know, you're a spy leading the Cull straight to their hidden gates. And we aren't arriving under the best conditions to win their trust, dragging an entire company of Cull behind us. We'll tell them the truth and hope they believe us, Erigon insisted. And what if the Cull catch Murtagh before we return? Then we fight them, of course. I won't let him or Arya be captured or killed. Saphira's voice carried a hint of mockery. How noble. Oh, we'd cut down many, your magic and blade, my teeth and claws, but it would be hopeless in the end. There are too many. We can't beat them. Only die trying. Then what? He demanded. I'm not leaving Arya or Murtagh to their mercy. Saphira flicked her tail, the tip whistling. I'm not asking you to, but if we strike first, we might catch them off guard. Have you lost your mind? They'll, Ergon's voice trailed off as the idea settled in. They won't be able to do a thing, he said, surprised. Exactly, said Saphira. We can hit them from a safe height. Let's drop rocks on them, Erigon suggested, a grin tugging at his face. That ought to scatter them. Saphira banked hard to the right, folding her wings as she dove toward the Crag River. She snatched a boulder the size of a wagon wheel with her talons, while Erigon collected a pile of fist-sized rocks. With their cargo, she glided over the Urgle horde with silence that seemed impossible for such a massive dragon. Now, she shouted, releasing her stone. It sliced through the canopy with a series of sharp cracks before thudding into the ground, followed by howls of pain and surprise. Erigon allowed himself a grim smile as the enemy scattered. We should get more, he said, leaning into Saphira's neck. She rumbled in agreement and swung back toward the riverbed. The work was exhausting, and they managed only to slow the Urgles down, not stop them. Every time Saphira landed to collect more rocks, the enemy gained ground, but the tactic kept Murtagh just ahead of the chase. As daylight faded, the air took on a biting edge. Frost crept along the pines, turning them into ghostly white figures. Nocturnal creatures emerged cautiously from their dens to watch the intruders. Erigon kept scanning the ridgelines for the waterfall that would signal the end of their ordeal, but each minute dragged like an hour. Every passing second meant Arya was slipping further away. Faster, faster, he whispered, glancing down at Murtagh's silhouette. When Saphira went to pick up another load, Erigon said, Let's rest a moment and check on Arya. The day's almost gone. She might not have long. Saphira snorted, a puff of steam rising from her nostrils. Arya's fate isn't in our hands anymore. You already chose to stay with Murtagh, so stop second-guessing yourself. You're making my scales itch with all that guilt. Her tone was unusually sharp, and Erigon flinched. The best thing we can do right now is keep dropping rocks on those furry hide bags. Erigon knew she had a point, but that didn't soothe the knot in his stomach. He went back to searching, though the thickening darkness obscured everything. Without moonlight, even Saphira's sensitive ears and nose couldn't track the Urgles through the dense forest. She made a long, easy turn around a ridge, and Erigon squinted at a faint white streak ahead. Is that the waterfall? He wondered. The sky above still held a dim glow, and the mountains curved together like a giant bowl, closing the valley's end. We're almost there, he called, pointing. Do you think the Varden will send help? Saphira dropped abruptly, heading back toward Murtagh. They won't trust us until they know we're not enemies, she said. I'm going to stay close to him now. The Urgles might try to sneak up without us noticing. Erigon loosened his sword in its sheath, testing his grip. Saphira settled on the left bank of the Crag River, crouching low. The waterfall's rumble filled the air. He's coming, she said. Erigon heard drumming hooves. Murtagh burst from the shadows, driving the horses ahead of him. He saw them but kept running. Erigon jumped from Saphira's back, stumbled slightly, and fell into stride beside him. Behind them, Saphira padded into the river to avoid the trees. Before Erigon could speak, Murtagh gasped. Nice work with the rocks. Ambitious. Did the brutes turn back? They're still on our tail, but we're almost at the end of the valley. How's Arya? Murtagh's voice was cold. She hasn't died yet. His breath came in ragged bursts, and when he spoke again, his calm tone fooled no one. Is there a valley or a gorge up ahead? A way out? Erigon ducked under a low branch and tried to recall the mountain shapes around them, but he hadn't spared Murtagh's escape route a thought in a long while. The night smelled of damp pine and cold stone, and the darkness pressed in like a held breath. Hard to say, he hedged. It's dark enough that I could have missed something, but no, there's no way out. Murtagh swore and hauled the horses to a stop. So you're telling me the only direction I can go is straight into the Varden? Yes, but we can't stop. The Urgles are almost on top of us. I told you I wouldn't go there. You've trapped me in a dead end. You're the one with the elf's memories. Why didn't you warn me before we ended up here? Eragon bristled. Perfect, just perfect. We're about to get gutted by monsters, and this is about my navigation skills. He shot back. I knew where we needed to go, not what was in between. You can't blame me for coming with you. Murtagh hissed and spun away, a tense, bowed shape in the dark. Eragon's shoulders ached, a vein throbbed in his neck. Saphira's voice broke in, alarmed. Why have you stopped? Don't distract me, he told her. Aloud, he said. What is it about the Varden? Your secret can't be worse than facing Kull, is it? Or would you genuinely rather fight those brutes than trust me with this? How many times do we have to go through this? A long silence passed. The Urgles, Saphira pressed. I know, Eragon answered, pushing his temper down, but we have to finish this now. Murtagh, listen, he said. Unless you want to die, the Varden is our only chance. I'm not going to walk in there blind and have them tear you apart because I didn't know what you were running from. It's dangerous enough without surprises. At last Murtagh turned. His breath soared in and out, quick and hard, like a cornered wolf. You have a right to know, he said, his voice low and raw. I am the son of Morzan, first and last of the Forsworn. For a moment Eragon couldn't speak. The words were impossible. The Forsworn had never had children, least of all Morzan, the man who betrayed the riders to Galbatorix and served as the king's favourite until the end. Could it actually be true? Saphira's shock hit him a heartbeat later. She burst through the trees from the river's edge, fangs bared, tail raised. Be ready for anything, she warned. He might know how to use magic. Eragon moved his hand to Zarok's pommel. You're his heir? Questions churned through his mind. What does he want with me? Is he here for Galbatorix? I didn't choose this, Murtagh cried, his face twisted with pain. He ripped off his tunic and turned his back. Look! Across his tanned skin ran a knotted white scar from his right shoulder to his left hip, the mark of some old savage wound. I was 3 when he did that. Morzan threw his sword at me as I ran past, and that same blade, the one you carry now, opened my back. It was supposed to be my inheritance, but Brom took it from my father's corpse. A healer nearby kept me alive. I don't love the Empire or Galbatorix or any of it. I have no loyalty to them, and I mean you no harm. His words tumbled out, frantic, relieved. Eragon let his hand fall from Zarok. The wind moved through the pines, and he realized he had no idea what to say. Murtagh's voice cracked as he asked, Then your father was killed by— Yes, Brom. Murtagh answered, yanking his tunic back over his shoulders with a strange calm. A brass horn split the night behind them, and Eragon shouted, Run with me! Murtagh slapped the reins, forcing the exhausted horses into a jolting trot, staring straight ahead even as Arya swayed like a rag doll in Snowfire's saddle. Saphira loped beside Eragon, her long legs eating up the ground. You could walk through that riverbed without fighting every branch, Eragon muttered, watching her smash through a dense thicket. But I won't leave you alone with him. Her protectiveness warmed him despite the fear crawling up his spine. Morzan's son, Eragon called out between strides. That story is hard to swallow. How do I know you're not lying? Why would I lie? You could be, Murtagh cut him off. I've got no proof for you now. Save your doubts for the Varden. They'll know me soon enough. Eragon pressed harder. Do you serve the Empire? No. And if I did, what would I get by riding with you? If I wanted you dead or captured, I'd have left you in that prison. Murtagh stumbled over a root, caught his balance, and glared ahead. You could be leading the Urgles to the Varden, Eragon shot back. Then why am I still with you? Murtagh snapped. I know where the Varden are now. Why would I hand myself over to them? If I were going to attack them, I'd turn around and join the Urgles." "Maybe you're an assassin," Irrigan said flatly. "Maybe," Murtagh said with a shrug, his tone almost mocking. "You can't really know, can you?" Irrigan reached out to Saphira with his mind. She flicked her tail over his head. "If he meant you harm, he could have done it long ago." A branch whipped across Irrigan's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The waterfall rumbled louder, a steady pulse in the dark. "Watch Murtagh when we reach the Varden," Irrigan asked. "He might do something reckless, and I don't want him killed by mistake." "I'll try," she replied, shoving between two trees and tearing away slabs of bark. Another horn call echoed behind them. Irrigan stole a glance over his shoulder, half expecting armored shapes to burst from the trees. Then the forest gave way to a pebble beach at the mouth of the Beartooth River. Lake Costha Myrna sprawled across the valley, barring their path, its black water shimmering with reflected stars. Cliffs hemmed the water on both sides, leaving only a narrow, slippery ledge. At the far end, a massive sheet of water spilled over a dark cliff into a churning cauldron of foam. "The falls?" Murtagh asked through clenched teeth. "Yes." Irrigan led the way along the left shore, his boots sliding on wet, slimy stones. Saphira had to squeeze between the rock wall and the lake, her front claws sinking into the shallows. Halfway to the falls, Murtagh hissed. Urgles, Irrigan spun, pebbles spraying. Where they had stood moments before, hulking figures poured out of the tree line. The Urgles gathered at the water's edge, and one raised a crude hand toward Saphira, barking guttural words. The horde split, charging along both shores and sealing off every escape. The narrow trail forced the biggest cull to move in single file. "Run!" Murtagh yelled, yanking out his sword and smacking the horse's flanks. Without warning, Saphira whirled and dove straight back at the enemy. "No!" Irrigan screamed, calling out with his mind. "Come back!" She ignored him. With a wrenching effort, he tore his eyes away, lurched forward, and ripped Zarok from its sheath. Saphira struck the Urgles with a bone-shaking roar, scattering them against the mountainside. Saphira snatched a Kull straight off the ground, hauled the screaming creature into the air, and tore into him with her fangs before dropping what was left into the lake. One arm and one leg gone. The rest of the Kull kept coming around Costha Myrna as if nothing had happened. With smoke curling from her nostrils, she dove at them again. A wall of black arrows shot upward, most rattled off her scales, but a few punched through her wings, and her roar shook the cliffs. Irrigan felt a sympathetic sting in his arms, and had to fight the urge to run to her. Fear clawed at him as he saw the Urgles tightening the line. He tried to sprint, but his muscles screamed, and the rocks were slick with spray. Then, with a massive splash, Saphira vanished into the lake, sending ripples lapping at the Urgles' boots. One nervous Kull grumbled and jabbed his spear into the dark water. That was his last mistake. Saphira exploded from the depths, caught the spear in her jaws, and snapped it like a twig while wrenching it from his grip. Before she could grab him, his companions stabbed at her face, bloodying her snout. She hissed, thrashed her tail, and held the lead Kull at bay, forcing the whole column to stop. "Hurry," she sent to Irrigan. "I can't hold them long." Archers on the shore were already drawing aim. Irrigan pushed on, but his boot slipped, and he pitched forward. Murtagh caught his arm and hauled him upright. Grabbing each other's forearms, they urged the horses onward, the waterfall thundering ahead like an avalanche. Mist soaked their faces as they reached the widened beach, just 4 yards from the white curtain of falling water. Saphira roared as a spear grazed her hind leg, then sank back under water. With her gone, the Kull rushed forward, only a few 100 feet behind. "So what now?" Murtagh demanded. "I'm thinking," Irrigan snapped, rifling through Arya's memories. He snatched a rock the size of an apple, slammed it against the cliff, and shouted the password. "Nothing!" he shouted louder. Still nothing. Great, a secret door with no customer service. He turned to Murtagh in despair. "We're trapped!" Saphira burst from the lake right then, drenching them in icy water and landing in a fighting crouch. The horses reared, but Eragon calmed them with a quick brush of his mind. "Behind you!" Sapphira cried. Eragon spun and saw a cull charging at him, spear raised, towering like a giant with limbs like tree trunks. Murtagh whipped his sword forward with impossible speed, the blade spinning once before slamming into the cull's chest with a crunch. The massive Urgle toppled, and Murtagh sprinted forward to yank his weapon free. Eragon raised his palm and shouted the ancient words. Sharp cracks echoed off the cliff, and the ground beneath the charging Urgle's splintered legs, snapping as 20 of them toppled into the lake, howling. The ones still standing didn't even slow down. They simply stepped over their broken comrades and kept coming. Eragon gritted his teeth, leaning on Sapphira to stay upright. Arrows hissed past in the blackness and struck the cliff. He dropped low with Murtagh, arms over their heads. Sapphira snarled and hopped in front of them, spreading her armored bulk to block the horses. The arrows rattled off her sides like hail on a tin roof. Murtagh yelled, "What now? There's no door, no crack, no secret passage. We're sitting ducks." Eragon caught the sound of a wing membrane ripping as an arrow sliced Sapphira. He spun, searching the rock face, trying to figure out why Arya's instructions had failed. "This is the spot! It has to be!" Murtagh swore, grabbed his bow, and fired between Sapphira's spikes. An Urgle splashed into the lake. "Then call the elf! She's barely breathing. Can she even speak?" Eragon wanted to argue, but Sapphira's voice cut through his mind, urgent. "Wrong side! I've seen Arya's memories through you! This is the wrong side of the lake!" Another volley thudded into her. Her tail twitched in pain. "They're tearing me apart," she snapped. Then Eragon understood. "The Varden are across the water. We have to go through the waterfall." He looked at the mighty cascade and felt a knot of fear. Urgles were already closing on it from the opposite shore. Murtagh gaped at the churning deluge. "Oh, sure, we'll just stroll through Niagara. The horses will love that. I'll make them follow." Eragon shot back. "And Sapphira will carry Arya." Snowfire snorted as the war cries grew louder, while Arya hung limp in her saddle. Murtagh gave a weary shrug. Better than getting chopped into pieces. He cut the elf's bindings and lowered her into Eragon's arms. "Ready," Sapphira said, crouching. The Urgles paused, wary, as she rose and winged over the lake with Arya strapped on. Arrows clattered beneath her. On the far bank, the cull charged harder to reach the falls first. Eragon reached out with his mind, grabbing the horse's fear and twisting it. In the ancient language, he promised them death by Urgle if they didn't swim. They understood. Snowfire and Tornak plunged into the roaring water, screaming as it hammered their backs. Murtagh jumped after them, vanishing in foam and then surfacing with a gasp. Eragon heard gravel crunch behind him. So close, he shouted a war cry and hurled himself into the fall. The force hit him like a collapsing mountain, driving him down to the rocky bottom. He kicked, burst upward, caught half a breath, and then the white fury smashed him back down. All around was a howling blur of cold and noise, and he lost all sense of which way was up. His lungs burned as he clawed for the surface, but the cascade hammered him back before he could gain more than a few feet. Panic took over. His limbs flailed against the lake's grip. Between Zarok and his soaked clothes, he was too heavy to rise, and the ancient words of power were useless while his throat was full of water. Then a hand locked onto the back of his tunic and hauled him upward. The strokes were quick and practiced, and Eragon could only pray it was Murtagh pulling him, not an Urgle. They finally broke the surface and stumbled onto the pebble beach, Eragon shaking in violent fits. To his right, the fight had erupted. Arrows rained down on the monsters across the water, dropping them before they could form a charge. Urgles floated face down in the shallows, riddled with shafts, and the ones on Eragon's side were just as pinned, caught between hidden archers and rows of warriors who had materialized from the mountain slopes. The nearest cull stayed frozen in place, howling as arrows kept it at bay. "Good, let it know how it felt to be helpless." Then a gruff voice said, "Ach, Gunther's Dorzada, what were they thinking you would have drowned?" Eragon spun and found not Murtagh, but a dwarf no taller than his elbow, calmly wringing out a long, braided beard. The stocky fellow wore a chainmail vest with muscular arms exposed, a war axe on his belt, and an iron-banded cap marked with a hammer and 12 stars. The air around him smelled of wet wool, pine, and old iron. Even with the cap, he barely topped 4 feet. He stared at the battle and muttered, "Barzul, but I wish I could join them." A dwarf, of course. Eragon drew Zarok and searched for Saphira and Murtagh. 2 12-foot-thick stone doors had opened in the cliff, revealing a broad tunnel almost 30 feet tall that was lit by flameless lamps. Their pale sapphire glow spilled across the lake. Saphira and Murtagh stood in front of that tunnel, surrounded by grim humans and dwarves. At Murtagh's side, a bald, beardless man in purple and gold robes, taller than every other human present, held a dagger to Murtagh's throat. Eragon reached for his magic, but the man snapped, "Stop! Try anything and I'll kill your friend. He was kind enough to mention you're a rider, so don't think I won't know. You can't hide from me." Eragon tried to speak. The dagger pressed harder. "None of that! Do what I say or he dies. Now get everyone inside." He backed into the tunnel, pulling Murtagh with him, all while watching Eragon. "Saphira, what should I do?" Eragon asked quickly as the warriors and dwarves followed, leading horses behind them. "Go with them," she answered, "and hope we live." She walked past them into the tunnel, making several warriors flinch. Reluctantly, Eragon followed, exhausted, his dwarf rescuer keeping pace with one hand wrapped around the haft of his war axe. The stone doors closed without a sound, sealing them behind a seamless wall, trapped. But compared to drowning in a lake full of dead Urgles, he supposed it was an improvement. "This way," the bald man snapped, stepping back without letting the dagger leave Murtagh his throat, and then he disappeared to the right through an arched doorway. Eragon followed the bald man on numbed legs, his pulse hammering in his ears as the warriors closed in around him and Saphira. The horses were led down a side tunnel, but Eragon barely noticed. His eyes kept drifting to the limp figure tied across Saphira's back. Arya. The Skilner Brag was already working inside her, and every wasted moment pushed the antidote farther out of reach. He ducked through an archway and hurried down a narrow corridor, passing a strange sculpture of a quilled animal, then turned left and right, until a door opened into a bare marble room large enough for Saphira to turn around. The polished white stone reflected their ghostly shapes back at them, and the heavy door boomed shut behind them, a bolt scraping into place with a sound like a key turning on a tomb. Eragon stood with Zarok drawn, counting 11 warriors plus the bald man. In each corner hung one of those odd lanterns casting a cold, flat glow. "There's an injured," he started, but the bald man cut him off with a sharp gesture. "You do not speak. That can wait until after the test." He shoved Murtagh into the arms of a warrior, and a blade immediately found Murtagh's neck. The bald man folded his hands and said, "Remove your weapons. Slide them toward me." A dwarf unbuckled Murtagh's sword and dropped it with a clatter. Eragon's jaw tightened as he unbuckled Zarok, then placed the sword sheath, bow, and quiver on the floor and pushed them across. "Now, step away from the dragon and come to me slowly." Eragon did, stopping a yard away. "Stop. Drop the defenses around your mind. I need to see your thoughts, your memories. If you hide anything, I will take them by force, and that will drive you mad. If you refuse, your companion will be killed." Eragon stared at him. "Why?" "Because I need to know you're not one of Galbatorix's puppets, and because hundreds of Urgles are pounding on our door, so no one enters Farthen Dure unchecked." Eragon's voice went sharp. "There isn't time. She needs a healer." "Silence," the man roared, pressing his thin fingers against his robe. "Until you are examined, your words are meaningless." Eragon almost laughed. "Words are meaningless. Sure. Tell that to the poison eating through Arya's veins." Then the dwarf, the same one who had saved him from the lake, jumped forward. "Are you blind, Egraz Khan? That's an elf on the dragon. We can't keep her here if she's dying. Ajihad and the king will have our heads if she dies." Egraz Khan's close-set eyes hardened with anger, but he forced a smooth, almost oily calm. "Of course, Oryk, we wouldn't want that." He snapped his fingers. "Remove her from the dragon." 2 human warriors sheathed their blades and edged cautiously toward Saphira, who watched them with unblinking gold eyes. "Quickly, quickly!" They unstrapped Arya, lowered her gently to the floor, and one of them bent to check her face. "It's Arya, the dragon egg courier." "What?" cried Egraz Khan, and Oryx's eyes went wide with astonishment. The bald man turned his steel gaze on Eragon. "You have much explaining to do." Eragon met the stare without flinching. She was poisoned with Skilna Bray in prison. Only Tunivor's nectar can save her now. Egraz Khan's face went completely blank, unreadable as stone. He stood frozen, save for a faint twitch at the corner of his lips. "Fine. Escort her to the healers and tell them what she requires. Keep her guarded until the ceremony is complete. You'll receive fresh orders by then." The warriors nodded once and carried Arya from the chamber. Eragon watched them go, a pang of helplessness twisting in his chest. His gaze snapped back to the bald man. "Enough delay. We've wasted far too much time already. Prepare for the examination." Eragon had absolutely no appetite for letting this menacing stranger crawl through his thoughts, exposing every fear and secret. But resistance seemed futile. The chamber felt stifling, the torchlight casting long, wavering shadows across the stone walls. Murtag's stare burned into him like a brand. Finally Eragon bowed his head. "I'm ready." "Good, then. You'd better not harm him, Egraz Khan." Oryx cut in, his knuckles white around his axe haft, "or the king will have words with you." The bald man gave him a dismissive glare, then offered Eragon a thin smile. "Only if he resists." He lowered his head and chanted something inaudible. A jolt of searing mental force ripped into Eragon's consciousness, and he gasped, part shock, part raw agony. His eyes rolled back, and instinct screamed at him to throw up walls around his mind. The assault crashed against him like a battering ram. "Stop that!" Saphira's voice pierced through the chaos, her thoughts weaving into his, flooding him with strength. "You're putting Murtag in danger!" Eragon wavered, grinding his teeth, then forced the barriers down and laid himself bare to the ravening probe. Disappointment flickered from the bald man. He'd been hoping for a fight. The pressure escalated into something brutal. There was a foul, decayed quality to the force pressing against his thoughts, like rot dressed in power. "He's baiting me to resist." Eragon realized as another wave of torment rolled through him. The pain ebbed for a heartbeat, then surged back harder. Saphira strained to contain it, but even she couldn't fully block the deluge. "Fine," Eragon thought savagely. "Let him dig. Let him claw through everything I've ever felt. He won't find what matters. Pain is just a signal, nothing more, and I can stand anything if it means protecting those I care about." The mantra was more bravado than conviction, but it steadied his trembling mind. "Give him what he wants," Saphira urged, "but shield everything else." "I've already wrapped our words from him." "Then why does it still hurt?" "The pain is coming from you, Eragon. No one else is making it." He winced as the probe burrowed deeper, gouging through memories like a nail hammered into bone. The bald man seized his childhood and began rifling through it piece by piece. "Get him out of there," Eragon snarled inwardly. "I can't remove him without harming you," Saphira said, her voice strained. "I can hide things before he reaches them, but you have to think fast. Tell me what to conceal." Eragon fought to think through the blinding pain. He raced through his life from the moment he'd discovered her egg. He cloaked his extensive conversations with Brom, especially every ancient word he'd been taught. Their journey through Palankar Valley, the carnage at Yazuak, the battles at Daret and Term, he left those exposed. But Angela's fortune-telling and Salembum's mystifying advice, he had Saphira seal away completely. He skimmed over the robbery in Term, the devastating loss of Brom, his imprisonment in Gil Aid, and finally hit Murtag's revelation of his true lineage. Eragon wanted that buried too, but Saphira resisted. The Varden have a right to know who they shelter under their roof, especially if he's a son of the Forsworn. "Just do it," he insisted, fighting through another surge of agony. "I won't be the one to expose him, especially not to this man." "They'll find out the moment Murtagh is scanned," she warned. "Just do it." With the critical memories secured, all that remained was endurance. It felt like sitting perfectly still while his fingernails were ripped out with rusty pliers, his body locked up, jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached, heat radiating from his skin as sweat traced a line down his neck. Each second stretched like an hour. The bald man picked through the remnants of his past at a maddening crawl, savoring every scrap like a miser counting coins. The bald man sifted through Eragon's thoughts with unsettling precision, dwelling far too long on things Eragon considered trivial, his mother Selena, for instance. As if savoring every ounce of discomfort he could stir up, he combed through the encounters with the Razak and then the Shade, dragging each memory into the open like a trophy. Only after Eragon's entire journey had been thoroughly dissected did the bald man finally begin to retract his presence, drawing the probe out like a stubborn splinter. Eragon shuddered, swayed on his feet and pitched forward. Strong arms caught him just before he hit the cool marble floor, easing him down gently. Auric's voice cut through the haze behind him. "You went too far. He wasn't strong enough for this. He'll live. That's all that's needed," the bald man replied flatly. A frustrated grunt answered him. "Well, what did you find?" A long silence stretched out. "Is he to be trusted or not?" The words came out reluctantly. "He is not your enemy." A wave of audible relief swept through the room, but Eragon's eyes barely flickered open as he pushed himself upright. "Easy now," Auric said, wrapping a thick arm around him and hauling him to his feet. Eragon swayed unsteadily, shooting a glare at the bald man while Saphira let out a low, dangerous rumble. The bald man paid them no mind, turning instead to Murtagh, who still stood pinned at sword point. "Your turn now." Murtagh went rigid and shook his head, the blade nicking his skin and sending a thin trickle of blood down his neck. "No, you won't be protected here if you refuse. Eragon's been cleared, so you can't threaten his life to influence me. Without that, nothing you say or do will get me to open my mind." The bald man sneered, arching a brow that would have been raised if he had one. "What about your own life? I can still threaten that." "It won't do any good," Murtagh said, his voice flat and so certain that no one could doubt him. The bald man's breath burst out in frustration. "You don't have a choice." He surged forward, pressing his palm to Murtagh's brow and gripping tight. Murtagh's face turned to iron, fists clenched, neck muscles straining as he fought back with everything he had. The bald man snarled, his fingers digging mercilessly into Murtagh's skin. Eragon winced in sympathy, knowing exactly what kind of battle raged between them. "Can't you help him?" he asked Saphira. "No," she answered quietly. "He won't allow anyone into his mind." Auric watched with a darkening scowl, then muttered a curse under his breath. Without warning, he lunged forward, grabbing the bald man's arm and tearing him away from Murtagh with a strength that seemed impossible for his frame. The bald man stumbled back, then spun on Auric, fury blazing in his eyes. "How dare you! You questioned my leadership, opened the gates without permission, and now this! You've shown nothing but insolence and treachery! Do you think your king will protect you now?" Auric bristled, standing his ground. "You would have let them die. If I'd waited any longer, the Urgles would have finished them." He pointed at Murtagh, who was gasping for breath. "We don't have any right to torture him for information. Ajihad won't sanction it, not after you've examined the rider and found him blameless, and they brought us Arya." The bald man's eyes burned with barely leashed rage, his whole body coiled like a predator ready to strike. "Would you let him enter unchallenged? Are you so great a fool as to put all of us at risk?" His voice dropped to a venomous edge. "Can he use magic? That is, can he use magic?" Auric roared, his deep voice thundering through the chamber. The bald man's face went completely blank. He clasped his hands behind his back. "No. Then what exactly are you afraid of?" Auric pressed, his tone shifting to something almost mocking. "He can't escape, and he can't work any mischief with all of us standing here, especially if your powers are as impressive as you claim." He folded his arms with a smirk. "But don't take my word for it. Go ask Ajihad what he wants done." The bald man stared at Auric for a long moment, his face unreadable, then lifted his gaze to the ceiling and closed his eyes, as if the answer might be written there, A strange rigidity crept into his shoulders, his lips working silently as if mumbling words only he could hear. Deep wrinkles carved the pale skin above his brows, and his hands clenched tight, like he was strangling something invisible. For a spell he stood there, wrapped in a quiet battle with himself. When his eyes finally snapped open, he ignored Auric entirely and barked at the guards, "Leave, now!" As they filed out, he turned a cold stare on Eregan. "I couldn't finish my examination, so you and your friend will be staying the night. If he tries to leave, he'll be killed." He spun on his heel and marched out, his pale scalp gleaming in the lantern light. Eregan let out a shaky breath. "Thank you, Auric." The dwarf grunted. "I'll have food sent up." He muttered something quick under his breath and headed out, shaking his head. The bolt clicked back into place on the other side of the door. Eregan sank to the ground, his mind swimming from the endless day and the forced march that had brought them here. A faint drip of water echoed somewhere in the stone walls, blending with his wandering thoughts of frozen trails and dark corridors. His eyelids drooped. Saphira pressed her warm body against his side. "We must be careful," she said. "We may have as many enemies here as we did in the Empire." He just nodded, too drained for words. Murtagh slid down the far wall to the polished floor, pressing his sleeve against the cut on his neck. His eyes looked hollow, distant. "Are you all right?" Eregan asked. Murtagh gave a tight nod. "Did he manage to take anything from you?" Eregan shook his head. "No. How did you resist him? He's so strong. I've had excellent training." The words came out sour, bitter like old wine. Eregan almost laughed. "Excellent training. Sure, look at them now, locked in a dwarven cell, bleeding, exhausted, with a dragon full of holes." They were a glowing example of survival skills. He kept the thought to himself. Silence settled between them like a heavy blanket. Eregan stared at one of the lanterns in the corner, his thoughts wandering until he spoke without meaning to. "I didn't tell them who you are." Murtagh's face relaxed with relief. He bowed his head. "Thank you for not giving me away." Eregan shook his head. "They had no idea who you were." Murtagh shook his head too. "No." "So you still claim you're Morzan's son?" "Yes." The word came out as a tired breath. Eregan started to respond, but stopped when something warm dripped onto his hand. He looked down, startled to see a spot of dark blood rolling off his skin. It had fallen from Saphira's wing. "I forgot you were hurt," he thought, forcing himself upright. "Let me heal you. Be careful. Mistakes are easy when you're this tired." "I've got it," he said. Saphira unfolded one wing and laid it flat on the floor. Murtagh watched in silence as Eregan ran his hands across the warm blue membrane, whispering "be healed" each time he found an arrow hole. The wounds were all simple to close, even the ones along her nose. When he finished, Eregan sagged against her, his breath ragged, feeling the steady thump of her great heart. "I hope they actually bring food," Murtagh said. Eregan shrugged. Hunger was buried somewhere far below his exhaustion. He folded his arms, feeling the absence of Zarok at his side. Then something clicked. "Why are you here?" Murtagh blinked. "What? If you're really Morzan's son, Galbatorix wouldn't let you roam Allegasia on your own. How did you find the Razak by yourself? I've never heard of any of the Forsworn having children, so what exactly are you doing here?" His voice cracked upward, nearly a shout by the end. Murtagh dragged both hands down his face. "It's a very long story. We're not going anywhere," Eregan countered. "Not tonight, and tomorrow there probably won't be time." Murtagh pulled his knees to his chest and rested his chin on them, swaying gently as he stared at the floor. "I don't want to be interrupted, so make yourself comfortable. This will take a while." Eregan shifted against Saphira's side and gave a small nod. Saphira watched them both, her eyes bright and unblinking. Murtagh's first words were halting, unsure, but with each sentence his voice grew steadier. "As far as I can tell, I'm the only child of the 13 servants, the Forsworn as everyone calls them. There could be others, because the 13 knew how to hide whatever they wanted, but I doubt it for reasons that will become clear. My parents met in a village so small I never caught its name, some forgotten pocket in the countryside where my father was travelling on the king's errands. Morzan did my mother a small kindness, the sort of courtesy he used to slip past a person's defences, and when he left, she went along with him. They travelled side by side for a while, and as these stories tend to unfold, she lost her heart to him. Morzan found that turn of events satisfying, both because it gave him endless chances to make her miserable, and because a servant who would never betray him was an asset he couldn't pass up. So when he returned to Galbatorix's court, she became his invisible right hand. He sent her with secret messages, taught her enough magic to keep her unnoticed, and occasionally used her to coax information from people who forgot she was there. He kept her away from the rest of the 13, not as a kindness, but because they'd happily turn her into a weapon against him. For 3 years, that was the rhythm of her life. Then she got pregnant. That changed everything. Morzan, cunning as ever, understood that the pregnancy put him, her, and the child on a cliff ledge. So deep in the night he moved her out of the palace and up to his fortress. He wove spells around the property so tight that only a few trusted servants could pass. King Galbatorix, however, saw through every veil. He knew the 13's lives inside and out, their schemes, their feuds, and most of all their private thoughts. He enjoyed watching them tear one another apart, sometimes nudging one side just for fun. Yet for reasons I still don't understand, he never let anyone know I existed. I was born, turned over to a wet nurse, and my mother was sent back to Morzan's side. She had no voice in that decision. She visited me now and then a few months apart, but we never had a real life together. It was during that stretch that I got the scar across my back. That quiet, hidden existence might have lasted forever if Morzan hadn't been called off to hunt for Saphira's egg. The moment he left, my mother disappeared. No one knew where she went or why. Even the king's trackers came up empty. Morzan had taught her too well. At my birth, the 13 were down to 5. When Morzan rode away, only 3 remained, and by the time he faced Brom in Gilead, he was the last one standing. The forsworn fell to a mix of suicide, ambushes, and magic they couldn't control, though the Varden certainly helped push things along. Word was that Galbatorix flew into a rage over losing them all. And what did that leave for me? A mother who crept back to me months later, pale and brittle, as if something had eaten her from the inside. She worsened day by day, and within a fortnight she was dead. Tragic, isn't it? But when you're the child left holding the pieces, tragedy just feels like more of the same. On her last night, she squeezed my hand and whispered something I still can't repeat. Then the room went quiet, and I was alone with a king who collected secrets like trinkets. "What happened then?" Eragon asked. I shrugged. I grew up. The king brought me to the palace, arranged for my care, and otherwise left me alone. "And why did you leave?" he asked. A hard laugh came out of me. Escaped is a better word. On my 18th birthday, Galbatorix summoned me to a private dinner. That alone surprised me, because I'd kept my distance from court life and never spent real time with him. We'd exchanged words before, but always within earshot of other nobles. So I accepted the invitation. Declining would have been reckless. The meal was rich, almost too rich, but his black eyes never let go of me. They moved over my face like he was hunting for a crack in a wall. At one point he refilled my glass himself, a gesture that felt less like hospitality and more like dissection. I had no idea how to respond, so I attempted light conversation to break the tension. He refused to engage, and I soon let the silence hang. Only after the meal ended did he finally begin to speak. You've never heard his voice, so describing it is nearly impossible. It was mesmerizing, like honey laced with poison, or a serpent whispering promises that somehow felt like truth. I've never known a more convincing or more frightening man. He laid out a vision of the empire as he imagined it, beautiful cities spread across the land, populated by the greatest warriors, craftsmen, musicians, and philosophers. The Urgles wiped out once and for all, borders expanding in every direction until all of Alagaesia fell under his domain, peace and prosperity for everyone, and the most wondrous part, the dragon riders would be restored to gently watch over Galbatorix's realms. I listened, utterly captivated for what must have been hours. When he stopped, I eagerly asked how the riders could possibly return, since everyone knew no dragon eggs remained. He grew quiet, studying me with a long, thoughtful stare. The silence stretched so long I started to fidget. Then he extended his hand and asked, "Will you, son of my old friend, serve me as I work to bring about this paradise?" I should have hesitated. I should have remembered the dark history behind his rise and my father's fall, but the dream he painted was too beautiful to resist. I pledged myself with complete devotion. He smiled, offered his blessing, and dismissed me with a promise to call on me when the time came. Several months passed before he did. The summons arrived, and I felt my old excitement surge back. We met in private again, but this time there was no charm, no gentle courtesy. The Varden had destroyed 3 brigades in the south, and his fury was on full display, a vein throbbing at his temple as he paced. He ordered me to take a detachment of troops and obliterate Cantos, a town where rebels sometimes sheltered. When I asked how we should identify the guilty among the townsfolk, he shouted, "Every one of them is a traitor. Burn them at the stake and bury their ashes with dung." Then came the ranting, a dark, sputtering catalogue of every punishment he would inflict on anyone who defied him. Quite a performance, if you enjoy watching a man lose his grip on reason, but it showed me a truth I'd been blind to. Galbatorix had no mercy, no foresight, no real desire to earn loyalty. He ruled through terror and impulse, nothing more. In that instant, the spell shattered. I knew I had to escape him and Urabane forever. Getting out proved nearly impossible. I left that very night with Tornak, my most trusted servant, but Galbatorix had anticipated me. Soldiers were waiting outside the gates. My sword was bloody and flashing in the dim lantern light. We managed to defeat them, but Tornak took a blade meant for me and died in the street beside me. His sacrifice is a debt I'll never repay. Grief-stricken and alone, I fled to an old friend who sheltered me on his estate. While hidden, I listened to every rumor, desperate to anticipate the king's next move and plan my own path. That was when I heard that the Razak had been sent to track someone down. Remembering Galbatorix's grand plan for the riders, I decided to find and follow the Razak myself, in case they stumbled onto a dragon, and that's how I ended up finding you. You now know everything. I have no more secrets. We still don't know if he's telling the truth, Saphira warned. I know, Eragon said. But why would he lie to us? He might be mad. I doubt it. He ran a finger over Saphira's hard scales, watching the light play across them. So why not join the Varden? They'll distrust you at first, but once you prove yourself, they'll treat you with respect. They want to end the king's reign. Isn't that what you want? Murtagh let out a short, bitter laugh. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Murtagh kept his voice low, but every word was edged with irritation. I don't want Galbatorix to find me, and if people start whispering that I've joined his enemies, which I haven't, that's exactly what's going to happen. These so-called rebels don't just want the king gone, they want the whole empire destroyed. I can't stand by and let that happen. It would bring nothing but chaos. The king certainly has his faults, but the system is still built on solid ground. He paused, then added with a sneer and earning the Varden's respect, "Once they know who I am, they'll treat me like a criminal. Worse, actually. And because we've travelled together, suspicion will fall on you as well." Saphira spoke into Eragon's mind. He's right. Eragon ignored her. "It can't be that bad," he said, trying to sound hopeful. Murtagh let out a harsh laugh and turned his face away. "I'm sure they won't." The door creaked open just wide enough to admit 2 bowls, a loaf of bread, and a lump of raw meat. Then it slammed shut. "About time," Murtagh grumbled as he crossed to the food. He tossed the meat to Saphira, who caught it in mid-air and gulped it down. He ripped the loaf in half, handed 1 piece to Eragon, carried his bowl to a corner, and ate without saying another word. The silence felt heavier than stone. Murtagh pushed his food around for a moment. "I'm going to sleep." He set down the bowl and didn't wait for a reply. "Good night," Eragon said. He stretched out beside Saphira with his arms folded under his head. She curled her neck around him like a cat tucking its tail, laid her head beside his, and draped one wing across his body like a blue tent. "Good night, little one." Eragon smiled, but sleep had already claimed him. Hours later, in the quiet heart of Trondheim, Eragon snapped awake as a low growl rumbled in his ear. Saphira was still asleep, her eyes moving behind her lids, and her lip trembling as though she were ready to snarl. "She's dreaming," he thought. For a minute he watched her, then carefully slid out from under her wing and stretched. The cell was cool but not unpleasant. Murtagh lay on his back in the far corner, eyes shut. As Eragon moved past Saphira, Murtagh stirred. "Morning," he said softly, sitting up. "How long have you been awake?" Eragon asked in a whisper. "A while. I'm surprised Saphira didn't wake you." "I was tired enough to sleep through a thunderstorm," Eragon replied. He settled down next to Murtagh and leaned his head against the wall. "Do you know what time it is?" "No way to tell in here." "Has anyone come by?" "Not yet." For a while they just sat together without speaking. Eragon felt a strange pull toward Murtagh. "I've been carrying his father's sword, the blade that should have been his inheritance. We're alike in too many ways, but our upbringings and outlooks couldn't be more different." He remembered Murtagh's scar and shivered. What kind of person could do that to a child? Then his thoughts turned bitter. Right? And the system is sound. Tell that to every burned village, every child left scarred, every family torn apart by war. Sure. Sound as a cracked bell, a sarcastic grin flickered across Eragon's face, then faded. Saphira lifted her head, blinking sleep out of her eyes. She sniffed the air, then let out a wide yawn. "Anything happen?" Eragon shook his head. "I hope they bring more than that tiny snack. I could eat a whole herd. They'll feed you," he promised. "They'd better." She moved to the door and lay down, tail flicking to wait. Eragon closed his eyes and dozed. When he got bored, he stood and paced around the room. One of the lanterns caught his eye. It was made of tear-shaped glass about twice the size of a lemon, filled with soft blue light that never wavered. 4 slim metal ribs curved around it, meeting at the top in a little hook, and at the bottom in 3 elegant legs. It was surprisingly beautiful for a prison cell. He snapped out of his inspection when voices echoed outside the door. The door opened and a dozen warriors filed in. The first soldier stopped cold when he saw Saphira. Auric and the bald man followed them in, and the bald man didn't waste a single word. "Ajihad, leader of the Varden, has summoned you. If you need to eat, do it while we march." Eragon and Murtagh exchanged wary glances. "Where are our horses?" Eragon asked. "And when do I get my sword and bow back?" The bald man looked at him like he'd just stepped in something unpleasant. "Your weapons will be returned when Ajihad sees fit. Your horses are waiting in the tunnel. Move." As the man turned away, Eragon called out, "How is Arya?" The bald man hesitated, and for just a moment his hard expression softened. "I don't know. The healers are still with her." Then he left with Auric. One of the warriors gestured, "You go first." Eragon stepped through the doorway, Saphira close behind him, Murtagh following. They retraced the same corridor from the night before, passing that odd statue of the quilled animal, until they reached the enormous tunnel. The bald man stood waiting with Auric, who held the reins of Tornak and Snowfire. "You will ride single file down the center of the tunnel," the bald man said. "If you try to go anywhere else, you will be stopped." Eragon started to climb onto Saphira, but the man barked, "No, ride your horse until I say otherwise." Eragon shrugged, took Snowfire's reins and swung into the saddle. He guided the stallion ahead of Saphira and whispered, "Stay close." "Always," she answered. Murtagh mounted Tornak behind Saphira. The bald man studied their formation, then ordered the warriors to split and surround them, giving Saphira as much space as possible. Auric and the bald man led the way, and after one last look, the bald man clapped twice and set off. The tunnel swallowed the sound of the horse's hooves and tossed it back as a strange, rhythmic echo. Doors and iron gates broke up the smooth walls now and then, but all stood closed. Eragon couldn't help admiring the craftsmanship. The walls, floor, and ceiling were cut with such flawless precision that every corner was perfectly square. The passage didn't wander even an inch. He knew this wasn't the work of ordinary miners. This was dwarf work, no question. The closer they got to Ajihad, the tighter Eragon's chest felt. The leader of the Varden was a mystery, a shadowy name whispered across the empire. 20 years of leading a war against Galbatorix with no one knowing where he came from or what he looked like. A master strategist. A brutal fighter. Great, Eragon thought, just the kind of person you want to meet while unarmed and exhausted. But then he remembered Brom. Brom had trusted the Varden, had served them with his life. That gave him some hope. And yet the questions kept coming. Were the dwarves part of the Varden or just sheltering them? Who was the king Auric had mentioned? And if the Varden could hide underground, where were the elves? No answers came, only the steady rhythm of hooves. After nearly an hour of riding through that impossibly straight tunnel, Eragon guessed they had covered at least a league. Maybe they're taking us straight through the mountain, he thought. He was about to mutter something sarcastic to Murtagh when a soft white glow appeared up ahead. It grew stronger as they approached, and soon he could make out thick marble pillars lined with rubies and amethysts standing in neat rows along the walls. Between the pillars hung dozens of lanterns, filling the air with a warm, brilliant light that made the stone itself feel alive. The pillar bases glowed with intricate gold patterns, as if liquid metal had been poured into the stone. Above, carved ravens arched across the ceiling, their beaks frozen in mid-screech. At the corridor's end stood 2 colossal black doors, trimmed with silver filigree that formed a 7-pointed crown spanning both panels. The bald man halted, raising a hand. He turned to Eragon. "Time to mount your dragon. Don't try to fly away. There will be eyes on you, so remember who and what you are." Eragon slid off Snowfire, gave the stallion a quick, reassuring pat, then scrambled onto Saphira's back. "They want to parade us?" she said as he settled into the saddle. "Looks that way. I'd feel better with Zarok at my side. Better that you're not wearing Morzan's sword when the Varden first see you," she pointed out. True, he tightened the straps around his legs and squared his shoulders. "I'm ready." The bald man nodded, and he and Auric retreated to either side of Saphira, leaving her alone at the front. "Walk to the doors. Once they open, follow the path, slowly." "Ready?" Eragon asked. "Always." Saphira paced forward at a calm stride, her scales scattering rainbow glints across the pillars. Eragon breathed deep, trying to settle his nerves. Without warning, the doors swung open on hidden joints. Sunlight exploded through the widening gap, washing over them. Blinking, Eragon squinted until his eyes adjusted, then gasped. They stood inside a massive volcanic crater. Far above, a jagged opening in the rock admitted a single piercing beam of light, impossibly distant. The far wall shimmered blue in the haze, perhaps 10 miles away. Towering icicles thicker than houses hung overhead like frozen spears, leagues above any hope of reach. Eragon remembered the frozen valley and knew even Saphira couldn't soar that high. Dark swaths of moss and lichen clung to the crater walls. A cobblestone causeway stretched from the threshold straight to the center, where a snow-white mountain rose like a rough-cut gem, glittering with colored lights. It was barely a tenth as tall as the crater around it, yet still over a mile high. For a moment Eragon was struck dumb by the scale. Then a wry thought surfaced. Only dwarves would build a mountain inside a mountain and call it progress. He didn't voice it. "Look well, human," Auric said, his voice deep with reverence. "No rider has seen this in over 100 years. The cavern we stand in is Farthen Dure, found by our ancient father Korgan while he tunneled for gold. And at its heart stands Trondheim, our city mountain, built from the purest marble." The doors ground to a halt. A city. Then Eragon saw the crowd. He'd been so captured by the vista that he'd missed the dense sea of people packed around the tunnel entrance. They lined the cobblestone path, dwarves and humans wedged together like trees in a thicket. There were hundreds, thousands, every face turned up at him, and not one spoke. Eragon's hand tightened on Saphira's neck spike. He saw a child in a grimy smock, a scarred blacksmith with a dented apron, women in homespun, and a grizzled dwarf stroking his braided beard. All wore the same taut expression, a trapped animal eyeing a predator. Sweat rolled down Eragon's face, but he didn't dare move. "What do I do?" he asked frantically. Sapphira's voice sliced through his nerves. "Smile, raise your hand, anything." Eragon's lips twitched, but he forced his arm up, waving weakly. The crowd stared. Then someone shouted, a second voice joined, and a roar swept through the crowd like a wave. "Well done," the bald man said. "Now keep moving." Eragon straightened and quipped, "Shall we give them a real show?" Sapphira arched her neck, stepping forward with a regal gait. She exhaled a thin stream of smoke, and the nearest onlookers flinched before cheering even harder. "Show off," Eragon muttered. Sapphira flicked her tail. The path led through a jostling corridor of people. Dwarves outnumbered humans, and many wore hostility on their faces. Some turned away, stony and silent. The humans were lean and weathered. Almost every man wore a knife or a sword. The women stood proudly, but their eyes carried a deep exhaustion. Children stared with enormous eyes. Eragon glimpsed a little dwarf girl clutching a wooden dragon toy. She looked at Sapphira with awe, not fear. He realized these people had seen countless battles and would defend themselves at any cost. The Varden had chosen their haven perfectly. Fathen Dur's walls were impossibly high, and no army could break through the hidden gates. Eragon felt a wave of safety, and then a strange thought struck him. He was riding a dragon into a mountain fortress, the center of a rebellion. Ridiculous, magnificent, terrifying all at once. He glanced over his shoulder. Murtagh sat stiffly on his horse, pale and silent. The crowd kept a respectful gap around Sapphira, though their eyes never left Eragon. As they approached the city mountain, Trondheim rose before them like a marvel carved from moonlight. The white marble was polished to a mirror shine, shaped into flowing curves, round windows, each with a coloured lantern scattered golden light across the rock. No turrets or smokestacks interrupted the smooth surface. 2 30-foot griffins of gold stood guard over the massive timber gate, which was recessed deep into the base beneath a stone vault. Sapphira paused expectantly, but the bald man said nothing. She continued toward the gate. Blood-red jasper columns lined the walls, and between them statues of strange beasts seemed to stir in the lantern light. The heavy gate groaned open as hidden machinery raised the massive beams. Beyond lay a passageway 4 stories tall, with archways on the upper levels crammed with spectators. Rich tapestries hung between the levels, depicting heroes and battles. Cheers echoed as Sapphira entered, and Eragon raised his hand, earning another roar. But many of the dwarves stayed silent, their arms crossed. The hall stretched a mile before ending in an arch of black onyx pillars, topped by yellow zircons that cast piercing gold beams. Sapphira stepped through and stopped, craning her neck. They stood in a circular chamber that rose a mile overhead, narrowing toward Trondheim's peak. Eragon felt small, and strangely, for the first time, he felt like he was exactly where he belonged. Arches lined every wall in stacked rows matching the city mountain's tiers, and the polished carnelian floor bore a hammer ringed by 12 silver pentacles, just like the emblem on Auric's helm. 4 hallways met in this chamber, splitting Trondheim into quarters. 3 looked nearly alike, but the one opposite Eragon stood apart, with twin archways opening onto staircases that curved down out of sight. Above them, a dawn-red star sapphire capped the ceiling, 20 yards across and almost as thick, its face carved into a blooming rose so lifelike that it seemed ready to shed petals. A belt of lanterns rimmed the jewel, casting soft pink bands of light over everything below, while the star's rays flickered and swept across the room like a giant, watchful eye. Eragon stood frozen, jaw slack. Nothing in the Empire, not even Urbane, could match this kind of wealth and grandeur. For all its power, the Empire's finest palaces suddenly felt like mud hovels next to this towering, impossible monument to dwarven stubbornness and skill. Honestly, the sheer beauty was starting to get irritating. A bald man stepped ahead of Sapphira and announced, "You must go on foot from here." A few scattered boos rose from the crowd. A dwarf led Tornak and Snowfire away, muttering something about outlanders, while Eragon slid off Saphira's back and stayed close to her side. They crossed the carnelian floor into the right-hand passage, walked several hundred feet, then turned onto a narrower corridor. After 4 sharp turns, they reached a massive cedar door blackened with age. The bald man pulled it open, and everyone except the guards stepped through into an elegant 2-story study. Cedar bookshelves lined the walls. A wrought-iron staircase spiraled up to a small balcony with 2 chairs and a reading table, and white lanterns glowed in every corner. An oval rug softened the stone floor, and a faint scent of old parchment and stone dust hung in the air. Behind a large walnut desk stood a man with oiled ebony skin, a shaved head, and a closely trimmed black beard. His broad shoulders were emphasized by a red vest embroidered with gold thread over a rich purple shirt, and his grave, intelligent eyes carried an unmistakable authority. When he spoke, his voice was strong and confident. "Welcome to Trondheim, Eragon and Saphira. Please seat yourselves." Eragon slipped into an armchair next to Murtagh, while Saphira settled protectively behind them. Ajihad raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A man emerged from behind the staircase, identical to the bald man at the door. Eragon stared, surprised, and Murtagh stiffened. "Your confusion is understandable. They are twin brothers," Ajihad said with a small smile. "I would tell you their names, but they have none." Saphira hissed with distaste, her tail twitching. Ajihad watched her for a moment, then sat in a high-backed chair behind the desk. The twins retreated under the stairs and stood side by side, motionless. Ajihad studied Eragon and Murtagh for what felt like an eternity, his gaze unwavering. At last he beckoned one of the twins, who hurried over and leaned in to hear a whisper. The bald man paled and shook his head vigorously. Ajihad frowned, nodded, as if a suspicion had been confirmed, and turned his eyes toward Murtagh. Ajihad's voice came low and measured, but it pressed into the room like stone settling. "You've put me in a tight spot, Murtagh. You're standing inside Farthen Dur only because the twins promised they could contain you, and because of what you did for Eragon and Arya. I understand the need to keep certain things buried, but as long as your mind stays closed to us, we have no reason to trust you." Murtagh lifted his chin. "You wouldn't trust me anyway." Ajihad went still, his face darkening as the words landed. Something dangerous flickered behind his eyes. "It's been 23 years since I last heard that particular voice," he said slowly, rising to his full height. "It came from a man more beast than human. Stand up." Murtagh rose carefully, his eyes moving between the twins and Ajihad. "Take off your shirt," Ajihad ordered. Murtagh pulled his tunic over his head without protest. "Now turn." As he turned, firelight caught the scar etched across his back. Ajihad exhaled. Murtagh Auric let out a low grunt of surprise. Then Ajihad spun toward the twins, his voice cracking like thunder. "Did you know?" The twins lowered their heads. "We found his name in Eragon's mind, but it never occurred to us that this boy was Morzan's son. We didn't suspect." "And you failed to tell me?" Ajihad cut them off with a raised hand. "We'll discuss that later." He turned back to Murtagh. "Right now I need to untangle this mess. Do you still refuse the examination?" "Yes," Murtagh answered sharply, tugging his tunic back on. "No one gets inside my head." Ajihad planted his hands on the desk. "Then there will be hard consequences. Unless the twins can verify you're not a threat, nobody here will accept your word, not even after everything you did for Eragon. Without that proof, the people of this mountain, dwarf and human alike, would tear you apart if they knew who you are. I'd be forced to hold you in confinement at all times, as much for your own safety as for ours. And once King Hrothgar demands custody of you, things will get far worse. Don't push yourself into that corner when you can walk away easily." Murtagh shook his head, stubborn as iron. "No. Even if I agreed, I'd still be treated like a leper, an outcast. All I'm asking for is the chance to leave. Let me go peacefully, and I'll never speak a word about this place to the Empire." "And if you're captured and dragged before Galbatorix?" Ajihad countered. "He'll pull every secret out of your mind, no matter how strong you believe you are, even if you somehow held him off. How can we trust you? won't go back to him later. I can't take that risk. So I'll be a prisoner forever, Murtagh demanded, drawing himself up, only until you permit an examination. If you're found trustworthy, the twins will erase all knowledge of Father Ndur's location from your mind before you leave. We can't allow someone carrying those memories to fall into Galbatorix's hands. What's your answer, Murtagh? Decide quickly, or the choice will be made for you. Eragon's silent plea reached him, sharp and desperate. Just give in. It isn't worth the fight. Murtagh almost laughed. Give in, and what? A leash, a cage, and the twins picking through his soul. No. His answer came slow, each word weighted. My mind is the one sanctuary that hasn't been stolen from me. Men have tried to break through before, and I've learned to defend it ferociously, because it's the only place I'm still safe. You're asking for the one thing I can't offer, least of all to those two. He looked straight at the twins. Do with me what you will, but death will find me before I open that door. For a moment, something like respect glinted in Ajihad's eyes. I can't say I'm surprised, though I hoped for another answer. Guards. The cedar door crashed wide as warriors flooded in, blades drawn. Ajihad pointed at Murtagh. Take him to a windowless room. Bar the door and post 6 men outside. No one goes in until I arrive. As the soldiers closed in, Murtagh stood calm, letting them take his arms. Outside, the mountain wind howled against Father Ndur's ancient walls, rattling the iron sconces like bones. Somewhere above, a dwarf's hammer rang against stone. But inside his chest, the one place that mattered remained sealed, and for now, that was enough. The guards ringed Murtagh with wary eyes. As they pulled him toward the door, Eragon caught his glance and silently mouthed, I'm sorry. Murtagh shrugged once, straightened his back, and fixed his gaze forward. A moment later he was gone, swallowed by the corridor, his escort's footsteps fading into nothing. Ajihad's voice cut through the stillness. Everyone out. Only Eragon and Saphira stay. The twins bowed and retreated, but Auric lingered. Sir, Hrothgar needs to hear about Murtagh, and I haven't answered for my insubordination yet. Ajihad's brow furrowed. I'll handle Hrothgar myself. As for you, wait outside until I call, and don't let the twins wander off. I've still got questions for them. Auric dipped his head in deference and pulled the door shut with a firm thump. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. Ajihad dropped into his chair, dragged a hand down his face, and stared at the ceiling. Eragon shifted restlessly, counting heartbeats until he couldn't stand it. Is Arya all right? Ajihad looked at him, his face grave. No, but the healers say she'll pull through. They worked on her all night. The poison took nearly everything from her. He paused. She wouldn't be alive if not for you. On that the Varden owes you a debt we may never repay. Eragon's chest loosened. For the first time, the wild ride from Gil-Ead felt like it might have meant something. So what happens now? I need your story, Ajihad said, his fingers forming a steeple. Brom sent us a message. The twins gave me reports. But I want to hear it from you, every detail, especially around how Brom fell. Eragon balked at the idea of pouring his heart out to a man he barely knew. Trust him, Saphira murmured. He's been waiting for you almost as long as I have. The first words came out clumsy, but the more he talked, the more it felt like the story telling itself. Hours slipped by as Eragon told Ajihad about Term. He kept Angela's strange fortune-telling to himself, figuring some things were too weird to share, and described tracking the Razak with Brom. He admitted the dreams of Arya that had haunted him, and the shade in Gilead. When he mentioned the shade, Ajihad's face hardened, and he leaned away with guarded eyes. By the end, Eragon's voice was hoarse and his thoughts heavy. Ajihad rose and paced to the bookshelf, hands clasped behind his back, before returning to his seat. Brom was a dear friend, Ajihad said quietly, and a pillar of the Varden. He saved us from annihilation more times than I can count. Now, even from beyond, he's handed us the one thing that can win this war. You. What good can I possibly do? Eragon asked. All in good time, Ajihad answered. Right now, we have bigger problems. The Urgles marching with the Empire. If Galbatorix has truly made a pact with those savages, we're in for a brutal fight, even hidden here in Farthen Dure. And then there's the Shade. Describe him. Tall, thin, pale, red eyes, red hair, dressed all in black, his sword. Ajihad pressed. Did it have a long scratch on the blade? Yes. Eragon blinked. How could you possibly know that? Because I'm the one who carved it there, Ajihad replied with a sharp, humorless smile. His name is Durza, one of the most vicious and cunning demons to ever walk the land. He serves Galbatorix perfectly, and he's our most dangerous enemy. You said you killed him. Eragon didn't need to close his eyes to recall the chaos of the battle. Murtagh put 2 arrows into him. The first caught him in the shoulder, and the second hit him square between the eyes. Ajihad let out a low sigh, his fingers tracing an old scar along the edge of his jaw. That's what I was afraid of. Durza isn't dead. A shade can only be undone by a thrust through the heart. Anything short of that and the body collapses into mist, letting the spirit slip away to rebuild somewhere else. It's a painful trick, but he'll survive, and he'll come back stronger. A heavy silence crawled through the room like a dust storm rolling across the plains. Then Ajihad turned his dark gaze on Eragon. You're a puzzle, Eragon. The Varden want the war won. The Urgles want glory, and Galbatorix wants everything and more. But you? No one knows what you truly want. That makes you dangerous, especially to the king. He can't plan against a man whose next move is a blank page. Eragon's voice was barely above a whisper. Does that frighten you? Ajihad leaned back, measuring him. Hope isn't fear. We hope you'll stand with us. But if that hope turns out to be a fool's dream, then yes, fear follows. Eragon glanced at Saphira, who blinked slowly and flicked her tongue as if tasting the unease in the air. Ajihad continued, You have to see it clearly. From the moment you walked into Farthen Dure, there have been factions circling you like vultures, each one hoping to steer you before anyone else gets the chance. And honestly, Eragon, congratulations, you're the most sought-after newcomer we've had in centuries, and nobody trusts anyone enough to share you. He chuckled, but the laugh was dry, sharp, all edge and no warmth. Including me, Eragon frowned. So what's the truth, then? Ajihad tapped his desk. First, you should know how Saphira's egg ended up in the spine. Did Brom ever tell you what he did with it after he brought it here? Eragon shook his head. Saphira blinked again, a slow sweep of her milky inner eyelid. When Brom arrived carrying that egg, Ajihad said, everyone had an opinion and none of them agreed. The dwarves wanted the future rider to be their ally, though a few of their elders would have been just as happy if no dragon ever hatched again. The elves and the Varden were caught up in their own feud, because every rider in history had been either human or elf, never a dwarf, and thanks to Galbatorix's betrayals, the elves were terrified of handing the egg to any human who might turn out to be a madman in the making. The dwarves kept throwing oil on the fire by arguing with everyone, and things got ugly enough that people said things they later regretted. Then Brom stepped in. He suggested the egg spend 1 year with the Varden, the next with the elves, back and forth like a priceless game of hot potato at each stop. A parade of children would walk past and the bearers would wait, hoping for a spark. If the egg didn't hatch, they'd pack it up and move it back. If it did hatch, Brom would train the rider for the first year, and then the elves would finish the job. It was a clumsy answer, but it let everyone pretend they had an equal hand in the future. Ajihad paused as shifting candlelight carved shadows into his face. The elves agreed only after forcing in a nasty little condition. If Brom died before the hatching, they'd take the rider for themselves, no questions asked. We all knew it was a rigged deal. Dragons usually pick elves anyway, but we were desperate for peace. And for over a decade, that egg sat there, still as a stone. We stopped thinking about it. Then last year, everything fell apart. Arya vanished with the egg on her way back from Trondheim to Osselon. The elves were the first to realize something had gone horribly wrong. When they reached the site in Duweldenvarden, they found Arya's horse and her guards dead on the ground, with a group of slaughtered Urgles not far away. But there was no trace of Arya herself, nor the dragon egg she had been carrying. The moment that report reached me, a cold weight settled in my chest. My initial fear was that the Urgles had taken her and would soon force her to reveal the hidden paths to Farthen-Dûr and the elven capital, Elsmera, where Queen Islanzadi sits on her throne. Now, though, I realized the Urgles were only following orders from the Empire, and that is a far darker truth. We won't know every detail of that attack until Arya wakes, but based on what you've told me, I can piece together a few things. Ajihad leaned forward, the rough fabric of his vest rustling against the desk. The attack must have come fast and without mercy, because otherwise she would have broken free. With no warning and no cover, the only move left to her was to use magic to send the egg far away. Eragon blinked, processing that, so she can actually work spells. He recalled Arya mentioning a drug that suppressed her abilities, and he wanted to confirm she meant real magic, not some trick. Somewhere in the back of his mind a small hope flickered that she might teach him another word or two of the ancient language. Ajihad nodded slowly. That very ability was one of the reasons she became the egg's guardian. She couldn't return it to us directly, he went on, because she was too far away, and the Elven Kingdom is sealed by magical barriers that block anything from crossing into their borders by enchantment. So she did the only desperate thing she could think of. She hurled the egg in the direction of Carverhall, with no time to aim. I'm not surprised she missed by such a wide margin. The twins tell me that kind of spell is notoriously imprecise. But why was she so close to Palancar Valley? Eragon asked, leaning forward. And where do the elves actually live? What exactly is this Elsmera? Ajihad studied him with a sharp, measuring gaze, and for a moment the silence stretched. Then the leader of the Varden let out a dry laugh that cut the tension. I don't say this to just anyone, because the elves are obsessive about keeping their secrets. But you've earned the right to hear it, and I'll take that chance. Their cities rest far to the north, buried in the endless depths of Dû-Weldenvarden. Since the age of the Riders, no dwarf or human has been trusted enough to stroll through their leafy halls. I don't even know the way to Elsmera myself. As for Ocelon, based on where Arya vanished, I'd bet it's near the western edge of the forest, not far from Carverhall. You likely have 100 questions burning in your mind, but hold them until I'm done. Ajihad's tone became faster, heavier. When Arya disappeared, the elves withdrew their support from us. Queen Islanzadi was particularly enraged and refused all further contact with the Varden. So even though I received Brom's message, the elves still have no idea that you or Saphira exist. Without their supplies, we've been struggling for months in our skirmishes against the Empire. But now, with Arya back and you standing before me, I believe the Queen's hostility will begin to thaw. The fact that you rescued Arya will do wonders for your reputation with her. Your training, however, remains a tricky issue for both us and the elves. Brom clearly had time to teach you, but we need to know just how thorough he was. So you'll be put through a series of tests to gauge your abilities. The elves, naturally, will expect you to complete your training under their guidance, though I doubt we have the luxury of time for that. Why not? Eragon asked, frowning. Ajihad's eyes drifted to Saphira, who rested in the shadows. Several reasons, but the biggest one is the news you brought about the Urgles. You see, Eragon, the Varden, are treading a very thin line. On one side, we have to keep the elves happy if we want them as allies. On the other, we cannot afford to offend the dwarves, or we lose our home here in Trondheim. Eragon tilted his head. Aren't the dwarves already part of the Varden? Ajihad hesitated, choosing his words carefully. In a sense, yes. They allow us to live here and give us aid in fighting the Empire. But their true loyalty belongs only to their king. I have no authority over them except what Hrothgar grants me, and even he often struggles to manage the stubborn dwarf clans. 13 clans swear loyalty to Hrothgar, but that doesn't make him all-powerful. Each chieftain carries real weight, and when a king dies, those chiefs choose the next one. Hrothgar genuinely sympathizes with our cause, yet many of his clan rulers don't. If he pushes them too far, he forfeits the backing of his people. So his support for us has been carefully limited. Eragon asked, Are these clan chiefs against me personally? Even more so, I'm afraid, Ajihad admitted. The dwarves and dragons share a long, bitter history. Long before the elves made peace, dragons made themselves at home by eating dwarf flocks and scooping up gold. Dwarves don't forget. They never truly accepted the riders or gave them permission to govern their lands. Galbatorix's rise only convinced many of them that dealing with riders or dragons again is a terrible idea. He aimed the last sentence at Saphira. Then, with a dry edge to his voice, "Honestly, if a dragon had raided my larder and stolen my treasure, I might not rush to host one at my table either." Eragon said slowly, "But why doesn't Galbatorix know where Farthen-Dûr and Elismera are? He was trained by the riders, wasn't he? He was told their names but never shown their locations. Knowing Farthen-Dûr is hidden in these mountains is a long way from finding it. Galbatorix never visited either place before his dragon was killed. After that, the riders understandably lost all trust in him. He tortured several riders during his rebellion, but they died without revealing the secret. As for the dwarves, he has yet to capture one alive, though that can't last forever." "Then why doesn't he march an army into Duweldenvarden and search until he finds Elismera?" Eragon asked. "Because the elves can still hurt him," Ajihad replied. "He isn't willing to test their strength, at least not yet. But his dark sorcery grows more potent every year. With a second rider at his side, he'd be unstoppable. That's why he keeps trying to hatch one of the two eggs. So far, neither has hatched for him." Confused, Eragon pressed, "How can his power grow forever? A body can only channel so much energy. It can't go on increasing indefinitely." "We don't know," Ajihad said and shrugged. "The elves don't know either. Our only hope is that one day one of his own spells will tear him apart." He slipped a hand inside his vest and laid a battered piece of parchment on the desk. "Do you know what this is?" Eragon bent forward, studying it. Strange black script covered the page, though big chunks had been wiped out by dried blood. The edge was scorched, and the parchment gave off a faint, smoky smell. "No. It came off the commander of the Urgal host we destroyed last night. 12 men gave their lives to pull that document from the field so you could escape. The writing is Galbatorix's private code. It took me a while, but I managed to make sense of the legible parts. It reads, 'The gatekeeper at Ithrozada is to let this bearer and his minions pass. They are to be quartered with the others of their kind but only if the two factions refrain from fighting. Command will be given under Tarok, under Gasht, under Durza, under Ushnak the Mighty.' Ushnak is Galbatorix. It means father in the Urgal tongue, a bit of self-flattery he enjoys. The rest mentions finding suitable roles for them, keeping the footmen separate, and not handing out weapons until marching. Beyond that, only fragments remain." "Where's Ithrozada?" Eragon asked. "I've never heard of that place." "Neither have I," said Ajihad, "which makes me think Galbatorix renamed an existing location for his own purposes. Once I decoded that, I asked myself what hundreds of Urgals were doing near the Bior Mountains where you first saw them, and, more importantly, where they were heading. The parchment references others of their kind, which suggests the Urgals are gathering in greater numbers than first believed. There's only one reason King Galbatorix would assemble such a force to forge a twisted hybrid army of men and monsters aimed at wiping out the Varden. For now, we're left with waiting and watching," Ajihad admitted. "Unless we learn more, locating Ithrozada remains impossible. Still, Farthen-Dûr has stayed hidden, which gives us reason to hold on to hope. The only Urgals who ever laid eyes on it died last night." Eragon pressed forward with another question. "How did you know we were arriving?" The answer came quickly. One of the twins had been posted as a lookout, and a full ambush had been arranged for the cull. Eragon could feel Saphira's silent attention in the back of his mind. Her thoughts coiled like a spring, waiting for the moment they'd be alone so she could share her own observations. "We keep sentinels positioned at the mouth of the valley you came through on both banks of the Beartooth River," Ajihad explained. "They dispatched a dove to warn us of your approach." Eragon couldn't help wondering whether it was the same bird Saphira had nearly snatched out of the air earlier. He then asked about Brom. Had the Varden tried to reach him after the egg and Arya vanished? Brom had claimed he'd heard nothing. "We did attempt to contact him," Ajihad said, his expression grim, "but I believe our riders were ambushed and killed by the Empire along the way. Why else would the Razak have shown up in Carver Hall after that? Brom was travelling alongside you, and reaching him became impossible. I felt genuine relief when he finally got word to me through a messenger in Tyr." That, he turned to Jade, made perfect sense. They went way back, and Jade has the advantage of smuggling supplies to us through Surda, which makes him a vital link in our chain. Ajihad paused, and when he resumed, his voice carried a heavier weight. "All of this has forced us to confront uncomfortable questions. How did the Empire know exactly where to strike Arya? How did they learn which merchants support our cause? Judd's business has been gutted since you left him, and the same fate has befallen other sympathizers. Every ship they launch seems to vanish without a trace. The dwarves can only provide so much, and we're desperately short on supplies. The unpleasant truth is that we may have a traitor or several working within our ranks, despite our best efforts to probe minds for hidden deceit." Eragon fell into a heavy silence, turning the information over in his mind like stones in a stream. Ajihad waited patiently, showing no discomfort with the quiet. For the first time since Saphira's egg had come into his life, Eragon felt the fog around him begin to lift. He finally understood where Saphira had come from, and what his future might hold. He couldn't help but notice the irony. He'd spent months stumbling through uncertainty, and now here he was, sitting in a war council with the leader of the Varden, being handed the pieces of a puzzle he hadn't even known existed. "What exactly do you want from me?" Eragon asked, breaking the silence. "How do you mean?" Ajihad replied. "I mean, what's expected of me here in Trondheim? You and the elves have plans for me, but what happens if I don't care for them?" A hard edge crept into Eragon's voice. "I'll fight when the occasion demands it, celebrate when there's cause, grieve when there's loss, and die if my time comes, but I refuse to be anyone's tool." He let the weight of his words settle in the air between them. The old riders served as arbiters of justice, standing above the kings and rulers of their era. I'm not claiming that position. I doubt anyone would accept oversight from someone my age, especially after living their whole lives without it. But I do have power, and I intend to use it according to my own judgment. What I need to know is how you plan to use me. Only then will I decide whether to go along with it." Ajihad regarded him with a dry, almost amused expression. "If you were anyone else standing before any other leader, that little speech would have cost you your life. What makes you believe I'll lay out my strategies just because you demand it?" Eragon's face grew warm, but he held his ground, meeting Ajihad's gaze. "Still, you make a fair point. Your position grants you the privilege of speaking plainly. You can't avoid politics. No one can. You'll be pulled in one direction or another, no matter what. I have no desire to see you become a pawn for any faction or agenda, just as much as you don't want that for yourself. Your freedom is your greatest asset. It's what allows you to make choices independent of any ruler. I'll keep my authority over you limited, because I believe that's the right call. The real challenge will be convincing those in power to include you in their discussions rather than simply writing you off." Ajihad pressed on, ignoring Eragon's noticeable discomfort. "The folk in these halls already look to you. They'll come with their troubles, no matter how small, expecting you to fix them." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a razor edge. "There will be times when someone's entire future balances on your answer. One word from you could send them soaring or sink them. Young women will ask your opinion on suitors, many will angle for your hand themselves, and old men will ask which child deserves the inheritance. You have to be kind and thoughtful with every one of them, because they've chosen to trust you. Don't ever speak without thinking, because your words will carry weight you never imagined." He settled back, eyelids half lowered. "Leadership means shouldering the well-being of everyone under your care. I've borne it since the day the Varden chose me to lead, and now it's your turn. Be careful. I won't tolerate cruelty or unfairness under my command. And don't fret about your youth or inexperience. Those fade fast enough." Eragon shifted his weight, uneasy at the thought of strangers seeking his counsel. But you still haven't told me what I'm supposed to do here. For now, nothing. You covered over 130 leagues in 8 days, which is worth being proud of. I'm betting you could use some rest. Once you've recovered, we'll test your skill with weapons and magic. After that, I'll lay out your options, and you'll decide your course. And what about Murtagh? Eragon's voice came out sharper than he intended, a bite of sarcasm creeping in. I suppose you've got a nice cozy cell waiting for him too. Ajihad's expression darkened. He reached beneath his desk and brought out Zarok, the polished sheath gleaming in the lamplight. His fingers traced the etched sigil slowly. He'll remain here until he allows the twins into his mind. You can't imprison him, Eragon shot back, fists clenching. He's committed no crime. We can't set him free without being certain he won't turn against us. Guilty or not, he carries the same potential for danger as his father did, Ajihad replied, a trace of sadness coloring his words. Eragon recognized the finality in his tone, and despite his frustration, he couldn't deny the logic. How were you able to recognize his voice? I met his father once, Ajihad said curtly. He tapped Zarok's hilt. I wish Brom had told me he'd taken Morzan's sword. I suggest you don't carry it around Farthen Dure. Many here remember Morzan's reign with bitterness, especially the dwarves. I'll keep that in mind, Eragon promised. Ajihad handed the blade back to him. That reminds me, I have Brom's ring. He sent it as proof of his identity. I was holding on to it for when he returned to Trondheim. Now that he's gone, it belongs to you. I believe he would have wanted it that way. He opened a desk drawer and retrieved the ring. Eragon took it with reverence. The symbol carved into the sapphire matched the tattoo on Arya's shoulder exactly. He slipped it onto his index finger, watching the light dance across the stone. I'm honored, he said quietly. Ajihad nodded gravely, then pushed back his chair and rose. He faced Saphira, his voice swelling with authority. Do not think I've forgotten you, mighty dragon. I've spoken these words for your benefit as much as Eragon's. It matters even more that you understand them, because guarding him falls to you in these perilous times. Do not underestimate your power or waver at his side, because without you, he will surely fail. Saphira lowered her head until her eyes were level with his, fixing him with those slitted black pupils. For a long, silent moment they studied each other, neither willing to blink or look away. Ajihad was the first to break. He lowered his gaze and murmured, It is indeed a privilege to meet you. He'll do, Saphira said respectfully. She swung her head toward Eragon. Tell him I'm impressed with both Trondheim and with him. The Empire is right to fear him, but let him know if he had decided to kill you, I would have reduced Trondheim to rubble and torn him apart with my teeth. Eragon flinched at the sharpness in her voice, then relayed the message. Ajihad studied the dragon with a grave expression. A map of Allegresia hung behind his desk, its edges curling in the candlelight. I would expect nothing less from one so noble, he said, but I suspect the twins would have proven difficult to slip past. Saphira let out a dismissive snort. Bah, reading her meaning, Eragon added. Then they must be far stronger than they appear. Still, I imagine they'd think twice before facing a dragon's fury. The two of them together might beat me, but never Saphira. A rider's bond deepens his magic beyond what any ordinary spell weaver can muster. Brom was always weaker than me because of that. With no riders around, I suspect the twins have convinced themselves they're mightier than they really are. Ajihad furrowed his brow. Brom was counted among our most powerful casters, surpassed only by the elves. If what you say holds true, we have much to reconsider. He offered Saphira a small bow. As it stands, I'm glad we didn't have to resort to harming either of you. The dragon dipped her head in return. Ajihad straightened with the air of a lord and called, Oric. The dwarf hurried in, crossed his arms, and planted himself before the desk. Ajihad frowned with irritation. You've caused me no small amount of trouble, Oric. I had to endure one of the twins complaining all morning about your insubordination. They won't drop it until you're punished, and unfortunately they're justified. This is a serious matter, and an accounting is due. Oric's gaze flicked to Eragon, though his face betrayed nothing. The Cull were nearly at Costa Myrna, he said roughly. They were firing arrows at the dragon Eragon and Murtagh, while the twins simply watched. Like Shylvan, they refused to open the gates, even when we saw Eragon shouting the opening phrase beyond the waterfall. And when Eragon failed to rise from the water, they still refused to act. Perhaps I did wrong, but I couldn't let a rider die. Eragon added, I couldn't get out of the water on my own. He pulled me out before I drowned. Ajihad glanced at Eragon, then fixed Auric with a hard stare. And afterward, why did you defy them? Auric lifted his chin. It wasn't right for them to invade Murtagh's mind. If I had known who Murtagh was, though, I wouldn't have stopped them. Ajihad stroked his thick beard. No, you did the right thing, though. It would have been simpler if you hadn't. It's not our place to force our way into anyone's mind, no matter who they are. He paused. Your actions were honorable, but you disobeyed a direct order from your commander. The penalty for that has always been death. Auric's back stiffened. You can't kill him for that. He was only helping me, Eragon protested. It isn't your place to interfere, Ajihad said sternly. He broke the law and must face the consequences. Eragon opened his mouth to argue, but Ajihad raised a hand and silenced him. However, you are right. The circumstances call for mercy. As of now, Auric, you are removed from active duty and forbidden to engage in any military activities under my command. Do you understand? Auric's face darkened, then softened into puzzlement. He nodded once. Yes. A faint glimmer of amusement crossed Ajihad's eyes. Since you now have no regular duties, I appoint you as Eragon and Saphira's guide for their stay. Make sure they receive every comfort we can offer. Saphira will remain above Isidar Mithrim. Eragon may take quarters wherever he wishes. Once he has recovered from his journey, escort him to the training fields. They're expecting him. Auric bowed low. I understand. Good. You may all go. Send in the twins as you leave. Eragon bowed and turned to depart, then paused. Where can I find Arya? I would like to see her. Ajihad did not look up. No one is permitted to visit her. You will have to wait until she comes to you. The dismissal was unmistakable. Eragon rose from the stone bench and rolled his shoulders, groaning at the stiffness that had settled into his limbs after hours of waiting. Behind him, the twins slipped into Ajihad's chamber and pulled the heavy door shut. Eragon turned to Auric with a guilty look. I'm sorry for getting you into trouble. Auric tugged his beard and gave a low grunt. Don't waste your pity. Ajihad gave me exactly what I was after. Even Saphira seemed surprised by that. What do you mean? Eragon asked. You're stuck guarding me and you can't train or fight. How is that what you wanted? The dwarf studied him with calm, dark eyes. Ajihad knows how to walk the line between law and mercy. He's punished me, yes, but I'm still a subject of Hrothgar. Under that protection, I'm free to do as I please. Eragon felt a flicker of understanding. Auric served two masters, and the balance of power in Trondheim was more tangled than he had realized. So he just put you in a position of influence, didn't he? Auric let out a rumbling laugh. He did, and he made sure the twins can't complain about it. That'll gnaw at them all day. Ajihad's a sly one, that he is. Come on, lad, you must be starving. We need to see your dragon settled. Saphira gave a low hiss. Eragon corrected him. Her name is Saphira. Auric offered a small bow in her direction. My apologies. I won't forget again. He grabbed an orange lantern from a hook and set off down the corridor, forcing Eragon to hurry to match his brisk stride. Do other people in Farthen Dua know magic? Eragon asked, keeping Zarok close to his chest and hiding the emblem on its sheath with his arm. Auric shrugged under his chainmail. Not many. The ones we have are barely good for mending cuts and bruises. They've all spent their strength tending to Arya. Healing her took everything they had. Except the twins. Auric muttered something sour. Aye, but she'd never accept their help, and rightly so. Their art isn't healing, it's cunning, scheming for power at everyone else's expense. Dina let them into the Varden because we needed wizards who could fight the Empire. You can't stand against the Empire without spellcasters, no matter how unpleasant they are. A bitter thought crossed Eragon's mind, so the two most dangerous men in the room were also the ones they couldn't live without. Perfect. He said nothing. They stepped into one of the 4 great tunnels that split Trondheim. Dwarves and humans chatted in clusters, their voices bouncing off the polished floor, but the noise died the moment they caught sight of Saphira. Dozens of stares fixed on the dragon. Auric paid them no mind and turned left, heading toward a distant gate. "Where are we going?" Eragon asked. "Out of these halls, so Saphira can fly to the dragon hold above Isidar Mithrim, the Star Rose. The hold has no roof. The peak of Trondheim opens to the sky, just like Farthen Dur. She can glide straight down into it. That's where the riders used to stay whenever they came to the city. Won't it be cold and damp without a roof?" Auric shook his head. "Not at all. Farthen Dur keeps the weather out. No rain, no snow. And the hold is lined with marble caves for dragons. Shelter enough for any beast. The only thing to worry about is the icicles. When they drop, they can split a horse in 2. Saphira's mental voice came to Eragon, calm and steady. "I will be fine. A marble cave is better than half the places we've slept." She paused, then added, "Do you think Murtagh will be all right?" "Adjihad seems honorable. Unless Murtagh tries to run, I doubt they'll hurt him." Eragon folded his arms and stayed quiet, not in the mood to talk. His body still hummed with the madness of their flight from Gilead, even though the race was over. "Where are our horses?" he finally asked. "At the stables near the gate," said Auric. "We can check on them before we leave." They went out through the same entrance they had come in earlier. The golden griffins on the gate caught the lantern light and glowed with shifting colors, casting strange shapes across the stone. The daylight had shifted by the time Eragon finished with Adjihad, and no beams were slipping through the crater's opening any longer. What remained inside Farthen Dur was a soft, swallowing darkness, broken only by the watchful glow of Trondheim. The mountain city burned like a beacon in the gloom, throwing enough pale light to touch the ground far below its base. Auric pointed up toward its white spire and called to Saphira, "There's fresh meat and clean spring water waiting for you up there. Pick any cave you like, and once you've made your choice, we'll lay out proper bedding. No one will come near you after that." Eragon frowned. "I thought we'd stay together. I don't want to split up." Auric turned to him patiently. "Rider Eragon, I'll do whatever I can for you, but the passageways down to the banquet halls were made for dwarves, not dragons. Saphira simply won't fit. Then why not bring the meal up to her?" Auric gave him a careful look. "The kitchens are down here, and the climb is long if you like. I can send a servant with a full platter to the dragonhold. It'll take a good while, but you and Saphira could eat together that way." Eragon blinked, genuinely stunned they would go to so much trouble for him. And yet something in the dwarf's tone made him wonder if this was a quiet test of character. "Sure, a servant could haul a feast up 1,000 steps while my dragon gets cold," he thought, amused despite himself. "I'm worn out," Saphira said, "and that sound of a dragonhold is exactly what I need. Go have your meal, then come find me. We've been sleeping under the stars and dodging danger for too long. It will be a comfort to rest without worrying about soldiers or wild beasts." Eragon studied her, then told Auric, "I'll eat down below." The dwarf smiled, pleased. Eragon unbuckled Saphira's saddle so she could stretch out without pressure. "Take Zarok with you." "Yes," she replied, gathering blade and saddle with her claws. "But keep your bow. We should trust these people, just not blindly." "I know," he said, unsettled. With a sudden, powerful bound, Saphira drove herself into the air and vanished into the stillness. The slow rhythm of her wing beats faded, and then there was only silence. Auric let out a long breath. "Ah, boy, you've been blessed. That's certain. A part of my heart aches for open skies and sharp cliffs, and the thrill of chasing prey like a hawk. But my feet are content where they are, under the ground, thank you." He clapped his hands. "I'm forgetting my duties. You've not had a proper meal since whatever sad plate the twins gave you. Come, let's go find the cooks and beg for some meat and bread." Eragon followed him back into Trondheim, down a maze of corridors. until they reached a long stone hall filled with rows of low tables built for dwarf bodies. Fires blazed in soapstone ovens behind the counter, and the air smelled of wood smoke and roasting mushrooms. Auric spoke a few words in his own language to a stout, ruddy-faced dwarf who handed them stone platters heaped with steaming fish and mushrooms. Then Auric led Eragon up several flights of stairs to a small alcove carved into the mountain's outer wall, where they sat cross-legged and ate in silence. When both platters were clean, Auric sighed contentedly and pulled out a long pipe, lighting it with a glowing ember. A good meal, though it would have been better with a strong draught of mead to wash it down. Eragon looked out into the enormous dark below. "Do you grow crops here in Farthen-Dûr?" "Not enough," said Auric. "There's only light for moss, mushrooms, and mould. We depend on the valleys around the Beor Mountains to feed Trondheim, and that's one reason so many of my people prefer to live elsewhere in those peaks. So there are other dwarf cities, not as many as we once had, and none as great as Trondheim." Auric leaned on one elbow and took a long pull from his pipe. "You've only walked through the lower levels, so you haven't noticed yet, but most of this mountain is empty. The higher you climb, the lonelier it gets." Eragon let that settle over him, suddenly aware of the weight of all that vacant stone. For the first time he felt less like a guest and more like a stranger in the middle of an old and weary story. Maybe that was why he needed to trust here just a little, because nothing could be rebuilt without taking a risk first. Entire levels of the massive structure had sat undisturbed for centuries, collecting nothing but dust and silence. Auric explained that most dwarves preferred the sprawling tunnel networks carved deep beneath Farthen-Dûr and the Beor range. Generations of mining and excavation had hollowed out the mountains so thoroughly that a dwarf could travel the entire length of the range underground without ever breaking the surface. Eragon frowned, staring up at the towering ceiling high above. "Seems like a lot of wasted space up there, though." Auric nodded, a thin ribbon of smoke curling from his pipe. "Some of my kin have argued for abandoning the place entirely, calling it a drain on our resources, but Trondheim serves one vital purpose that nothing else can match." "Which is?" "Refuge. In times of catastrophe, it can hold our entire nation under one roof. Only 3 times in our history have we been pushed to that extreme, but each time it saved us from complete annihilation. That's why we keep it garrisoned and ready at all times." Eragon shook his head slowly, genuinely awed. "I've never seen anything this magnificent." Auric grinned around the stem of his pipe. "Glad you approve. It took generations to raise these walls, and our lifespans run considerably longer than those of humans. Unfortunately, the cursed empire makes it nearly impossible for outsiders to witness this place in all its glory." "How many Varden are here?" "Humans or dwarves?" "Humans. I need to know how many escaped the empire." Auric exhaled a long stream of smoke that twisted upward like a lazy serpent. "Roughly 4,000 of your kind. But don't read too much into that number. Only warriors make the trek here. The rest of the refugees are sheltering in Surda under King Orin's protection." 4,000. Eragon felt his stomach drop. The Empire's royal army alone had nearly 16,000 soldiers at full strength, and that didn't even include the Urgals. Why doesn't Orin just march against Galbatorix himself and risk annihilation? Auric raised an eyebrow. Galbatorix tolerates Surda because he considers it a minor nuisance rather than a genuine threat. That's his mistake. Orin supplies the Varden with most of our weapons and provisions. Without him, the resistance would have crumbled years ago. He paused, jabbing the stem of his pipe toward Eragon. "And don't sell this place short based on the human count. There are dwarves here in numbers you haven't even begun to see, and every one of them will answer the call to battle. Orin has pledged troops for the final confrontation, and the elves have made similar promises." Eragon's gaze drifted momentarily, and he felt Saphira's presence at the edge of his thoughts. She was thoroughly occupied with a bloody haunch, tearing into it with evident delight. His eyes landed on the emblem etched into Auric's helmet, a hammer flanked by stars. "I saw that symbol on the floor of Trondheim. What does it mean?" Auric lifted the iron-bound helm from his head, running a calloused thumb across the engraving. "This is the mark of my clan. We are the Ingiatum metalworkers, master smiths, the backbone of dwarven craftsmanship. The hammer and stars are set into Trondheim's floor because that was the personal crest of Korgan, our founder. One clan to rule with 12 surrounding it. King Hrothgar belongs to Djurgrimst Ingitum as well, and he has brought great honor to my house through his reign." As they returned their empty platters to the cook, a dwarf crossing the corridor stopped dead in his tracks. He stood before Eragon, bowed deeply, and murmured with clear reverence, "Argetlam." Eragon stood there, mouth half open, entirely unsure how to respond. The dwarf straightened and continued on his way without another word, leaving Eragon red-faced and flustered, but, strangely enough, also quietly pleased. Nobody had ever bowed to him before. He leaned toward Auric and whispered, "What did he just say?" Auric looked slightly uncomfortable, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's an elven term, what they used to call the riders. It means silver hand." Eragon glanced down at his gloved hand, remembering the pale mark that had appeared on his palm. "Do you mind if I stop by Sefera first?" Auric began to answer, but Eragon shook his head, suddenly self-conscious. "Actually, is there anywhere I can wash up? I've been carrying the road with me for weeks, and my shirt is torn, blood-stained, and honestly starting to become a hazard by itself. I'd like to get a new one, but I don't have any money, and I don't want to owe anyone. Could I maybe work for it?" Auric gave him a sharp look, caught somewhere between indignation and amusement. "Are you trying to insult Hrothgar's hospitality? There's no shame in being a guest. As long as you're within these walls, you won't spend a single coin. You'll pay for this in other ways, and Ajahad and Hrothgar will make sure of it. Come on, I'll show you where to wash up and find you a fresh shirt." Auric led Eragon down a long, winding staircase that went far beneath Trondheim. The corridors soon turned into rough-hewn tunnels, and because the rock ceiling barely cleared 5 feet, Eragon had to stoop the whole way. Every lantern along those tunnels burned red, and Auric explained that the dim color kept a person's eyes from being blinded when stepping between light and dark caves. They came to a bare room with a small door on the far side. "The pools are through there," Auric said, pointing. "You'll find soap and brushes inside. Leave your clothes here, and I'll have new ones waiting when you come out." Eragon thanked him and started to undress. The weight of being alone underground pressed on him, especially under that low stone ceiling. He stripped down quickly, hurried through the door into utter blackness, and inched forward until his foot touched warm water. The pool was gently salty, but the heat immediately eased the ache in his shoulders. For a moment he feared the floor might drop away into deep water, but his next steps proved it was only waist-high. He found a rough brush and soap along a slippery wall, scrubbed himself clean, and then floated with his eyes closed, letting the warmth seep into his bones. When he climbed out and walked into the lighted room, he found a towel, a fine linen shirt, and a pair of breeches waiting for him. They fit surprisingly well. He went out into the tunnel and found Auric with his pipe in hand, the ember glowing faintly. They made their way back up into Trondheim and then out of the city mountain. Eragon looked up at the peak, summoned Saphira with his mind, and watched her spiral down from the dragon-hold. When she landed a short distance away, he asked Auric how people at the top communicated with those at the bottom. The dwarf chuckled and gave a lazy puff of smoke. "We cracked that problem long ago. See those open arches along each level? Right behind them is one continuous staircase that winds around the central chamber, climbing all the way to the dragon-hold above Isidar Mithrim. We call it Vol Turin, the endless staircase." He blew out a smoke ring. "It's too slow for emergencies and too tedious for everyday use, so we flash lanterns with coded messages. There's one other route, though nobody takes it. A polished trough cut beside the stairs, basically a mountain-high slide." Eragon couldn't suppress a grin. "And is it dangerous? Don't even think about it. It was made for dwarves, not for a man your size. If you slipped out, you'd slam into the stairs and the arches, or maybe sail into empty space." Saphira rustled her blue scales as she greeted him, and soon humans and dwarves began drifting out of Trondheim to gather around her with low murmurs. Eragon felt exposed by the crowd's attention. "You'd better go," Auric said, giving him a push. "Meet me by this gate tomorrow morning." "How will I know when it's morning?" Eragon asked. "I'll have someone wake you. Now go." Eragon slipped through the onlookers and jumped onto Saphira's back. Just as she was about to launch, an old woman darted forward and seized his foot with a terrifying grip. He tried to pull away, but her fingers locked around his ankle like iron, and he couldn't break free. Her grey eyes burned from a face creased with deep wrinkles, with a lifetime of worry carved into her sunken cheeks. A tattered bundle rested in the crook of her left arm. "What do you want?" Eragon asked, alarmed. She tilted her arm, and a cloth fell away, revealing a baby's face. In a hoarse, desperate voice, she said, "The child has no parents. There is no one to care for her but me, and I am weak. Bless her with your power, Argetlam. Bless her for luck." Eragon shot a look at Auric, but the dwarf only watched with a guarded expression. The gathered villagers fell silent, the only sound the crackle of a nearby torch. The mother's gaze never left Eragon's face, as she clutched her swaddled infant tighter and repeated her plea, "Bless her, Argetlam. Please bless her." Eragon had never performed a blessing before. In Alagazesia such words were not spoken casually, for an ill-considered blessing could twist into a curse, especially if the speaker's heart was not fully in it. He hesitated, feeling the weight of that responsibility pressed down on him, but the desperation in the woman's eyes and the baby's soft whimper decided for him. He searched his mind for the right words. Nothing came until he thought of the ancient language, words of power, spoken by one who wielded power. He pulled off his glove, pressed his palm against the child's tiny forehead, and spoke the old words, "Atra gulai unilien tother ono une atra ono waise skolir frar other." The syllables drained him, leaving him shaky, as if he had just channeled raw magic. He pulled the glove back on and met the mother's eyes. "That's all I can give her. If any words have the power to keep tragedy at bay, those will." "Thank you, Argetlam," she whispered, bowing her head. But before she could cover the baby, Saphira moved. The dragon snorted and lowered her massive head until her snout hovered over the child. The mother's back went rigid, her breath catching in her throat. Saphira gently brushed the baby's forehead with the tip of her nose, then pulled away with smooth grace. Gasps rippled through the crowd, for there on the infant's brow gleamed a silvery white star patch, mirroring the mark on Eragon's own palm. The woman stared at Saphira with tear-filled eyes, her gratitude too great for words. Then Saphira launched herself skyward, and the watching villagers staggered under the blast of her wings. As the ground dwindled below, Eragon wrapped his arms around Saphira's neck. "What did you just do?" he asked quietly. "I gave her hope," she replied. "And you gave her a future." That should have comforted him. Instead, a sudden ache of loneliness flowered in his chest. He looked down at the unfamiliar terrain unfolding beneath them and felt, for the first time, exactly how far he had drifted from everything he knew. Carver Hall was gone, but it was still where his heart lived. "What have I become, Saphira?" he asked. "I'm barely into my first year of manhood, yet I've debated war plans with the Varden's leader. I'm hunted by Galbatorix, and I've travelled alongside Morzan's own son, and now people are asking me to bless their children." He let out a humorless laugh. "What wisdom can I offer that they haven't already learned? What feats can I accomplish that an army couldn't do better? It's absurd. I should be back in Carver Hall helping Roran haul timber or mend the fences." Saphira was silent for a long moment before her gentle voice reached his mind. "A hatchling. That is what you are, a hatchling struggling to find your way into the world. I may be younger than you in years, but my thoughts are ancient. Stop fretting over these things. Find peace in where and what you are. People often know what must be done. All you need do is show them the path. That is wisdom. And as for feats, no army could have given the blessing you just gave. It was nothing," Eragon protested. "A trifle, nothing. Nay, what you witnessed was the beginning of another story, another legend." Do you think that child will ever be content as an innkeeper or a farmer when her brow carries a dragon's mark and your words rest upon her? You underestimate our power, and that of fate itself." Eragon bowed his head. "It's overwhelming. I feel as if I'm living in a dream, an illusion where all things are possible. Amazing things do happen, I know, but always to someone else, in some far-off place and time. But I found your egg, was tutored by a rider, and duelled a shade. Those can't be the actions of the farm boy I was. Something is changing me." "It is your word that shapes you," Saphira said. "Every age needs an icon, and perhaps that lot has fallen to you. Farm boys are not named for the first rider without cause. Your namesake was the beginning, and now you are the continuation, or the end." Eragon shook his head with a wry smile. "You have a gift for speaking in riddles, then," quieter. "But if all is foreordained, Saphira, do our choices even matter? Could it be that we're simply meant to accept our fate?" Saphira answered without hesitation. "Eragon, I chose you while you were still inside my egg. That is a gift most would kill for. Are you unhappy with it? Then clear your mind of these thoughts. They have no answers, and they will not make you any happier." He sighed. "True, but they keep bouncing around in my head. Everything has felt deeply unsettled ever since Brom died." That admission seemed to surprise even Saphira. She rarely showed much concern, but she acknowledged, "It has made me uneasy as well." They were flying over Trondheim now. Eragon looked down through the opening in the mountain's peak and saw Isidar Mithrim, the great star sapphire, glowing far below like a frozen flame. Beneath that gem stretched the city's grand central chamber. Saphira dropped down on silent wings, slipped over the rim, and landed with a sharp clack of claws on the sapphire's surface. "Won't you scratch it?" he asked. "I doubt it. That's no ordinary gem." Eragon slid off her back and turned in a slow circle. The chamber was round and open to the sky, 60 feet high and 60 feet across. Cave openings lined the marble walls, some no bigger than a closet, others wide enough to swallow a house, with iron rungs leading up the sheer stone for anyone who wanted to reach the higher layers. A massive archway opened toward the rest of Trondheim. On impulse, he stretched out on the gem and pressed his cheek against its cool blue surface, hoping to see through it. He caught only faint, distorted ribbons of light. The stone was far too thick to reveal anything a mile below. "Will I have to sleep away from you?" Saphira shook her large head. "No, there is a bed for you in my cave. Come." With one bound, she launched 20 feet into the air and settled into a medium-sized opening. He scrambled after her. Inside, the cave smelled of dry stone and lantern oil. The walls were rough, almost like natural rock, and the dim red lantern cast a warm glow. A thick cushion sat near the far wall for Saphira, and beside it a bed had been built into the stone. "I like this," Eragon admitted. "It feels safe." "Yes." He sat on the mattress and let out a long breath, fatigue settling into his bones. For once he let out a dry laugh. Safe. That word felt almost foreign to someone who had spent months running for his life, but maybe that was why this cave felt like a small victory. Eragon glanced at Saphira. "You've been quiet since we got here. What do you really think of Trondheim and Ajihad?" She considered before answering. "We shall see. This is a different kind of war, Eragon. Swords and claws are useless here. Words and alliances are the weapons that matter. The twins already dislike us, so be on guard for any tricks they might try. Many of the dwarves distrust us, and the elves never wanted a human rider, so expect resistance from them as well. The best thing we can do is find the people with real power and win their friendship, and quickly. Do you think we can stay independent from all of them?" Saphira shifted her wings. "Ajihad supports our freedom, but we may not survive without choosing a side. We'll know soon enough." When Eragon woke, the blankets were bunched beneath him, but he was warm. Saphira still slept, her breath moving in steady gusts. For the first time since entering Father Ndieu, the knot of tension in his chest relaxed. He had food, warmth, a roof over his head, and no immediate enemy at the door. The weight that had been building since Brom's death, and even before that, from the moment he'd left Palancar Valley, finally loosened its grip. I don't have to be afraid anymore. But then a darker thought surfaced. What about Murtagh? No matter how generous the Varden had been, Eragon couldn't accept that hospitality with a clear conscience. Whether he had meant to or not, he was the reason Murtagh now sat in a prison cell. That guilt, at least, would not let him sleep so easily. Something had to give, and soon Eragon lay there, eyes tracing the uneven stone overhead, thoughts looping back to Arya. He scolded himself for drifting off like that, then tilted his head to peer out at the dragonhold. There, perched on the cave's rim, was a hefty cat methodically cleaning one paw. It paused, and their eyes met, those unmistakable slanted crimson orbs. Salembum. Eragon breathed, hardly believing it. The wercat gave a slow blink that said obviously, then shook his shaggy mane and let out a languid yawn showing off needle-sharp fangs. With a stretch and a sudden leap, he vanished from view, landing with a solid thud on the gleaming surface of Isidar Mithrim, 20 feet below. Coming? Eragon glanced at Sapphira. She was awake, watching him without moving. "Go," she murmured. "I'll be fine." By the time Eragon scrambled to his feet and reached the archway, Salembum was already padding through it, tail flicking impatiently. He chased after, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, and found himself at the top of Vol Turin, the endless staircase. No other path offered itself, so he started down. The descent was dizzying, level after level of open arcades curving around Trondheim's central shaft, the brilliant diamond overhead sparkling through the columns with every step. The stairs cut through the floor at each landing, heading down into identical galleries that seemed to multiply forever. A worn stone trough ran along the outer edge, and up at the top sat a stack of leather squares meant for sliding, a temptation Eragon ignored to his right. A dim hallway branched off into that level's living quarters, and Salembum chose it without hesitation. "Wait up!" Eragon called, but the cat was a flickering ghost in the abandoned corridors, always one turn ahead. Finally, after a dizzying series of twists, he saw Salembum stop before a plain wooden door and let out a sharp, insistent yowl. The door slid open on its own, the cat slipped inside, and the panel slid shut. Eragon stood there baffled, one hand raised to knock when the door swung open again, spilling warm golden light into the hall. He hesitated for just a second, then stepped through the threshold. What he found was less a room and more a small jungle. An earthy, two-chambered suite, crammed with carved furniture, trailing vines and layers of odd knickknacks piled in every corner. The air was thick with humidity and a faint, spicy herbal smell. Bright lanterns glowed from the walls and low ceiling, while the far room held a massive four-poster bed shrouded in even more greenery. In the center of the main room, enthroned in a plush leather chair, sat the fortnettler and witch named Angela. A grin spread across her face. "What are you doing here?" Eragon blurted out, completely thrown. Angela folded her hands primly in her lap. "Why don't you take a seat on the floor, and I'll explain. I'd offer you a chair, but I'm occupying the only one." Eragon settled cross-legged between two flasks of bubbling green goo that smelled suspiciously acrid, while questions churned in his head. "So," Angela said, leaning forward with a spark in her eye. "You're a rider. I suspected as much, but yesterday I got confirmation. Salembum probably knew all along, but he never lets me in on anything. I should have put it together the moment you mentioned Brom. And Sapphira, nice name, very fitting for a dragon." "Brom's dead." Eragon cut in, blunt as a hammer. The Razak got him. Angela flinched, twirling a dense curl between her fingers. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I truly am." Eragon let out a bitter laugh, and his voice took on an edge, less grief, more chipped irony. "But not surprised, right? You saw his death coming all along." Angela shook her head slowly. "I didn't know whose death it was." She paused. "But no, I'm not surprised. I met Brom a couple of times. He didn't have much patience for my frivolous approach to magic. I think it got under his skin. Eragon frowned, remembering the fortune-teller's table in Tyr. Back then you laughed at his fortune, called it something of a joke. Why? Angela's face tightened for just a moment. Looking back, that was in rather poor taste, but I had no idea what was coming for him. How do I even put this? Brom carried a strange kind of curse, a fate that made him fail at nearly everything he attempted, none of it through any own fault. He was chosen as a rider, and his dragon was killed out from under him. He loved a woman, and that very love turned out to be what undid her. And he was chosen, I suppose, to guard and train you, yet in the end that task failed too. The one thing he truly accomplished was killing Morzan, and there was no better deed he could have done. Brom never mentioned any woman to me, Eragon said, a little sharply. Angela shrugged. I heard it from someone incapable of lying. But enough of that. Life continues, and the dead deserve better than our endless worries. She pulled a heap of reeds off the floor and began plaiting them together with practiced ease, clearly closing the topic. Eragon hesitated, then let it go. Fine. Then why are you in Trondheim instead of Term? Ah, at last a decent question, Angela said. After hearing Brom's name again when you passed through, I felt something from the past stirring in Alagasia. People were whispering that the Empire was hunting a rider. I knew then that the Varden's dragon egg must have hatched, so I shut up my shop and went looking for news. You already knew about the egg? Of course I did. I'm no idiot. I've been around far longer than you'd believe, and very little escapes me. She paused to concentrate on her weaving. Anyway, I knew I had to get to the Varden as quickly as I could. I've been here close to a month now, but I can't say I care for the place. It's far too musty for my liking, and everyone in Farthen Dûr is so dreadfully serious and noble. They're probably all marked for tragic deaths anyway. She sighed with theatrical gloom, a smile playing at her lips. And the dwarves are a superstitious pack of ninnies, perfectly content to spend their lives hammering at rocks. The only genuinely redeeming feature of this mountain is the mushrooms and fungi growing all through it. Then why stay? Eragon asked, amused. Because I like to be wherever important events are happening, Angela said, cocking her head. Besides, if I'd stayed in Term, Solembum would have gone off without me, and I enjoy his company. But tell me, what adventures have you had since we last talked? For the next hour, Eragon gave her a condensed account of the last 2.5 months. Angela listened without interrupting, but when Murtag's name came up, she sputtered. Murtag. Eragon nodded. He told me who he really is, but let me finish before you decide anything. He went on with the rest of his story. When he finished, Angela leaned back thoughtfully, letting her reeds fall. Without warning, Solembum slipped out of hiding and landed in her lap, curling up and eyeing Eragon with a haughty stare. Angela stroked the werecat. Fascinating. Galbatorix in league with the Urgles, and Murtag finally out in the open. I'd warn you to be careful with him, but you already know the danger. Murtag has proven himself a true friend and a steady ally, Eragon said firmly. Still, be careful. Angela paused, then added with distaste, and then there's the business with this shade, Durza. I think he's the greatest threat the Varden faces right now, next to Galbatorix. I can't stand shades. They practice the most unholy magic short of necromancy. I'd love to dig his heart out with a dull hairpin and feed it to a pig. Eragon was taken aback by her sudden venom. I don't understand. Brom told me shades were sorcerers who used spirits to do their bidding, but what turns that into something so evil? Angela shook her head. That alone isn't what makes them evil. Ordinary sorcerers are exactly that, ordinary, no better or worse than the rest of us. They use their magical strength to control spirits and the powers those spirits carry. Shades, however, give up that control in exchange for greater power and allow spirits to take over their bodies. Unfortunately, only the most evil spirits seek out human hosts, and once they get inside, they never leave. The person you were is simply gone. A chill crept down Eragon's spine as her words sank in. Angela explained that a shade can be born from a careless summoning when a sorcerer reaches beyond his strength, and once that shadowed thing exists, Killing it is a nightmare. Only Leitri the elf and Ernstad the rider ever pulled it off. Eragon acknowledged the stories, then glanced around her cluttered perch and asked why she'd chosen to live so high in Trondheim, so cut off from everyone, and how she'd managed to haul every last belonging up there. Angela threw back her head and laughed. Honestly, I'm hiding. I had a peaceful few days after arriving, until one of the guards who let me into Fathendur opened his big mouth about who I was. Then every magic user in the place, and they barely deserve the name, came begging me to join their little secret society, especially those creepy twins who run it. I warned them I'd turn them into toads, frogs, but that didn't scare them off, so I snuck up here one night. Less effort than you'd think, given my skills. Eragon asked if she'd been forced to let the twins sift through her mind the way he had. A cold gleam flickered in her eyes. The twins wouldn't dare touch my mind. They know the attempt would leave them broken, slobbering messes. I was around long before the Varden's little memory inspections, and they're not foolish enough to start with me. Her tone shifted as she peeked into the side room. Well, that was enlightening, but you really must go. My mandrake and newt's tongue concoction is about to boil over, and it needs me. Do come back, and please don't breathe a word about where I am. I'd hate to relocate again. It would make me very irritated. Eragon swore to keep her secret, stood and followed Selembum back to the dragonhold, where a squat dwarf greeted him with a bow and a thick accented argetlum, then scurried off to say that Auric was waiting. Saphira dropped from her cave, Zarok clutched in her claws, and insisted he wear it. You're a rider, and you carry a rider's sword. Zarok has a bloody history, but that doesn't have to define you. Give it a new story, and wear it with pride. When he balked, she snorted smoke and reminded him of Ajihad's counsel, so he buckled it on, and they flew out of Trondheim into the growing light of Fathendur, the crater walls now faintly visible 5 miles distant. As they spiraled down, Eragon told Saphira all about Angela, and the moment they landed by one of the city mountain's gates, Auric rushed over, saying King Hrothgar wanted to see both of them right away. Eragon hurried after Auric into Trondheim, Saphira keeping pace, ignoring the curious stares in the soaring corridor. He asked where they'd meet Hrothgar. In the throne room beneath the city, Auric said without slowing. A private audience, an act of Otho, faith. No special titles needed, just speak with respect. Auric had warned that Hrothgar's temper burned hot, but the king could see straight through a man's words to the heart beneath them. So Eragon chose everything he said with care. When they entered Trondheim's central chamber, Auric led them to one of 2 stairways that curved down from the far side of the hall. They took the right-hand stairs, which swung inward until they faced the direction they had come from, and at the bottom the 2 paths merged into a wide, dim sweep of steps that ended about 100 feet later before a pair of granite doors. A 7-pointed crown was carved across the stone, and 7 dwarfs stood on each side of the entrance, holding polished mattocks and wearing belts loaded with gems. As Eragon, Auric, and Saphira approached, the guards slammed the butt ends of their weapons against the floor, sending a deep boom rolling up the staircase. The doors swung open to reveal a long, dark hall that was the length of a city block. It was a natural cave, with stalagmites and stalactites thicker than a man crowding the walls, and sparse lanterns threw a moody amber light over the smooth brown floor. At the far end, a black throne held a single motionless figure. Auric bowed. "The king awaits you." Eragon pressed his palm to Saphira's side, and they walked forward as the doors shut behind them, sealing the 2 of them in the dim cavern with Hrothgar. Their footsteps echoed through the stillness, and in the recesses among the stone spikes stood rows of huge statues, dwarf kings every one, crowned and seated on thrones, their sightless eyes fixed on some distant point that no living person could see. Runes beneath their feet spelled out names from ages long gone. Eragon and Saphira passed more than 40 of them before the ranks ended, leaving only dark, empty alcoves waiting for kings who had not yet been born. A cold draught moved through the chamber, stirring dust along the polished floor, and Eragon realized his hands were damp. But something in that vast, patient silence also steadied him. If these dwarves had endured for thousands of years, he could survive one audience without losing his nerve. They stopped before Hrothgar. The dwarf king himself might have been a statue. He sat on a raised throne carved from a single block of black marble, plain, blocky, and cut with merciless precision. The throne radiated an old strength, a reminder of a time when dwarves had ruled Alagaësia without bowing to elves or humans. A gold helm lined with rubies and diamonds sat on Hrothgar's head instead of a crown. His face was grim and weathered, shaped by years of hard choices, and his deep-set eyes gleamed like stones under a heavy brow. A mail shirt covered his powerful chest, his white beard was tucked beneath his belt, and across his lap rested a massive war-hammer marked with Oryx's clan symbol. Eragon bowed awkwardly and knelt, while Saphira remained upright, unafraid. The king stirred at last, as if waking from a long sleep, and his voice rolled out like distant thunder. "Rise, rider!" "No tribute is required here." Eragon straightened and met Hrothgar's eyes. The king studied him without blinking, then said in a gravelly tone, "The rock changes, as my people say. Lately, it changes faster than anyone can keep up with." He touched the hammer's head. "I couldn't receive you earlier the way Ajihad did, because I had to settle old scores inside my own clans. Some of them wanted you thrown out of Farthendur before you ever set foot in it. It took a great deal of stubbornness to change their minds." "Thank you," Eragon said. "I never meant to cause so much trouble." Hrothgar nodded, accepting his thanks, then lifted a gnarled hand and pointed. "Look over there, Rider Eragon. Those are my predecessors, 41 of them waiting in stone while I make the 42nd. When I die, my own image will join them. The first among them is Corgan, my ancestor who forged this mace, Volund. For 8,000 years, since the very beginning, dwarves have ruled beneath Farthendur. Living rock runs through our veins," Hrothgar declared, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. "We are older than the elves and the dragons, and we will remain long after they fade." Saphira rustled her wings, and Hrothgar leaned forward, his heavy brow creased. "I have walked these halls for countless lifetimes, human. I recall Vrail, the last leader of the riders, coming here to honor me, a pale echo of what that order once was. I also remember the peace they forced upon the land when a man could travel from Trondheim to Nada without fear of ambush. And now you stand before me, a ghost of that broken legacy. So tell me plainly, why have you journeyed to Farthendur? I know you fled the Empire, but what is your purpose now?" Eragon shifted his weight, measuring his words. "For the moment, Saphira and I only want a chance to recover. We are not here to stir up trouble, just to find a safe corner and a few quiet days. If Ajihad sends us to the elves, we will go, but until that day, I have no desire to keep running." Hrothgar lifted a bushy eyebrow. "Then it was only fear that brought you? You would sit here and allow Galbatorix to do whatever he pleases?" Eragon bristled at that fear. "I have slept in caves on frozen ground and in the open sky for months. If I wanted an easy life, I would have stayed in the Empire and kissed the tyrant's boots. My cousin is still locked away, and there are countless others who cannot escape. I have strength to spare, so I must use it." The dwarf king regarded him in silence, then turned to Saphira. "And what of you, dragon? What say you?" Saphira curled her lip, and Eragon relayed her words. "She thirsts for the blood of our enemies and waits eagerly for the day we ride against Galbatorix. She has no mercy for traitors or those who smash eggs, and she still hopes to free the 2 dragons he holds captive. She also believes I am ready for this fight." Hrothgar's mouth twitched into a grim smile. "Dragons have not changed with the centuries." He rapped his knuckles on the flat stone armrest. "Do you know why this throne is so angular and uncomfortably carved? It is meant to remind any ruler that power is a burden, not a reward. I have never enjoyed it, and I will surrender it without regret when my time comes. But tell me, Eragon, if Galbatorix falls, would you claim his crown and rule in his place?" Eragon shook his head, unsettled. "I do not seek to wear a crown. A rider's duty is already more than enough. I would not take the throne in Uruben, not unless no one else was willing or capable of bearing it." Hrothgar's face darkened. "You might be a kinder king than Galbatorix, but no people should have a ruler who never ages and never leaves. The age of the riders has passed, Eragon. It will not return, even if every one of Galbatorix's hidden eggs were to hatch." The dwarf king's gaze drifted to Eragon's side, and a shadow crossed his features. "I see you carry Zarok, the blade of an enemy. I had heard of this, and also that you travel with a son of the Forsworn. That weapon is not a welcome sight in my realm." He extended a calloused hand. "Let me examine it." Eragon drew the sword and offered it hilt first. Hrothgar took it, turning the red blade under the lantern light, then grazing his thumb along the point. A masterful edge. Elves rarely forge swords. They prefer bows and spears, but when they do, they craft perfection. This is an ill-fated blade, though. I would rather it had never entered my domain. Carry it, if you must. Perhaps its fortune has shifted." He returned Zarok, and Eragon sheathed it. "Has my nephew been of any use to you?" Eragon blinked. "Who?" Hrothgar raised a tangled eyebrow. Hrothgar explained that Oric was the son of his youngest sister and had been serving under Ajihad as a sign of loyalty to the Varden. But now the king said Oric had been placed back under his uncle's command. Hrothgar added that he was glad Eragon had spoken up for Oric. Eragon understood this as another gesture of Otho, of faith, from the dwarf king. "I couldn't ask for a better guide," he replied. "Good," said Hrothgar, clearly satisfied. "Unfortunately, my advisers are waiting, and there are matters I must settle. Still, I will say this. If you want the support of the dwarves in my realm, you must prove yourself with actions, not words. We have long memories and do not rush to judgment." Eragon bowed again, and the king nodded with a regal air. "You may go." As Eragon and Saphira left the Mountain King's hall, Oric was waiting on the far side of the stone doors, his face tight with worry. He fell into step beside them as they climbed back toward Trondheim's main chamber. "Did all go well? Were you received favorably?" Eragon said he thought so, but added, "Your king is cautious." Oric nodded. "That is how he has survived all these years." Saphira observed that she would not want Hrothgar angry with them. Eragon glanced at her. "No, neither would I. I couldn't tell what he thought of you. He seems to disapprove of dragons, even if he didn't say it outright." That amused Saphira, in that he is wise, especially since he's barely knee-high to me. In the center of Trondheim, beneath the glittering Isidar Mithrim, Oric stopped and delivered some unsettling news. "Your blessing yesterday has stirred up the Varden like a kicked anthill. The child Saphira touched is already being celebrated as a future hero. She and her guardian have been given the finest rooms. Everyone is talking about your miracle, and all the human mothers are determined to find you and get the same for their children." Alarmed, Eragon darted a glance around the bustling chamber. "What should we do?" Oric answered dryly. "Unless you can undo what you did, I'd stay out of sight as much as possible. You'll be undisturbed in the Dragonhold." Eragon wasn't ready to retreat just yet. The day was young, and with the Empire far behind them, he wanted to roam Trondheim at Saphira's side. But being with her would only draw more stares. He turned to her. "Saphira, what do you want to do?" She nosed his arm, her scales grazing his skin. "I'll return to the Dragonhold. There's someone there I want to meet. Wander around as long as you like." He asked who, but she only winked a large eye and padded down one of the 4 main tunnels. Eragon explained to Oric where she had gone, then said, "I'd like to get breakfast, and afterwards I want to see more of Trondheim. I'll skip the training grounds until tomorrow. I'm still not fully recovered." Oric nodded, his beard bobbing against his chest. "In that case, how about the library? It is ancient, filled with scrolls of great value. You might find a history of Alagacia there that Galbatorix never got his hands on." The mention of written words struck Eragon like a sudden ache. He remembered Brom teaching him to read in the quiet evenings, and wondered if that skill had rusted away. It had been a long time since he had read anything. "Yes, let's go." After a quick meal of bread and spiced honey tea, Oric guided Eragon through a maze of corridors to a carved stone arch. Eragon stepped inside and felt as if he had walked into a forest made of books. Graceful columns rose like tree trunks to a dark ribbed ceiling 5 stories above. Black marble shelves stood back to back between them, while racks of scrolls covered the walls, with narrow walkways linked by 3 twisting staircases. Stone benches faced each other at regular intervals. A young dwarf scholar near the entrance looked up from his reading, eyes widening as he recognized Eragon. Auric gave the boy a stern wave, and he quickly lowered his gaze back to the scroll. The space between them was dotted with low tables whose legs melded seamlessly into the polished stone floor, and every wall held shelves crammed with books, scrolls, and bound manuscripts. "This is what our race truly leaves behind," Auric said. "Here are the records of our greatest kings and scholars from the oldest days to the present. Our artisans' songs and stories live here too. This library might be our most precious treasure, but it's not all ours. Human writings sit alongside ours. Your kind lives short, but writes a lot. As for the elves, we have almost nothing. They keep their secrets locked away." Eragon asked how long he could stay, and Auric told him to remain as long as he liked and to come to him with questions. Eragon moved toward the shelves with genuine excitement, grabbing volumes that looked interesting. He was surprised to find that dwarven runes matched human ones. The real disappointment came when he tried to read. Months of ignoring his lessons had turned a once easy skill into a slog. Right. Typical. "The one time a library actually excites me, I need a dictionary for half the words." Great. He wandered through the stacks, skipping from one book to another until he found a translation of poems by Dondar, the 10th dwarf king. He was just getting lost in the graceful lines when footsteps echoed behind the bookcase. He told himself to stop being jumpy. He wasn't the only person in the library. But too many ambushes had taught him to trust his gut, so he silently put the book away and slid off in another direction. Then he heard 2 sets of footsteps, and his heart kicked. He darted across an open aisle, trying to remember where Auric had been sitting, and nearly ran straight into the twins. The 2 men stood shoulder to shoulder, expressionless, their dark, snake-like eyes fixed on him. Their hands moved slightly inside their purple robes. They bowed, but the gesture felt like a mockery. "We have been searching for you," one said, in a voice that reminded Eragon uncomfortably of the Razak. He fought off a shiver. What for? Reaching out with his mind, he felt Saphira's presence immediately. "Ever since you met with Ajihad, we wanted to apologize for our actions." The words sounded humble, but the sneer underneath made his jaw tighten. "We have come to pay homage to you." As they bowed again, Saphira warned him to be careful. He forced his anger down. Getting provoked here would be a mistake. Then a sly idea came to him, and he smiled. "No, I'm the one who owes you homage. Without your approval, I never would have gotten into Farthen Dure." He returned their bow with a deliberately overdone flourish. A flash of annoyance crossed their faces, but they smiled anyway. "We are honored that someone so important thinks so highly of us. We are in your debt for your kind words." Now Eragon felt his own irritation rise. "I'll remember that when I need something." Saphira cut into his thoughts sharply. "You're overdoing it. Don't say anything you'll regret. They'll remember every word." "This is hard enough without your comments." He snapped back at her, and she withdrew with an annoyed grumble. The twins moved closer, their robes whispering across the floor, and this time their voices turned smoother, friendlier. "We also came to find you for another reason, Ryder. The magic users of Trondheim have formed a group. We call ourselves Du Vranger Gata, or the Wandering Path." "I know," Eragon cut in, remembering Angela's mention of it. "Your command of the ancient language is impressive," one twin purred. "As we were saying, Du Vranger Gata has heard of your deeds, and we'd like to invite you to join us. We would be honored to have someone of your stature as a member." Eragon's suspicions prickled as the twins made their offer, their honeyed words weaving a web he didn't trust. They claimed they wanted only to guide him, to share spells and words of power they'd discovered, and they'd ask nothing in return, though a few scraps of his own knowledge would satisfy them. The library smelled of dust and old parchment, and the twins' robes whispered against the stone floor as they leaned in. Eragon's jaw tightened. "Do you think I'm a half-wit?" he snapped. "I won't apprentice myself to you just so you can learn what Brom taught me. It must sting, knowing you couldn't pry those words from my mind." The twins' smiles vanished in an instant, replaced by cold fury. "Don't trifle with us, boy," one said, stepping closer. "We're the ones who'll test your abilities with magic, and that could be most unpleasant. One misconceived spell is all it takes to kill someone. You may be a rider, but we are still stronger than you." Eragon's stomach knotted, yet he kept his face a mask of indifference. "I'll consider your offer, but it may." "Then we'll expect your answer tomorrow," the other twin cut in, eyes glittering. "Make sure it's the right one." They turned and stalked into the deeper shadows, leaving Eragon alone with his resentment. "I'm not going to join Duvranga Gata no matter what they do," he told Saphira. She replied, "You should talk to Angela. She's dealt with the twins before. Perhaps she could be there when they test you. That might prevent them from harming you." "That's a good idea," he thought, a flicker of hope cutting through his anger. Weaving through the bookcases, he found Auric on a bench, polishing his war axe with focused strokes. "I'd like to return to the Dragonhold," Eragon said. The dwarf slipped the axe through a leather loop at his belt and escorted him to the gate, where Saphira waited amid a small crowd of onlookers. Ignoring them, Eragon scrambled onto her back, and they launched into the open sky. As Saphira landed on the star sapphire of Isidar Mithrim, she cautioned, "This problem must be resolved quickly. You cannot let the twins intimidate you." Eragon dismounted, keeping a hand on Zarok. "I know, but I hope we can avoid angering them. They could be dangerous enemies." "So can you," she said. "Do you want them as allies?" For a heartbeat, fear coiled in his chest, but Saphira's calm certainty kindled a stubborn fire. He was a rider, and riders didn't bow to bullies. He shook his head. "Not really. I'll tell them tomorrow that I won't join Duvranga Gata, leaving Saphira in her cave." Eragon wandered out of the Dragonhold, hoping to run into Angela, but he didn't remember how to find her hiding spot, and Solembum was nowhere around. He roamed the deserted corridors, past empty rooms and endless grey walls. His frustration growing with every turn, he gave up and retraced his steps, and as he neared the hold, a clear voice drifted out of the chamber. He froze. "Saphira," he called silently. "Who's in there?" "A female," she replied, her tone curious. "She has an air of command. I'll distract her while you come in." Eragon loosened Zarok in its sheath. Auric had said intruders would be kept out of the Dragonhold, so who could this be? Steeling himself, he stepped through the entrance, hand on his sword. A young woman stood in the center of the room, gazing at Saphira, who had poked her head out of the cave. She looked about 17, with skin the same deep shade as Ajihad's, illuminated by the star sapphire's rosy glow. Her velvet dress was wine red and elegantly cut, and a worn jeweled dagger hung from her waist in a tooled leather sheath. Eragon crossed his arms and waited for her to notice him. She curtsied to Saphira and asked sweetly, "Please, could you tell me where Rider Eragon is?" Saphira's eyes sparkled with amusement. Eragon allowed a small smile. "I am here." The woman spun toward him, hand flying to her dagger. Her face was striking, almond-shaped eyes, wide lips and round cheekbones. Relaxing, she curtsied again. "I am Nasurda," she said. Eragon inclined his head. Eragon couldn't help noticing how at ease Nasurda looked standing in the Dragonhold, as if she had spent her whole life around riders and their dragons. "You clearly know who I am," she said with a disarming smile. "But do you want to hear the message my father, Ajihad, sent with me?" The idea of the Varden's stern leader as a husband and father seemed almost impossible. Eragon found himself wondering what kind of woman Nasurda's mother must have been to capture Ajihad's heart. "Yes, I would," he said. She tossed her braid over her shoulder and recited the message in a smooth, practiced voice. Ajihad was relieved. Eragon was doing well, but he strongly advised against further public displays like the benediction. Such gestures, he said, only created more problems. He also wanted Eragon to get on with the testing as soon as possible. He needed to measure Eragon's abilities before opening any talks with the elves. Eragon glanced down the impossible length of the shaft below the cave. "Did you actually climb all that way just to tell me that?" Naswada laughed. "I used the pulley the dwarves use for hauling supplies. We could have sent signals, but I wanted to meet you in person." He offered her a place to sit by Saphira's cave. She shook her head, still smiling. "I'm expected elsewhere, but my father wants you to know you may visit Murtagh if you wish." Her smile faded. "I met him earlier. He's anxious to see you, and he seemed lonely. Please go." She gave him careful directions to Murtagh's cell. Eragon thanked her, but his next question was about Arya. "Is she any better?" Auric didn't know much. The mischief returned to Naswada's face. "Arya is recovering quickly, as elves tend to do. Nobody but my father, Hrothgar, and the healers has been allowed to see her. They've spent hours with her, learning what happened during her imprisonment." She let her gaze sweep over Saphira, then straightened. "I must go. Do you want me to tell Ajihad anything? Just that I hope to see Arya soon, and that I'm grateful for his hospitality." She promised to deliver the words, curtsied, and walked out of the dragon-hold with her head high. Eragon watched her leave and felt a new respect for Ajihad's daughter, because of course the girl could have sent any runner to deliver a few lines of advice. Instead she had come all the way up, Trondheim, pulley or no pulley, just to look him in the eye. That kind of ambition did not belong in a simple messenger. There was more to this meeting than idle chatter. "Aye," Saphira rumbled, drawing her head back into the cave. Eragon climbed up to her and was surprised to see Solembum curled in the hollow at the base of her neck. The wecat lay purring like a forge bellows, his black-tipped tail flicking. He gave Eragon a long, impudent look that clearly said, "What are you staring at?" "Saphira, is this who you wanted to meet?" Eragon asked. Both of them blinked at him and answered, "Yes." Eragon laughed despite the tension in his shoulders. Of course, Saphira and Solembum would get along. They shared the same sly, ancient energy, and both were creatures of magic. He sighed, unbuckled Zarok, and let the day's weight fall from his back. "Solembum, do you know where Angela is? I can't find her, and I need her advice." Solembum kneaded Saphira's scales. "She is somewhere in Trondheim, and when will she return?" "Soon." "How soon is that?" Eragon pressed, feeling his patience fray. "I really need to talk to her today. Not that soon." The wercat refused to say anything else. Eragon gave up, pressed himself against Saphira, and listened to the low purr thrumming above his head. He touched Brom's ring. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he would go to Murtagh. On the morning of their third day in Trondheim, Eragon rolled out of bed with fresh energy, ate a quick breakfast of bread and dried fruit, and belted Zarok to his waist. He slung his bow and half-full quiver over his shoulder, then went for a long flight with Saphira inside Farthendur. The wind tearing past her wings cleared his thoughts. After landing, he met Auric by one of Trondheim's 4 main gates. When Eragon brought up Naswada, the dwarf gave Zarok a wary look. "An unusual girl," Auric said. "She's entirely devoted to her father and dedicates every hour to helping him." Eragon studied Auric for a moment, turning over the dwarf's earlier words. "So you're saying Naswada does more for Ajihad than anyone realizes?" "That's between her and the sky," Auric said. "But I do know this. He never mentions her mother. He brought Naswada to Farthendur as a newborn alone, and he's never told a soul where they came from. So Naswada had also grown up without a mother." Eragon pushed the thought away. He needed to move, not to dwell. "I'm going to crawl out of my skin if I just stand here. Where do I go for this test?" Auric pointed past the mountain city. "Half a mile away. You can't see it from here because Trondheim is in the way. It's a big training yard where dwarves and humans go to beat each other into shape." Saphira huffed. "I'm coming too." Eragon relayed it. Auric tugged his beard. "People will gawk. A dragon showing up at the drill yard will turn everything upside down." Saphira let out a low growl that vibrated the stones. "I will come." And that settled it. The noise hit them long before they rounded the mountain, the clang of swords, the dull thump of arrows into straw targets, the crack of staves, and the curses of men pretending to die. For all the chaos, It had a rhythm, like a dozen drummers, each playing a different marching song. Eragon scanned the field. A massive block of infantry practiced with shields and poleaxes, moving in unison. Nearby, lone warriors drilled with swords, maces, flails, and even a pitchfork borrowed from some farmer. Most wore chainmail and iron caps. Plate armor was scarce. Dwarves and humans trained side by side, but mostly kept to their own clusters. Behind them, lines of archers launched volley after volley at grey dummies. Eragon spotted a young woman with a bucket of water weaving between the archers, and a scarred dwarf with a war hammer who paused to give Eragon a long, appraising look. For a moment Eragon felt like a display piece in a market square. But this was a kind of chaos he understood, brutal, honest, and right in front of him. Better than magic, which whispered half-truths and could turn on you if you blinked. Before he could ask where to start, a huge man in a rough oxhide coat and mail coif tramped over. The sword strapped to his back was nearly as long as Eragon was tall. He gave Saphira a hard stare, then Eragon, as if calculating how many swings it would take to chop them down. "Auric," he said, his voice like gravel. "Been too long. There's nobody worth hitting around here anymore." Auric grinned. "That's because you split everyone's skulls with that barn door you carry." "Only the slow ones," the big man said. "You were always fast enough to duck." He turned to Eragon. "Frederick, they told me to see what you're made of. How strong are you?" "Strong enough," Eragon said. "Magic takes a strong arm." Frederick rattled his head, the mail coif clinking like a handful of coins. "Magic won't do you any good on this field. A real battle can last for hours, maybe weeks if we're stuck in a siege. I've seen mages get tired and sloppy, then get gutted by some farmer with a pitchfork." "What else can you fight with besides that sword and bow?" Eragon thought. "Fists." "Good answer," Frederick laughed. "All right, we'll start you on the archery line and see if you can hit a target. Once space clears up, we'll see what those fists do to a shield wall." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes narrowing. Eragon turned. The twins were walking toward them, their pale heads bobbing above purple robes like two eggs swimming in wine. Auric growled something under his breath and unslung his war axe. "I told you two to stay away from here," Frederick said, stepping forward until his shadow swallowed them. The twins didn't flinch. One of them smiled thinly. "Ajihad ordered us to test Eragon's magical ability before you wear him out swinging at iron." Frederick practically spat. "Why you? Can't someone else?" "Who else is powerful enough?" the other twin said, and the question hung in the air like a challenge. Saphira let out a low, warning rumble, and a thin wisp of smoke curled from her nostrils. The twins ignored her completely, striding toward an empty corner of the training grounds and ordering Eragon to follow. He exchanged a glance with Saphira and shrugged, trailing after them. As he walked, he caught Ferdinand muttering to Auric, "We can't let them push him too far." Auric's reply was grim, "I know, but I can't step in again. Hrothgar warned me that next time he won't be able to shield me from the consequences." Eragon swallowed his unease, recalling Brom's old lesson. Riders held a natural edge over common magicians, but two against one? Saphira sent a warm pulse of assurance through their bond. "You're not alone. There are two of us." He touched her scaly leg, comforted. The twins turned back to him, their faces unreadable. "And what is your answer, Eragon?" one asked. Eragon ignored the puzzled stares of his companions and answered flatly, "No." The corners of the twins' mouths tightened. Without another word, they bent down and traced a large, five-pointed star in the dirt, then stepped into its center. "We begin now," they said. "You will complete the tasks we assign you. Nothing more." One twin pulled a smooth, fist-sized stone from his robe and set it on the ground, lifted to eye level. "Easy," Eragon thought, and spoke the first word that came to mind, "Stena Risa." The rock trembled and began to rise, but after a foot it hit an invisible wall. A smug smile crossed the twins' lips. They were trying to exhaust him early, to make him fail the bigger challenges ahead. Eragon's anger flared, but he didn't let it consume him. Saphira now. Her mind merged with his, and the stone jerked upward, hovering at eye level. The twins' eyes narrowed with barely concealed fury. "Very good," they hissed. The next tasks came faster and meaner, moving the stone in circles, shaping water, conjuring flame, scrying, juggling rocks, hardening leather, freezing objects, steering an arrow's flight, healing scratches. Each time the twins pushed back with all their combined might, but Eragon held his ground with Saphira's strength behind him. The strain never showed on their faces, yet Eragon felt his own energy draining with every word. "Between two exercises?" he asked Saphira. "Why keep testing? They already saw what I can do." She tilted her head, and suddenly it clicked. Eragon almost laughed out loud. These weren't tests at all, they were a fishing expedition. Every word he uttered in the ancient language revealed something new to them, a treasure they could hoard. "So that's their game," he thought, with a smirk. "They want to pick my brain while pretending to judge me. Fine, I'll give them nothing." From that moment on, Eragon used only the simplest, most basic words he could find. It was maddeningly difficult to mimic the effects of a long, complicated spell with a single short utterance, but the challenge almost became a game. He twisted his phrasing, layered meanings, and made do with fragments, all while the twins' faces contorted with growing frustration. They threw trick after trick at him, trying to bait him into using a rare or unknown word, but he refused to take the bait. More than an hour passed, and Eragon was hot, thirsty, and bone-tired, but he wouldn't ask for a pause if they could keep going, so would he? At last the twins raised their hands and announced, "There is only one thing left to do." It sounded so simple, any fool with even a hint of magical skill could pull it off. One of the twins slid a silver ring from his finger, smirked, and handed it to Eragon. "Summon the essence of silver." Eragon stared at the circlet, his mind blank. What was the essence of silver, anyway? And how was he supposed to summon it? Saphira had no answer, and the twins clearly weren't about to give him a hint. He'd never learned Silver's name in the ancient language, though he knew it had to be tied to Argetlam somehow. Desperate, he tried lashing together the only words that seemed right, Ethgri, invoke with Arget, and squared his shoulders to bellow whatever half-formed spell came out. But before he could even open his mouth, a clear, vibrant voice rang through the air. "Stop!" The command washed over him like cold water, strangely familiar, like a tune he'd heard in a dream. A shiver ran down his spine. He turned. There stood Arya, alone, a leather band holding back her wild black hair. Her sword hung at her hip, her bow across her back, and her plain black leather outfit did nothing to hide how striking she was. Taller than most men, perfectly at ease, her face showed not a trace of the horrors she'd endured. Her emerald eyes locked onto the twins, who had gone ashen. She stepped forward silently and said, in a voice as soft as silk and twice as sharp, "Shame, shame to demand what only a master can do. Shame to use such tricks. Shame to tell Ajihad you didn't know what Eragon can handle. He is capable, now leave." Her brows slanted into a fierce V, and she jabbed a finger at the ring. "Arget!" The silver shimmered, and a glowing, ghostly duplicate materialized beside it, identical, but somehow purer, blazing white-hot. The twins didn't wait for another word. They turned and fled, robes flapping behind them like terrified birds. As the phantom ring vanished, leaving only the real one in Eragon's hand, Auric and Frederick rose warily. Saphira crouched, ready to spring. Arya let her gaze sweep over them all, then headed for the center of the training field. The sparring warriors stopped mid-strike, staring. A heavy silence fell, and Eragon found himself being pulled forward, half against his will. Saphira's voice reached him, but he barely heard it. Arya stood in the middle of a growing circle, and her eyes found him. "I claim the right of trial by arms. Draw your sword." "She wants to duel me. But not to hurt you, I think," Saphira told him, nudging him with her snout. "Go on, fight well, watch." Eragon stepped forward, reluctantly, his body aching from magic use and his pride stinging under 100 watching eyes. On top of that, Arya should barely be standing after Tunivor's nectar. "I'll pull my blows," he decided. No sense in hurting her. They faced each other across the ring. Arya drew her sword, left-handed, thinner than Zarok, but just as long and deadly. Eragon slid his red blade free and held it point down, heart hammering. For a long moment they were still, two statues measuring each other. It reminded Eragon of how Brom used to circle him before a lesson. A sudden blur, Arya leapt in, slashing at his ribs. Eragon parried on instinct, and steel met steel with a shower of sparks. Zarok was knocked aside like it was nothing. She didn't press the opening. Instead, she spun to her right hair, lashing through the air, and came at him from the other side. Eragon barely deflected the blow, stumbling backward as her speed and ferocity hit him like a wall. Brom's old warning surfaced too late. Even the weakest elf could overpower a human. Against Arya, he had roughly the same odds he'd have against Dursa. She swung for his head and he ducked under the edge, but a question cut through the chaos. For a few frantic seconds, blocking was all he could do. Then it clicked. She is measuring me. All right, fine. If she wanted a show, he'd give her one. No one ever accused him of knowing when to quit. He stopped playing defensively and launched into the most complicated sequence of attacks he knew. He flowed from stance to stance, twisting forms together, inventing combinations that no instructor would ever have sanctioned. It didn't matter every time. Her blade was already there, waiting, turning his strikes aside with an effortless grace that made his best moves feel clumsy. They were locked in a fiery dance, bodies linked and then torn apart by the whirling steel. Once or twice they nearly brushed, close enough to feel each other's body heat, before momentum ripped them apart. Then they'd withdraw for half a breath and collide again, moving like smoke curling around a single flame. Time stopped. There was only rhythm and response, attack and answer. His sword turned to lead in his hand, and his arm burned with every stroke. Then he lunged, and Arya sidestepped as if she had known exactly where he'd aim. In one impossible motion, she brought the point of her blade up to his jaw. Ice touched his skin. Eragon froze, trembling from exhaustion. The roar of the crowd and Saphira's bugle seemed to come from far away. Arya lowered her sword and sheathed it. "You have passed," she said quietly, her voice barely cutting through the noise. Dazed, he straightened. Frederick ran up and pounded his back, gushing about the incredible swordsmanship. Auric beamed and added his praise. But all Eragon could think was, I lost. She tested me, and I lost. Arya stood apart, calm and silent. A tiny twitch of her finger, no more than a flicker, pointed toward a low hill about a mile from the training ground. Then she turned and walked away, and the crowd parted around her like water around a stone. A hush followed in her wake. Eragon turned to Auric. "I have to go!" "I'll return to the Dragonhold soon." He sheathed Zarok with a quick jab and swung onto Saphira. She lifted off above the field, which became a sea of upturned faces as she passed. As they soared toward the hill, Eragon spotted Arya running below with clean, fluid strides. A cool breeze carried the smell of pine and forge smoke, and for a moment he felt the sting of public shame. Then he understood. This hadn't been about winning. It had been about being seen. Saphira's voice came to him, playful and knowing. "You find her form pleasing, do you not?" "Yes," he admitted, his cheeks warming. "Her face does have more character than most humans," she sniffed. "But it's long, like a horse's, and she's rather shapeless, overall." Eragon stared at her in amazement. "You're jealous. Impossible. I never get jealous." "You are now, admit it." She snapped her jaws loudly. "I am not." He laughed and let her denial stand, though her landing on the hill was deliberately rough. He climbed down without saying a word. Arya wasn't far behind. Her stride ate up the ground faster than any runner Eragon had ever seen, and when she topped the rise, her breathing was as smooth and steady as if she had been standing there all along. Suddenly, tongue-tied, Eragon dropped his gaze. She walked past him and spoke to Saphira in the ancient tongue. Skullblaka, eka celobra, ono un mulabra, ono un orshurtugal nehaina. Atra nosu waise frikai. Most of the words were beyond him, but Saphira clearly understood. She stirred her wings, surveyed Arya with curiosity, then let out a low, resonant hum and nodded. Arya smiled. "I'm glad you recovered," Eragon said at last. "We didn't know whether you would live." "That is why I came here today," Arya replied, turning to face him. Her voice slid across the words, accented and rich, carrying an almost musical lilt. "I owe you a debt, and it must be paid. You saved my life, and that is not something I can set aside." Eragon stumbled over his reply. "It was nothing," he said, though the words tasted false before they left his mouth. To escape the weight of her gratitude, he asked, "How did you end up in Gilead?" A shadow crossed Arya's face. She looked away toward the distance. "Let us walk." They moved down from the knoll, leaving the rise of grass behind as they angled toward Farthen Deur. The late afternoon sun threw long shadows over the stone-strewn path, and the distant clang of the Varden's forges drifted up from the settlement. Saphira padded quietly at their side, and Eragon didn't press for conversation. He simply listened to the crunch of gravel and the whisper of wind. Finally, Arya lifted her head and spoke in that graceful way of hers. "Ajihad told me you were present when Saphira's egg appeared." "Yes." For the first time, Eragon considered what it would have taken to move the egg over the leagues between Du Weldenvarden and the spine. A mistake would have meant death, or worse. Then her next words fell like stones. "Then understand this. In the instant you first laid eyes on it, Durza captured me." Her voice turned bitter. "He led the Urgles that ambushed and killed my companions, Faolin and Glenwing. He knew exactly where to wait for us. No warning, no chance. I was drugged and carried to Gilead. Galbatorix ordered Durza to learn where I had sent the egg and everything I knew about Elsmera. She stared straight ahead with a hard jaw. He tried for months. His methods were brutal. When torture didn't work, he turned his soldiers loose on me. Fortunately, I still had enough strength to cloud their minds and make them incapable. Finally, Galbatorix commanded that I be brought to Urubain. That news filled me with dread because I was already shattered in mind and body, and I couldn't fight him again. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have been standing before Galbatorix within the week." Eragon shuddered inside. The memory of her wounds was still vivid enough to turn his stomach. "Why tell me all this?" he asked softly. "So you understand where you pulled me from. Don't expect me to forget it." Humbled, Eragon bowed his head. "Will you return to Elsmera now?" "No, not yet. There's too much to do here. The Varden can't be abandoned. Ajihad needs me, and I've watched you fight with both sword and magic today. Brom taught you well. You're ready for the next stage of your training." "You mean for me to go to Elsmera?" "Yes." Eragon felt an old spark of irritation rise in his chest. Of course, nobody thought to ask him and Saphira whether they wanted to go. When? That remains to be decided, but not for some weeks. At least they had that long. Saphira murmured something to him, and Eragon turned back to Arya. "What did the twins ask me to do?" Arya's sculpted lip twisted in disgust. "Something not even they can manage. In the ancient language, it's possible to speak the true name of an object and call forth its real form. It takes years of discipline and effort, but the reward is total control over that thing. That's why a true name is always kept secret. If anyone with evil intent knows it, they can dominate you completely." "That's strange," Eragon said after a moment. "Before I was captured at Gilead, I kept dreaming about you. It was like scrying, but I was asleep every time. I could actually scry you later too." Arya pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Sometimes I felt a presence watching me, but I was too feverish to trust it. I've never heard of anyone in lore or legend scrying while asleep." "I don't understand it either," Eragon admitted, spinning Brom's ring around his finger. He hesitated. "What does the tattoo on your shoulder mean?" "I didn't mean to look, but when I was healing you, I couldn't help it. It's the same symbol as the one on this ring." "You have a ring with the yaw on it?" she asked sharply. "Yes, it was Brom's look." He held out the ring. After turning the sapphire over in her hand, Arya explained that it was a token reserved only for the most trusted elf friends, so rare, in fact, that it hadn't been given in centuries. She admitted she had never known Queen Islanzade thought so highly of Brom. Eragon suddenly felt he'd overstepped and tried to give it back, but Arya told him to hold on to it. The jewel would shield him if he ever crossed paths with her people, and it might even win him the Queen's favor. She also warned him to keep her tattoo a secret, and he agreed. When they parted, he wandered through the broad halls of Farthen Dûr, letting Saphira know how much he wished the conversation had lasted longer. She refused, no matter how he prodded, to repeat what Arya had said to her. Eventually his mind drifted back to Murtagh and Nasuada's advice, so he told Saphira he would grab something to eat and then pay the prisoner a visit. She was happy to wait for him. Inside Trondheim, he found a quiet corner of the kitchen, finished a quick meal, and followed Nasuada's directions until he reached a small grey door, watched over by a man and a dwarf. When Eragon asked to be let inside, the dwarf knocked 3 times, pulled back the bolt, and the guard gave him an easy grin. "Just holler when you want out." The cell was far nicer than he expected. Warm, well lit, with a wash basin in one corner, a writing desk stocked with quills and ink, an elaborately carved ceiling, and a thick rug over the floor. Murtagh lay on a sturdy bed, reading a scroll. He looked up, surprised and clearly happy, and said, "Eragon, I'd hoped you'd come." Eragon tried to find the right words, but Murtagh only laughed. "You thought I was sitting in some rat hole chewing on hardtack, didn't you? To be honest, I expected the same, but Ajihad lets me have all this as long as I behave, and they bring me enormous meals, plus anything I want from the library. If I'm not careful, I'll end up a fat scholar." Eragon laughed, and with the wonder of the moment settling over him, he took a seat beside Murtagh. "But aren't you angry? You're still a prisoner." Murtagh shrugged. "I was at first, but after a while I realized this is exactly what I need. Even if Ajihad gave me my freedom, I'd still spend most of my time in my room. You know why? No one would feel comfortable around me once they knew who I really am, and some would go beyond harsh looks and sharp words. Enough of that. Tell me what's happened." Eragon recounted the past 2 days, including his unsettling run-in with the twins in the library. When he finished, Murtagh leaned back, thoughtful. "I think Arya matters more than we guessed. Think about it. She's a master swordsman, she's powerful in magic, and most importantly, she was chosen to guard Saphira's egg. Even among elves, she can't be ordinary." Eragon agreed. Murtagh stared at the ceiling and said he found his imprisonment strangely peaceful. "For once in my life, I don't have to be afraid. I know I probably should be, but something about this place lets me rest. A full night's sleep helps too." Eragon nodded wryly, shifting to a softer part of the bed. "Nasuada said she visited you," he said. "Did she mention anything?" Murtagh's gaze went distant and he shook his head. "No, she just wanted to meet me. Doesn't she look like a princess? The way she moves when she walked through that doorway, I thought she belonged in Galbatorix's court. I've known earls and counts whose wives were far better suited to be hogs than noble women." Eragon listened, but the praise stirred a cold knot in his stomach. "It probably means nothing," he told himself. "You're jumping to conclusions." Still, the unease refused to fade, and he couldn't quite shake the feeling that something had already begun to change, shaking off the lingering unease. Eragon pressed the former rider. "Murtagh, how long do you plan to stay cooped up in here? You can't vanish forever." A careless shrug was Murtagh's first reply, but his tone carried weight. "For now, resting suits me fine. No reason to wander out and face the twins' scrutiny. Eventually I'll get bored, but right now this is enough." The shadows were stretching long when Saphira woke her rider with an impatient nudge of her snout, leaving a fresh bruise on his arm. "Hey!" Eragon yelped, lurching upright. The cave was near dark, save for a stray glow from the shuttered lantern. Outside, Isidar Mithrim twinkled in 1,000 hues under its ring of lights. At the entrance stood an anxious dwarf, wringing his hands. "Argetlam, you must come. Great trouble, Ajihad calls you. Now." "What's happened?" Eragon grabbed for Zarok and his bow, but the dwarf just shook his head, beard swinging. "Go, no time. Karkna Braga," with a groan. Eragon strapped on the saddle while Saphira crouched low, muttering. So much for a decent night's sleep. She launched into the night, and Eragon yawned all the way to the gates of Trondheim, where Auric awaited with a face like a storm. "Come." The others are waiting. Eragon peppered Auric with questions as they hurried through the stone corridors, but the dwarf only grumbled. "I know less than you do. Wait for Ajihad." Great, Eragon thought. Another wake-up call for a mystery meeting. He half expected to find the sky falling. Turned out he was closer than he knew. When they reached the study, a pair of guards swung open the heavy door. Ajihad stood behind his desk, staring bleakly at a scattered map. Arya was there, along with a wiry-armed man. "Good you're here. Meet Germander, my second." After quick nods, Ajihad's voice dropped. "I woke you because we're in real danger. Half an hour ago a dwarf stumbled out of an abandoned tunnel beneath Trondheim, bloody, half out of his mind, but he managed to tell us what was after him, an army of Urgles, maybe a day's march away." The study went dead quiet. Then Jormundur cursed and fired off questions, Auric joining in, while Arya stood silent as stone. Ajihad raised his hands. "There's more. The Urgles aren't coming over land. They're coming through the tunnels. We're going to be attacked from below." Eragon cut through the noise. "Why no warning? How did they even find those tunnels?" Auric's voice boomed. "We're lucky to know at all. There are hundreds of tunnels through the Bior Mountains, empty since they were mined. Only hermits go in them. We could have had no warning whatsoever." Ajihad pointed to the map, and Eragon leaned in. The map showed the southern half of Allegasia, but unlike Eragon's, it had the entire Bior range in exact detail. Ajihad's finger rested where the mountains touched Surda's eastern border. This is where the dwarf said he came from. "Orthiad," Auric blurted. He explained. "An ancient city of ours, abandoned after Trondheim was built. In its day, it was the greatest of all dwarf holes, but no one set foot there for centuries, and it's old enough for tunnels to collapse," Ajihad added. "Which is how we think the Urgles found it from the surface. My guess is Orthiad is now called Ithro-Zada, the same place the column that chased Eragon and Saphira was headed, and it's almost certainly where the Urgles have been gathering all year. From there they can reach anywhere in the Bior Mountains. They have the power to wipe out the Varden and the dwarves alike." Jormundur bent closer to the map, studying the markings. "Do we have any solid numbers on the Urgles? Is Galbatorix backing them with his own troops?" "We can't plan a defense without knowing what we're up against," Ajihad answered with a grim shake of his head. "We're in the dark on both counts, and that last question decides everything. If Galbatorix has put his soldiers alongside the Urgles, we don't stand a chance. But if he hasn't, maybe because he still wants to hide the alliance, or for some other reason, there's a real possibility we can win. Orin and the elves are too far away to reach us in time, but I've already sent riders to warn them. At the very least, they won't be caught by surprise if we fall." He dragged a hand across his dark forehead. "I've spoken with Hrothgar, and we have a plan. Our only hope is to bottle up the Urgles in 3 of the larger tunnels and push them into Farthen Dûr, so they don't swarm through Trondheim like locusts. Eragon, Arya, you're going to help the dwarves collapse the unnecessary passages. 2 crews are already at work, one outside Trondheim, one below it. Eragon, you'll join the outside group. Arya, Auric will take you down to the underground team." Eragon frowned. Why not collapse every tunnel and leave only the main routes? Auric answered, "Because that would force the Urgles to clear the rubble, and they might pick a direction we don't want them to, and if we cut ourselves off, they could attack other dwarf cities before we could possibly respond." Ajihad added, "There's also the fact that Trondheim sits on a network of tunnels so dense that if we collapse too many at once, entire sections of the city could sink under their own weight." Eragon privately thought that was almost funny. If the mountain did sink, it would bury them all and save the Urgles the trouble. He kept the thought to himself. Jormundur listened closely, then asked, "So there won't be any fighting inside Trondheim? You're saying the Urgles will be outside in Farthen Dûr?" "Exactly," Ajihad replied. "We can't defend every inch of Trondheim's perimeter. It's too vast for our numbers, so we're sealing all the gates and passageways into the city. That forces the Urgles onto the open flats around Trondheim, where our armies have room to maneuver. But we can't risk an extended fight while they still control the tunnels. They could quarry up through the floor at any moment, and then we'd be caught between invaders outside and enemies inside. We have to keep Trondheim out of their hands at all costs. If they take it, we won't have the strength to drive them out." Jörmundur's voice turned low. "And what about our families? I won't let my wife and son be murdered by Urgals." The lines on Ajihad's face deepened. "Every woman and child is being evacuated into the surrounding valleys. If we fall, guides will take them to Surda. That's all I can do under these circumstances." Jörmundur tried to hide his relief. "Sir, is Nasuada going along? She's not happy about it, but yes." All eyes were on Ajihad as he straightened and said, "The Urgals will be here within hours. Their numbers are great, but we must hold Fathendur, lose this battle, and the dwarves fall, the Varden are destroyed, and Surda and the elves are finished. This is a fight we cannot afford to lose. Now go, Jörmundur. Ready your men." They left the study and separated. Jörmundur headed for the barracks. Auric and Arya vanished down the stairs into the depths, and Erigon and Saphira moved along one of Trondheim's great halls. Though it was still early, the mountain city was alive with frantic energy. People shouted orders, carried bundles, and rushed in every direction. In the middle of the commotion, Erigon saw a dwarf child clutching a carved wooden toy, staring wide-eyed as the world around him turned upside down. He hoped the evacuation would move faster than the Urgals. Erigon had killed before, but this was different. The long wait made his chest tighten. He could handle 3 or 4 Urgals with Zarok and magic and still feel confident, but a full battle was a swirling mess where anything could happen. He and Saphira stepped out of Trondheim into the black crater of Fathendur. Without sun or moon, the darkness was heavy as lamp-black, and lanterns bounced like fireflies in the gloom. "Maybe they're on the far side," Saphira said. Erigon climbed onto her back, and they glided around the mountain until they spotted a cluster of lights. She landed softly beside a group of dwarves who were digging with pickaxes. The sharp smell of sweat and raw earth hit him, and he quickly explained why he was there. A sharp-nosed dwarf wiped his brow. "There's a tunnel about 4 yards directly under us. We could use your help. If you clear the area over the tunnel, I'll do what I can." The dwarf gave him a doubtful look, but ordered the diggers back. Erigon took a slow breath and called on his magic. He chose not to haul the dirt away. That would waste strength he might need later. Instead, he sent his senses into the rock, hunting for flaws. "Thrister Deloy," he whispered, and power flowed from him. The work was slow, and he could feel the dwarf's doubt like a weight. Saphira's voice hummed in his mind, "Keep going. You're not just a boy with a sword anymore." That steadied him. Then a crack split the ground, and a whole section of tunnel caved in with a screech. A hole 7 yards wide gaped before them. The dwarves' grumbles turned to cheers, and the sharp-nosed dwarf just shook his head. "Not bad for a human," he muttered. Erigon grinned despite himself. "You're welcome." He moved on to the next tunnel, which put up more of a fight, but he was in rhythm now. Over the next few hours, he collapsed more than 6 tunnels, with Saphira carrying him between spots as the sky above turned grey. Dawn crept into the crater, a pale grey that barely touched the shadows but lifted his spirits. He turned from the rubble and looked out. Women, children, and Varden elders were streaming out of Trondheim, hauling bundles of supplies, clothing, and treasured belongings. A thin line of warriors, mostly boys and older men, guarded them. Down at the mountain's base, the real army was forming into 3 battalions, each flying the Varden's standard. A white dragon, holding a rose above a sword, pointed downward on a purple field. The soldiers stood silent and hard, hair loose under their helmets. Many carried only blade and shield, but there were ranks of spears and pikes, and behind them archers checked their bowstrings. The dwarves looked even more battle-ready, with steel hauberks, clan-stamped round shields, short swords at their belts, and mattocks or war-axes in hand. Their legs were wrapped in fine mail, and they wore iron caps and brass-studded boots. A small figure broke away from the far battalion and hurried toward them. It was Auric, dressed exactly like the others. "Ajihad's orders are to bring you into the ranks," Auric said. "The tunnel collapses are finished, and rations are waiting for both of you." Eragon and Saphira trailed him to a tent where bread and water had been set out for Eragon, plus a heap of dried meat for Saphira. They ate without complaining. Hunger had made them far less picky. When the meal ended, Auric told them to stay put and slipped back among the battalions. He returned with a line of dwarves carrying tall stacks of plate armor. Auric lifted a section and handed it to Eragon. "What is this?" Eragon asked, touching the polished metal. The workmanship was exquisite, engraved patterns and gold filigree, in places a full inch thick and far too heavy for any normal soldier. "A gift from Hrothgar," Auric said, clearly pleased. "It sat so long in our treasure vault that almost nobody remembered it. It was forged in another age, before the riders fell. But what's it for?" Eragon asked. "Why, dragon armor," Auric replied. "You didn't think dragons went into battle unprotected, did you? Full sets are rare because they took ages to make and dragons never stopped growing. Saphira isn't too large yet, so it ought to fit her well. Dragon armor." As Saphira sniffed the pieces, Eragon asked her opinion. "Let's try it," she said, fire in her eyes. Getting it onto her took a while, but when they stepped back, the effect was stunning. Overlapping triangular plates covered her neck, leaving only the spikes along her ridge free. Heavier plates guarded her chest and belly. The lightest scales slid along her tail. Her legs and back were fully armored. Her wings left bare, and a single molded plate rested on her head, leaving her jaw free to snap. Saphira arched her neck, and the armor flexed seamlessly. "This will slow me down, but it should stop arrows. How do I look?" "Very intimidating," Eragon said truthfully. That pleased her. "Great," he thought. "We're draped in enough metal to sail a ship, and I'm actually grateful for it." Auric gathered the remaining pieces. "I brought armor for you too, though it took a lot of searching to find your size. We rarely forge for men or elves. I don't know who it was made for, but it's never been used, and it should serve." Eragon pulled on a stiff shirt of leather-backed mail that hung to his knees like a skirt. It sagged on his shoulders and clinked whenever he moved, so he buckled Zarok over it to keep it steady. Then came a leather cap, a mail coif, and a gold and silver helm, bracers for his forearms, greaves for his legs, mail-backed gloves, and finally a broad shield painted with an oak tree. Eragon realized the worth of what he and Saphira had been given, enough treasure to buy a small kingdom. He bowed. "Thank you. I appreciate Hrothgar's gifts greatly." Auric chuckled. "Don't thank me yet. Wait until the armor keeps you alive." Warriors around them began marching, the 3 battalions moving to different parts of Farthen Dûr. Not sure where to go, Eragon looked at Auric, who shrugged. "Reckon we follow." They walked behind 1 battalion as it headed toward the crater wall. Eragon asked about the Urgles, but Auric only knew that scouts had been placed underground in the tunnels, and nothing had been seen or heard. The battalion stopped at a collapsed tunnel where the dwarves had piled rubble so anyone inside could climb out easily. "This must be where they'll force the Urgles to emerge," Saphira observed. Hundreds of lanterns on poles poured light across the ground, glowing like an evening sun. Eragon adjusted his armor and thought, "At least if I'm going to die, I'll look like a royal parade float." Then he straightened, pushed the joke away, and listened to the silence under the mountain. Fires blazed along the rim of the tunnel's roof, huge cauldrons of pitch bubbling over the flames. Eragon looked away, fighting down a wave of revulsion. Even for an Urgle, dying in boiling tar was an atrocity he didn't want to think about. Around him, workers hammered sharpened saplings into the earth, building a vicious, thorny wall between the battalion and the tunnel mouth. Eragon grabbed a shovel and joined a crew digging trenches between the saplings, the physical labor, a welcome distraction from the weight pressing on his chest. Saphira pitched in as well, scooping out enormous clumps of dirt with her claws and sending them flying. A few soldiers nearby muttered thanks as her efforts cut their work in half. Auric left to supervise a barricade meant to shield the archers, and Eragon kept digging until his hands were raw. When the wineskin came around, he drank deep, grateful for the warmth spreading through his body. Once the trenches were finished and lined with pointed stakes, Saphira and Eragon collapsed, side by side. Auric returned, wiped his brow, and reported, "Every man and dwarf has taken the battlefield. Trondheim is locked up tight. Hrothgar holds the battalion on our left, and Ajihad has the one ahead." "And who commands this one?" Irigan asked. "Jörmungr." Auric sat with a grunt and planted his war-axe in the turf beside him. Saphira nudged Erigan. "Look," Irigan's hand tightened on Zarok as Murtagh approached, helmed, a dwarven shield on one arm and his hand and a half-sword at his side, Tornak walking with him. Auric cursed and sprang up, but Murtagh raised a hand. "It's all right, Ajihad released me." "Why would he do that?" Auric's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. Murtagh gave a dry smile. "He said this was an opportunity to prove my good intentions. Apparently he doesn't think I'd be able to do much damage even if I did turn on the Varden." Erigan nodded, easing his grip on Zarok. Murtagh was exactly the kind of fighter you wanted beside you in the chaos of battle, cold, efficient, and utterly without mercy. If Ajihad was willing to trust him, Erigan would too. Trust, after all, was a luxury they could no longer afford to ration. "How do we know you're not lying?" Auric demanded. "Because I say so." The voice was firm and unmistakable. Ajihad stepped into their midst, wearing a breastplate and carrying an ivory-hilted sword outfitted for war. He put a strong hand on Erigan's shoulder and drew him aside, away from the others' hearing. He gave Erigan's armor a quick once-over. "Good. Auric outfitted you. Yes, any sign of movement in the tunnels?" "Nothing." Ajihad braced himself on his sword. "One of the twins is staying in Trondheim. He'll watch the battle from the Dragonhold and relay information through his brother to me. You can speak mind to mind, and I need you to report anything at all that seems out of place while you fight. I'll send orders through the same link. Do you understand?" The thought of having the twins' presence inside his skull was about as appealing as a bath in that boiling pitch, but Erigan swallowed his distaste. "Understood." Ajihad paused. "You're not a foot soldier or horseman, nor any other type of warrior I'm used to commanding. Battle may prove otherwise, but I think you and Saphira are safer on the ground. In the air you'd be a perfect target for every Urgal archer. Will you fight from Saphira's back?" Erigan had never been in combat on horseback, let alone on dragonback. "I'm not sure what we'll do. From Saphira's back I'm up too high to fight anyone except a cull." "There will be plenty of cull, I'm afraid." Ajihad straightened and pulled his sword free. "The only advice I can give is to avoid unnecessary risks. The Varden can't afford to lose you." And with that he was gone, striding back toward the front lines like a man who had already made peace with the night's work. Erigan went back to Auric and Murtagh and settled in beside Saphira, propping his shield against his legs. The four of them waited in silence, just like the hundreds of warriors scattered across the field. The light from Fathen Dur's opening dimmed as the sun slid below the crater rim. Erigan scanned the encampment and froze, his heart jolting. About 30 feet away sat Arya, her bow across her lap. He knew it was unreasonable, but he had hoped she would have left Fathen Dur with the other women. Concerned, he hurried over. "You're going to fight. I do what I must," Arya answered, her voice quiet and even. "But this is too dangerous." Her expression hardened. "Do not pamper me, human, among elves. Women are trained to fight just as men are. I am not one of your frail maidens who must flee at the first sign of danger." Behind the palisade that Auric had helped raise, the first row of archers drew and released. Erigan and Arya added their own arrows to the storm, watching the shafts tear through the Urgal ranks. The monsters hunkered behind their shields, wavering but refusing to break. Another volley flew, yet more Urgals kept spilling out of the tunnels like an endless tide. Erigan's stomach twisted. They were supposed to destroy every single one of these creatures. That sounded like a madman's math. His only small comfort was seeing no soldiers of Galbatorix among the horde, at least not yet. The enemy packed together into a solid wall of muscle and armor, ragged banners swaying above them. War horns bellowed through Fathen Dur, and then the entire mass charged with savage howls. They crashed into the rows of stakes, leaving the vanguard shredded and bleeding against the sharpened wood. A cloud of black arrows curved over the barrier, and Erigan ducked behind the shield while Saphira tucked her head beneath her wing. The arrows clattered off her natural armor like hail on a rooftop. For a moment the Urgles milled in confusion, and the Varden pulled together to brace for the next assault. The pause didn't last. The war cries rose again as the Urgles flung themselves forward with renewed fury. The staggered defences broke under the pressure. Pikemen stabbed frantically into the mass and held only briefly before being swallowed. With the first line gone, the two armies collided with a crashing roar. Men and dwarves bellowed as they threw themselves into the fight. Saphira roared and launched herself into the whirlwind, her claws and teeth reaping Urgle lives, her tail swinging like a massive flail. From her back, Eragon knocked aside a chieftain's hammer guarding the exposed joints of her wings. Zarok seemed almost eager, its crimson blade drinking blood with every flash. Out of the corner of his eye, Eragon caught Oric methodically hewing Urgle necks with his axe, and Murtagh on Tornak, snarling as he cut through every defence in his path. Then Saphira spun, and Eragon saw Arya leap past the body of a fallen opponent. A wounded dwarf stumbled nearby, and an Urgle hacked at Saphira's front leg, the blade skidding off her scales with a burst of sparks. Eragon drove Zarok down on the monster's head, but the sword lodged in the creature's horns and was yanked from his grip. Cursing, he jumped off Saphira and tackled the Urgle, slamming its face with the shield. He wrenched Zarok free, then dodged as another brute charged him. "Saphira, I need you!" he shouted, but the battle's tide swept them apart. Then a cull lunged at him, club raised to crush him. Eragon couldn't lift his shield in time, so he spoke one word, Geirda. The cull's neck snapped backward with a sharp crack, and the monster dropped. 4 more Urgles met Zarok's hungry edge before Murtagh fought through the press on Tornak. "Come on," he yelled, reaching down to haul Eragon onto the horse. They drove towards Saphira, who was surrounded by a circle of spear-wielding Urgles. A dozen lances darted at her, already pricking her wings and spattering blood across the ground. Each time she rushed one group, they closed together and jabbed at her eyes, forcing her to fall back. She tried to bat the spears away with her talons, but the Urgles skipped out of reach. Seeing Saphira bleed ignited something cold and ferocious in Eragon, and his fear dissolved into a burning, single-minded rage. Eragon threw himself off Tornak with a guttural battle cry, driving his blade deep into the nearest Urgle's chest without an ounce of restraint. It was pure, desperate recklessness, anything to carve out an opening for Saphira, and it worked. She twisted free, her hind leg catching another Urgle square in the jaw and launching him into his own ranks, clearing space in the chaos. Eragon grabbed one of her neck spikes and hauled himself back into the saddle as she surged past Murtagh, who gave him a quick nod before charging headlong into a fresh knot of enemies. Without a spoken word, Saphira hurled herself skyward, putting precious distance between them and the blood-soaked ground below. Eragon's breath came in ragged heaves, his limbs still wound tight from the frenzy. Every nerve in his body was screaming for more strikes, more kills, more of that raw electric thrill that made him feel more vividly alive than he'd ever felt in all his years. Saphira circled above the battle just long enough for them to steal a moment of calm, then folded her wings and dropped like a stone toward a cluster of Urgle archers. She skimmed the ground, silent as a ghost in the flickering lantern light. The first archer never even registered Eragon's sword before it took his head. The second followed a heartbeat later. Saphira's claws and teeth finished the job, leaving 3 more bodies crumpled before the alarm could be raised. A few stray arrows whistled past, but she was already climbing once more, rising easily beyond the archer's desperate reach. They repeated the trick on the opposite side of the battlefield with the same deadly results. Saphira's stealth and speed, paired with the low, murky light, made her an impossible target for the Urgles to predict. Eragon tried his luck with his bow from the air, but his quiver emptied faster than he'd like. From that point on, it was Zarok and whatever magic he held in reserve, and he wasn't about to spend that unless there was no other choice. Hovering above the fray, though, gave him something even more valuable than arrows, a bird's-eye view of the whole mess. 3 separate battles raged around the tunnels of Farthen Dur, and each one was bleeding the Varden and dwarves backward toward Trondheim. The Urgles had numbers on their side, sure, but they were stumbling out of the tunnels in a clumsy flood, unable to bring their full army to bear at once. Different clan standards waved across the field, yet no one seemed to be commanding anyone else. They behaved less like a coordinated force and more like an infestation. Eragon would have laughed at the irony if there had been any humor in the situation. He passed his observations to the twins, who peppered him with sharp questions about the Urgles' strange lack of leadership, clearly intrigued by what he'd noticed. Their curiosity got cut short. "You're ordered to assist Hrothgar," they said, flat and direct. "His fight is going poorly," understood, Eragon answered, and Saphira banked hard toward the beleaguered dwarves. She swept low over the defending lines and touched down beside the dwarf king himself. Hrothgar stood like a statue cast in gold, his snow-white beard catching the torchlight as he swung Volund, the legendary hammer of his ancestors, with devastating precision. His personal guard formed a tight ring around him, a wall of steel and stone. But even the bravest Kull hesitated when Saphira's massive shadow fell across their path. That moment of fear was all the dwarves needed. They surged forward with renewed fire, driving the Urgles back. Eragon fought beside Saphira, protecting her flank while she carved through whatever dared approach. A spear clipped his shield, denting the metal and leaving a deep bruise on his shoulder, but the adrenaline swallowed the pain. He split open an Urgle's skull with a clean downward strike, metal meeting bone with brutal finality, and through it all he couldn't stop watching Hrothgar, whose age meant nothing on the field. Every swing of that hammer sounded like the tolling of a great bell, and each one marked the end of another enemy. No Urgle, Kull or otherwise, could stand before the Dwarf King and live to tell about it. Hrothgar snatched a fallen spear after one of his warriors went down, and with a strength that seemed almost impossible, hurled it straight through the Urgle who had killed him 20 yards away. The sight set Eragon's blood on fire. He pushed himself further than he should have, lunging at a massive Kull just beyond his reach, and nearly pitched headfirst out of Saphira's saddle. The Kull slipped past her guard and swung its sword. The blow caught the side of Eragon's helm, snapping his head back and filling his vision with white sparks while his ears rang like a broken bell. He fought to sit up, knowing the monster was already winding up for another strike. At the last instant, a slim steel blade punched through the Kull's chest. The beast howled and crashed sideways, and there stood Angela, a long red cape over strange black and green armor with flared plates. She carried a heavy wooden staff with a sword blade bolted to each end. Angela shot Eragon a mischievous wink, spun the weapon around her like a whirlwind, and vanished into the fight. Close on her heels came Solembum, now a shaggy-haired boy with a black dagger in one fist and a feral snarl stretched across his teeth. Still dizzy, Eragon straightened in the saddle, while Saphira climbed high above the plains of Farthen Dur to give him a moment's rest. The air stank of sweat, blood, and scorched earth. Below, the battle was going badly on every front. Ajihad, Jormungandr, and Hrothgar could not hold back the Urgles, and fresh enemies kept pouring in while the Varden and dwarves fought with failing strength. Eragon's head throbbed. He knew, with awful certainty, that if he used his magic to kill enough Urgles at once, he would burn through his own life in the process. For one long moment he considered it, then something in him hardened. He would not spend himself cheaply, and he would not let despair make the choice for him. He would make the Urgles pay for every step they took, and when the moment came, he would meet it with clear eyes, not exhausted surrender. The fight dragged on for hour after hour. Every enemy he cut down was replaced by 2 more, and every spell he cast drained a little more of his strength. Saphira's wings were dotted with small wounds, and his own body ached in places he had forgotten he owned. Then, as he parried another blow, the twins' voices cut into his mind. Something was pounding under Trondheim, and Urgles were digging toward the city. They needed him and Arya to collapse the tunnels before it was too late. Eragon drove his sword through his current opponent and answered, "We'll be right there." He found Arya pinned against a knot of Urgles, and Saphira tore through them, leaving broken bodies behind. "Get on!" Eragon shouted, reaching down. Arya caught his hand, swung up behind him, and locked her right arm around his waist, blood-stained sword still ready in her other hand. As Saphira crouched to launch, an Urgal rushed in and slammed an axe into her chest. Saphira screamed in pain and staggered forward, her wings snapping open as she veered sideways, right wingtip scraping the ground. The Urgal drew back to throw his axe, but Arya raised her palm and shouted. A green ball of fire shot from her hand and dropped him on the spot. Saphira heaved herself upward, barely clearing the heads of the warriors below, and fled the battlefield on deep, rasping breaths. "Are you all right?" Eragon asked, unable to see where she had been hit. "I'll live," Saphira answered grimly, "but the front of my armor is crushed against my chest. I can barely move. Can you get us to the dragon hold?" "We'll see," Eragon said, and he repeated her words to Arya. "I'll stay and help Saphira when we land," the elf said. "Once the armor is off, I'll join you." "Thank you," Eragon replied. The journey back to the dragon hold took everything out of Saphira. She spent most of the flight gliding, conserving what little strength she had left. When they finally touched down on Isidar Mithrim, the massive ruby platform where the twins were supposed to be monitoring the battle, Eragon found nothing but empty air. The twins were gone. He jumped to the floor and immediately noticed the damage. 4 of the metal plates on Saphira's chest were crumpled together, badly restricting her movement and making it hard for her to breathe. "Stay well," he told her softly, pressing his palm against her warm side, then sprinted through the archway. He stopped short and cursed under his breath. He was standing at the top of Vol Turin, the endless staircase, with no easy way down to Trondheim's base where the Urgals were breaking through. In his worry for Saphira, he hadn't thought about the descent. Climbing down would take too long. Then he noticed the narrow stone trough beside the staircase, grabbed a leather pad and threw himself onto it without a second thought. The slide was slick as polished glass. Within seconds he was hurtling downward, the walls blurring into streaks of grey, the curves threatening to sling him out. He flattened himself completely, tucking his arms tight against his body, letting the leather do its work. The wind screamed past his helmet, making it rattle against his head like a loose shutter in a storm. It was terrifying, but honestly, it beat running down 1,000 steps. The ride lasted nearly 10 minutes, which gave him way too much time to think about what he was about to face. The trough spat him out at the bottom, sending him sliding halfway across the massive carnelian floor before he finally stopped. For a long moment he just lay there, the world spinning in circles behind his eyes. When he tried to stand, his stomach lurched, so he curled up with his head in his hands and waited for his balance to return. When the dizziness passed, he rose and took a careful look around. The great chamber was empty. Completely, eerily empty. The only sound was the faint wind and the soft rosy light that filtered down from Isidar Mithrim high above. He reached out with his mind to find the twins. Nothing. Then the knocking started, loud, rhythmic, and wrong. An explosion shook the air, and a long slab of the chamber floor buckled, blowing 30 feet into the air before crashing back down. Broken stone sprayed outward like shrapnel. Eragon stumbled back, reaching instinctively for Zarok. Urgals were crawling out of the hole, their twisted silhouettes emerging one after another. He froze, torn. Flee. Stay and try to seal the tunnel? Even if he managed to collapse it, what if the Urgals had already broken through somewhere else? He couldn't defend every gate, every wall, every crack in Trondheim, but if he could reach one of the City Mountain's gates and blast it open, the Varden could flood in and take the place back without a long siege. He was still weighing his options when a figure emerged from the tunnel. A tall man in black armor walked out with the casual confidence of someone who owned the room. Durza. The shade carried his pale blade, still marked with the scratch from Ajihad's final blow. A black round shield with a crimson ensign hung on his arm. His dark helmet was ornate, fit for a general, and a long snakeskin cloak rippled around him like a living thing. There was madness in his maroon eyes, the kind of madness that comes from having power and being absolutely delighted to use it. Eragon knew at once there was no running from this. He couldn't outrun the shade, couldn't outfight him. He sent a desperate warning to Saphira, even though he knew she couldn't reach him in time. then dropped into a crouch, mentally reviewing everything Brom had ever taught him about fighting another magic user. It wasn't reassuring, and Ajihad had made it clear shades could only be killed by a thrust through the heart. Durza looked at him with pure contempt and barked, "Kaz Jiral Trazid, Otregbag." The Urgles moved at once, circling the room with wary eyes fixed on Eragon. The shade walked toward him slowly, savouring the moment. "So, my young rider, we meet again. You were a fool to escape from me in Gilead. It will only make things worse for you in the end. You'll never take me alive," Eragon growled. "Is that so?" Durza raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. The pale glow of the star sapphire gave Durza's skin a deathly cast. "Funny, I don't see Murtagh rushing in to save you now. There's no one left. Nothing can stop me." Fear coiled around Eragon's throat like a cold wire. How does he even know Murtagh's name? He forced a sneer, pouring every ounce of contempt he could manage into his voice. "How do you enjoy getting shot through with an arrow?" Durza's jaw tightened. "Blood will settle that debt. Now tell me where the dragon is. Go find her yourself." The shade's eyes went dark and flat. "Then I'll pry it out of your head." His sword cut the air in a silver blur. The moment Eragon caught it on his shield, a bolt of psychic ice punched deep into his skull. He slammed his defenses shut, shoved Durza back, and struck with his own mind. He battered against the iron walls of Durza's consciousness with everything he had, and got nowhere. Desperate, he swung Zarok in a wide arc. Durza knocked the blade aside as if it were a toy, then lunged with terrifying speed. The sword tip caught Eragon in the ribs, punching through his mail and blasting the air from his lungs. The lynx slipped at the last heartbeat, and the point slid past his side by less than a finger's width. That flicker of relief was all Durza needed. He cracked Eragon's defenses open and started taking control. No. Eragon threw himself at the shade, face twisted, hands locking onto his sword arm. Durza tried to slash his hand free, but the mail-backed glove deflected the blade harmlessly downward. Eragon kicked out. Durza snarled and swung his black shield, catching Eragon square and knocking him to the floor. Blood filled his mouth. His neck throbbed like a torn muscle. He ignored both. He rolled, grabbed his shield, and launched it. It clipped Durza on the hip, staggering him, and Zarok found his upper arm, biting deep. Blood traced a thin line down the shade's arm. Eragon thrust with his mind again, and this time Durza's defenses caved inward like rotten wood. A flood of images swallowed him whole. Durza faced Eragon, maroon eyes burning with pure hatred. Eragon was on one knee, barely standing, fighting to close his mind. A boy, Kaz, rough and sun-browned, living with his parents on the empty plains. The tribe driving them out, their voices cracking with scorn. Oathbreaker aimed at his father. His mother's voice, soft as a lullaby, crooning his name while she combed his hair. Durza charged, sword raised, shield abandoned in his fury. Not enough time to react. Not enough time. 2 graves on a lonely hill, Kaz weeping that they hadn't killed him too, then stumbling into the desert, blind with grief. Here's the bitter irony nobody ever sees. The most feared shade in the Empire, the nightmare that made seasoned warriors turn and run, was once just a scrawny, heartbroken kid found by an old sorcerer on a sand dune. Haig nursed him back from the edge of death. Kaz begged to learn, and Haig laughed and called him Desert Rat. Weeks of training under a brutal sun, catching lizards, feeling strength build. Nursing Haig through a failed spell, the terror of losing him, the joy of seeing him recover. Then bandits. Night. Knives. Haig, dead in the dust. And rage so huge it swallowed everything else. Kaz summoned spirits demanding vengeance, but the spirits were stronger than he knew. They turned on him. They tore into his mind, his soul, his body. His scream changed everything. He was, I am Durza. The sword crashed down across Eragon's back, shearing through mail and flesh in one brutal arc. Pain erupted white-hot through his spine, driving him to his knees, bowing his body in half. Consciousness flickered. Hot blood soaked down his back. He swayed, barely holding on, as Durza's voice reached him from 100 miles away. Words he couldn't grasp, couldn't hear, couldn't care about, in anguish. Eragon lifted his gaze skyward, tears carving hot trails down his face. Everything had crumbled. The Varden lay broken, the dwarves scattered, defeat was total, absolute. He knew what came next. Saphira would sacrifice herself again for him, and Arya would fall back into enemy hands or die trying to stay free. How could this be the end? Where was the justice in any of it? A bitter taste filled his mouth as he stared up at the distant star sapphire, Isidar Mithrim, glittering mockingly above him. Then the world went white. A blinding flash seared his eyes, followed by a thunderous crack that shook the very mountain. When his vision cleared, he was staring at something impossible. The great sapphire had exploded into a rain of shimmering fragments, and through that storm of crystal came Saphira, diving headfirst like a missile, her jaws wide with a blazing tongue of blue-tinged fire, and on her back rode Arya, hair streaming like a banner, one hand raised and glowing with emerald magic. Durza's head whipped toward the ceiling. For a heartbeat, pure shock crossed his face, then fury twisted his features. He raised his hand, a curse already forming on his lips. But Eragon had found something in that moment, a scrap of defiance, rage, and stubborn hope he didn't know he still possessed. His fingers closed around Zarok's hilt. He slammed through the mental barrier that had held him, seized the magic, and poured everything, every wound, every loss, every scream of fury, into a single word: Brisinga. Zarok burst into blood-red, heatless flame. He drove forward. The blade sank deep into Durza's chest. The shade stared down at the steel protruding from his heart, open-mouthed. Instead of words, an unearthly scream tore from his throat. His sword clattered to the stone. He clawed at Zarok, but it was buried too deep. Then his skin turned translucent, revealing nothing beneath but swirling darkness. No flesh, no bone, just churning shadow. His shriek grew wilder as the darkness pulsed and split his body open. With a final terrible cry, Durza rent apart from head to toe, and the darkness escaped as three separate entities that vanished through the walls of Trondheim and out of Fathendur into the night. The shade was no more. Eragon fell backward, his strength spent, arms flung wide. Above, Saphira and Arya were still plummeting toward the debris-strewn floor, and it seemed they would be impaled on the jagged remains of the star sapphire. His vision dimmed. Everything, dragon, elf, crystal shards, appeared to freeze in the air, suspended in a strange, silent tableau. Then the darkness swallowed him whole. The shade's memories flooded in like poison. Visions of violence and atrocity cascaded through his mind, burning villages, slaughtered families, the sick satisfaction of a being who delighted in cruelty. Eragon was adrift in a sea of evil, unable to tell up from down, himself from the monster whose memories now inhabited him. He tried to grasp at his own identity, but found only fragments. Who was he? A boy? A rider? A killer? It all blurred together in a meaningless chaos. He felt himself fading, a small light about to be extinguished by an endless tide of darkness. And then, through the gloom, a thread of gold appeared. His own memories began to surface, small at first, then in a rush, finding Saphira's egg in the spine, their first flight together. The friends he'd made, the battles he'd fought, every victory and every failure laid out side by side. He had lost so much, he had sacrificed so much. But he had also been given gifts beyond measure, and had chosen to use them. For the first time in his life, Eragon felt something he'd never truly known: pride. Not in his deeds, not in his power, but simply in who he was, and with that quiet certainty he let go, surrendering to the darkness that no longer felt like an ending, but a beginning. His brief flicker of confidence didn't survive long. The shade's darkness slammed into him again, and his identity unraveled as doubt devoured his thoughts. What made him think he could challenge the powers of Allegacia and live to tell about it? He beat back the shade's poison with weak, desperate strokes at first, then found his rhythm. The ancient language fell from his lips in a whisper, and its familiar strength anchored him just enough to withstand the mental onslaught. Slowly, painstakingly, he gathered the shards of his fractured mind into a tight, bright shell around his core. Outside that shell, agony raged so fiercely it might have swallowed him whole, yet something was cushioning him from the worst of it. He was still too weak to purge his thoughts entirely, but lucid enough to sift through everything that had happened since Carverhall. Where could he go now, and who would show him the way? With Brom gone, there was no mentor, no teacher, no guide, just silence where wisdom used to be. Then came the touch of another consciousness, so vast and overwhelming it felt like a mountain looming over him. He recoiled, frightened, but then realized this was the presence shielding him from the pain. Music ran through this mind the way it had through Arya's deep amber gold chords throbbing with ancient melancholy. Who are you?" he finally dared to ask. One who would help. With a flicker of an unspoken thought, the shade's influence was brushed aside like an unwanted cobweb. Freed from that crushing weight, Eragon let his mind expand until he struck a barrier he couldn't cross. "I have protected you as best I can," the voice rumbled, "but you are so far away that all I can do is shield your sanity from the pain." He asked again, desperate now, "Who are you to do this?" A low, rolling rumble answered him. "I am Oshato Chetaway, the Morning Sage, and Togira Ikonoka, the cripple who is whole. Come to me, Eragon, for I have answers to all you ask. You will not be safe until you find me." Great, he thought wryly, another cryptic stranger with riddles and conditions. Maybe he ought to open a school for them, but deep down something in that enormous presence felt different, real in a way that made his chest ache. "But how can I find you if I don't know where you are?" he asked, despair creeping back in. "Trust Arya and go with her to Elsmere," said the voice. "I will be there. I have waited many seasons, so do not delay, or it may soon be too late. You are greater than you know, Eragon. Think of what you have done and rejoice, for you have rid the land of a great evil. You have wrought a deed no one else could. Many are in your debt." Those words settled over him like a warm blanket, and for the first time since this nightmare began, he allowed himself to feel the truth of it. Whatever trials lay ahead, he was no longer just a pawn in some greater power's game. He had transcended that. He had become what Ajihad wanted, an authority independent of any king or ruler. A quiet approval bloomed through the connection as he reached that conclusion. "You are learning?" said the Morning Sage, drawing nearer. A vision passed from him to Eragon, a burst of color resolving into a stooped figure dressed in white, standing on a sun-drenched stone cliff. "It is time for you to rest, Eragon. When you wake, speak of me to no one. Remember you must go to the elves. Now sleep." The figure raised a hand in benediction, and peace crept through Eragon like water through dry earth. His last thought before surrendering to the dark was that Brom would have been proud. "Wake," commanded a voice. "Awake, Eragon, for you have slept far too long." He stirred unwillingly, clinging to the warmth that surrounded him, too comfortable to abandon. The voice came again, sharper. "Rise, Argetlam, you are needed." He forced his eyes open, blinking at an unfamiliar ceiling. He lay on a long bed, swathed in soft blankets, and Angela sat in a chair beside him, studying his face with that unreadable intensity of hers. "How do you feel?" she asked. Disoriented and confused, he let his gaze wander over the small room, herbs drying on a shelf, a single window showing unfamiliar mountains in the distance. I don't know," he said, his mouth dry and sore. "Then don't move. You should conserve your strength," said Angela, running a hand through her curly hair. He noticed she still wore her flanged armor, and he wondered why she'd keep it on indoors. Before he could ask, a fit of coughing made him dizzy, light-headed, and aching all over. His feverish limbs felt heavy as stone, and yet somewhere beneath the pain he carried a strange new knowing that he was exactly where he needed to be. Angela pressed a gilded drinking horn into Eragon's hands and guided it to his lips. "Here, drink." The cool mead slipped down his raw throat, and a soft warmth spread through his chest. He coughed, and the jolt sent fresh daggers through his skull. Fragments of memory surfaced: the battle, the losing fight, Durza's twisted face, Sapphira plummeting. Sapphira? He shot upright, then immediately sagged as the room spun. Is she all right, Arya? The Urgles were winning. Angela's expression softened. They're alive, and they've been waiting for you to wake. Do you want to see them? He nodded weakly. She pulled the door open, and Arya and Murtagh filed inside. Sapphira's massive head followed, snaking through the frame while her body stayed in the hall. Her eyes sparkled, and a deep hum vibrated from her chest. Eragon reached out with his thoughts, relief flooding through him. It's good to see you well, little one, she said gently. And you too, but how? You breathed fire. I saw you, yes, she answered, with unmistakable pride. A faint smile crossed his face. Arya's arm was wrapped in clean linen, and Murtagh's head was heavily bandaged. Murtagh grinned wide. About time you woke up. We've been stuck in that hall for hours. Eragon asked what happened. Arya's eyes dimmed, but Murtagh crowed. We won! It was wild when Durza's spirits flew across Farthen. The Urgles just stopped fighting to watch them. Then it was like a spell broke. Their own clans turned and attacked each other. Their whole army fell apart in minutes. We routed them. Eragon's head throbbed. So they're all dead? Murtagh shook his head. No, plenty escaped into the tunnels. The Varden and dwarves are hunting them down now. I was helping until some Urgle cracked me on the skull and sent me back here. Eragon blinked. They aren't going to lock you up again? Murtagh's grin softened. Right now, nobody cares about that. Too many people died, but you should be happy. You're a hero. Everyone's talking about how you killed Durza. Without you, we'd have lost. Eragon's stomach twisted. A hero? Sure. A hero with a head that felt like a blacksmith's anvil. He pushed the thought away. Where were the twins? They weren't where they were supposed to be. I couldn't reach them. I needed their help. Murtagh shrugged. They fought off a band of Urgles near Trondheim, I was told. Probably too busy to answer. Something about that felt wrong, but Eragon couldn't pin it down. He turned to Arya, whose bright eyes had been fixed on him the whole time. How did you not crash? You and Sapphira were... His voice trailed off. She spoke slowly. When you warned Sapphira about Durza, I was still struggling to remove her damaged armor. By the time I got it off, sliding down Vol Turin was pointless. You would have been captured long before I reached the bottom. And Durza would have killed you anyway before letting me save you. Regret crept into her tone. So I did the only thing I could think of to distract him. I broke the star sapphire, and I carried her down, Sapphira added. Eragon closed his eyes as another wave of dizziness hit. But the pieces... How didn't they hit you or me? Arya's voice stayed calm. Because I held them motionless in the air while we descended, then lowered them gently to the floor. Otherwise they would have shattered around you and shredded you both. Angela cut in sourly. Yes, and that stunt nearly killed her, too. It's taken every skill I have to keep the two of you alive. A sharp unease cut through Eragon's confusion, sharper than the pounding in his head. My back. But when he reached behind himself, he felt no bandages. The first thing Eragon noticed was the smell of dried herbs and something sharp like pine resin. He stirred, panic clawing at his chest. How long have I been out? Angela glanced up from grinding a paste. About a day and a half. If I hadn't been here, you would have spent weeks mending, if you had survived at all. But her warning barely registered. He shoved the blanket aside and twisted to inspect his back. Angela reached for his wrist, concern flickering across her face. Eragon, my remedies have limits. I'm no elf, and that wound is too large for anything but time. He pulled free, his fingers searching. Under his touch, the skin felt smooth, betraying nothing of the disaster that should have been there. Then he found it, a hard ridge near his neck, broad as his thumb, that snaked down his spine to the opposite hip. Durza's final strike had left him permanently marked. Arya's voice came from somewhere behind him, soft and sorrowful. You have paid a terrible price, Eragon Shadeslayer. Murtagh let out a bitter laugh. "Yes, now you are just like me." The words hit like a slap. For a moment Eragon closed his eyes, wanting to disappear. He was ruined, scarred, forever changed. But then from the fog of his fever dreams a memory surfaced, a figure in white, bent but unbroken, who spoke of purpose rather than pain. Togira Ikonoka had greeted him not with pity, but with a strange smile. "Rejoice," he had said. "You have rid the land of a great evil, and the world owes you a debt that can never be repaid. Come to me when you're ready, and I will answer everything." The shame did not vanish, but it loosened its grip. Eragon opened his eyes and met Murtagh's gaze. "Maybe I am like you," he said quietly, "but I choose what that means." And for the first time since waking he felt something other than fear. He would find the crippled sage. He would get his answers. Thus ended the first book with the promise of more to come. The story would continue in Eldest.